The Last Religion. Written by Ryan Emerson Saller. Inspired by the universe. Preface. This book's legend for navigation. Every subjective observation is firstly an abstract form, malleable to an individual's current spectrum of understanding. Everything that we humans perceive is a spectrum of understanding, SOU, which is highlighted here in order to assist the reader so that they may become more adept at navigating social systems. Here is the classic definition from the Oxford Dictionary. 1. A band of colors, as seen in a rainbow, produced by separation of the components of light by their different degrees of refraction according to wavelength. The entire range of wavelengths of electromagnetic radiation. An image or distribution of components of any electromagnetic radiation arranged in a progressive series according to wavelength. An image or distribution of components of sound, particles, etc., arranged according to such characteristics as frequency, charge, and energy. 2. Used to classify something, or suggest that it can be classified, in terms of its position on a scale between two extreme or opposite points. Please note point 1 is just as important as point 2, and that there are even other interpretations or meanings, as it is important to add emphasis, because it will help explain our philosophy and greatly expand our capacity to understand the world around us, as well as the universe. All observations come from classifications, or systems, whether it be biological or inanimate. Everything is part of a system, even thought and behavior. Other than the standard descriptions and embellishments we hear when we describe the universe, there is of course a plethora of mathematical or scientific terms, generally reserved for a more serious academic conversation. However, in our endeavor to broadening your horizon, we need to prove beyond your previous comprehension that words are malleable and applicable at all levels, because there is also a universal spectrum of understanding, which denotes the entirety of both the seen and the unseen. You might be saying right now, he's telling me that there are things that I can see, and things I cannot see, which might seem rather obvious, but relax a bit, and you will be able to see where I am going with this string soon. Also please remember that we are in the preface of the book, or the map legend. Here is an example. Strangely enough, you will find that people feel friction when you describe social and spiritual experience while using mathematical and scientific terms or jargon. They might think you are being obtuse, or maybe they are undervaluing the gravity of this existential crisis we are all experiencing together. If you are not familiar with the terms that are being used or will be used later in this book, then please understand that all information is at first abstract, and in time, depending on the level of exposure, and whether or not it is deemed ultimately acceptable by you, it will be later considered understood. Furthermore, make an honest effort to not outright refute something without external investigation. It's the natural order of operations for those who are truly seeking knowledge and insight. With conviction, can you really say and admit that you can accept others for their different spectrum of understanding? You will be surprised when you find out the truth. A disclaimer here. Throughout this journey we will be attempting to loosely plug in scientific and mathematical jargon, in an attempt to, at an elementary level, quantify social phenomena and other experiences of life. Understand that this simplification is necessary to not obscure our overall goals with riddles. Simultaneously you can understand that this book is intended for all groups, therefore it would not make sense to have it be too formal. This primary disclaimer is mostly applicable where a reader would assume that we are throwing blanket statements over everything. I believe that at the very least, we can unequivocally agree that everyone has a spectrum of understanding, and we are here to hopefully build a bridge between all cultures in order to unify the world in a way that previously seemed impossible. Seems simple enough to comprehend our immediate goal, and the methods we will take to get to the grand design yet to be revealed, yes? Some might think man of these explanations to be too simple, but note the importance of sometime having to pointing out the obvious things are often taken for granted. as numerous things in our lives have a tendency to become a blind spot for us while we navigate amongst those with different spectrums of understanding. That being said, you will understand that everything we humans observe and do, we attempt to simplify. To help ease this thought process of our spectrum of understanding, consider the classic phrase, "There is nothing new under the sun." Note that even though there are a finite number of people who have been recorded saying or writing this phrase or anything for that matter, that there is no exact point of origin. No matter what, we can never 100% claim when or who made the statement first, as they too could have been rephrasing it after hearing it in a different way from someone else. Here is where you must do your due diligence and go online and do a basic search, and you will find out what's what. Please be cognizant in the understanding that everything that has been brought forth in this world is more like a collective foundation, as nothing that we create is 100% original, by one single person. Much like our English language, which is an ever-evolving amalgam of languages stretching all the way back to 4,700 or more years ago, and that is just what phoneticists and archaeologists have uncovered thus far. No doubt, it goes even further. Like language, we humans continue to build upon inherited symbological foundational manifestations of our ancestors. You might have thought, what could one do with this term, spectrum of understanding? Since we accept that it is a widely known fact that humans can only perceive with the naked eye a small fraction of the full spectrum of light that our universe projects, then inversely and concurrently, we can also state that there is a spectrum of misunderstanding that all individuals have. Here is where one would throw in their favorite quote on the topic of not knowing. While we are facing this introspection, which reveals our spectrum of ignorance, let's also admit even things that what we think we know should always be considered fractional and never a whole number, and never 100%. Therefore, for practical application in our everyday life, it would be ignorant to state at any time that we understand human nature fully. There exists a spectrum of our existence that has been outside of our grasp, which is why we will have to painstakingly attempt to pry your death grip on your current definitions. You think you know who, what, when, where, why and how, but you don't. This is because each one of us also holds what is known as a subjective spectrum of understanding, which we will call the chemistry of the self. The base formula for the chemistry of the self is SCE equals ENVF plus ECF plus GI. In long form it stands for social conditioning. SC is from environmental factors, ENVF, which is from economic factors, ECF, and genetic inheritance, GI. How this formula manifests itself and is observed is in our everyday behavior, which is underlyingly governed by each culture's social contract, which ironically does not require your consent. A social contract is a term that was simplified and used by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1762, in his book Du contrat social principes du droit politique. A social contract can be described as adherence or understanding to a set of rules by which are ascertained directly or indirectly through an individual's outward observation of the systems that they navigate in. These rules of course came from groups of a governing body, a group of leaders, of a town, city, state, province, country, etc. Note that most of the absorption of the social contract is passive and starts the day you are born. Within these governed bodies there is another layer of systems, and with each system, there is a spectrum of understanding. Each governance houses a set of rules, which were carefully worded, thus creating a buffer of bureaucracy which guards the system, as well as it is physically guarded by those authorized to use force. Police, military, etc. A system, in this case a city, in order to be successful, must also have a definition. Although we all have a common understanding of what a city is, we also need to acknowledge it in a different dialect of observations. This is us attempting to broaden our horizons here. A city is also comprised of many facets of biological and non-biological material energy working cooperatively together, and in doing so, validate their claim to have been established, and carry out their business or function. Each system established in order to survive must project itself in a manner that validates its use. Primarily, if we look past the point of creation, every iteration of movement thereafter is a form of validation. However, the realization of it and what we do with it comes in many forms. The system, much like this planet, is a buffer which, after validated, moves seemingly autonomously as a single organism, but zoom in and you can see that it has numerous working parts. Every system, regardless of the form, in a way has its own life, and so it would naturally assume that moving part within it to be an extension of itself. In the case of the city in which you reside, it gains its authority by an even larger system of governance. So, in your mind now, please imagine a city. The word city would stand much like any other system regardless of scale, which are all working together, similar to the parts of a watch, which is designed to have its parts moving in synchronicity. When the system works overall, regardless of a percentage of the population's inability to function, that system is believed to be gaining, and is validated in its existence. When overall it does not, then the system, depending on its level of synchronization, could recoil or collapse. Like a bubble being formed and then interacting with the environment, floating and drifting, consolidating its form and then pop. To the universe, existence is validation. To humans, it's a bit more complicated. An individual, regardless of its function, as long as it benefits from that system, would also be validated in its own existence. Like individuals, the city requires those in their household to perform a specific function or role, like an actor in a play. Ideally, the goal is to gain, and gaining in a system such as a city assures survival. Depending on how well one plays their part, that person or city further creates buffers which protect it from outside influence. Note that the words to describe a city or system were established well before our time, probably even before the last ice age. The word city also has its own spectrum of definitions based on an individual's perspective, which is reflected based on their experience of it. We could also recognize that all systems function in order to gain, and all systems wish to gain more in order to create more function. At the very base, without embellishment, this is survival and adaptation. All movements within these systems are layers of validation which reinforces one's ability to continue to function within the perimeters it inhabits. An individual, or a city, will always operate at its optimal kinetic level, based on its acquired ability to function. Outside of these perspectives of function, which both systems, the city, and the individual recognize, is the same universal definition. It's chemistry of the self, which we will now start abbreviating as SCNVFECFGI, which exists a lot like a physical buffer. In a way, this aspect of its reality is as relatively powerful as a subject perceives. Both systems, in the face of loss or gain, have the option to interpret change utilizing their spectrum of understanding, and both rely on validation of existence, but also a negotiation of it, which we will refer to as cope. Within a coping method a system adopts, validation can be further ascertained, in events of loss or gain, which it innately adds embellishment to help sustain itself. Here we have a culmination of symbiotic systems, all the biological and inanimate autonomous phenomena that exists in the city, we have simplified down to their basic elements. A key understanding is noting that gain of function also means loss of function, as the spectrum of understanding shifts. Much like the amnesia that adults have when recalling their childhoods, or even later, we have this same style of amnesia when it comes to elements of function, and the social skills that we then utilize to embellish, cope and survive in. Yes, it's time to realize that as a whole society we are also experiencing other levels of dissociative amnesia, and note that it is because of gaining newer functions relative to the environments we are striving to achieve in. This is not to be confused with the clinical term, dissociative amnesia, but as all things exist on a spectrum, so this too is a valid observation. Another term we must learn about is one that we have all been hearing within the past 6 years and is associated with all sorts of underlying social disorder that has been said to have been plaguing society. This term, deemed unconscious bias, is a phrase coined by social psychologists Mazarin Banaji and Tony Greenwald in 1995, which proposes a theory of implicit social cognition, which states that social behavior is vastly influenced by unconscious associations and judgments. Interestingly, this begs the question as to how someone could even make an unconscious association and judgment. The answer to this question is SCENVFECFGI, and this essentially proves our thought process as valid, as it is a correlation to the fact that we become blind and inept to the previously programmed social and physical phenomena that existed and exists in the timeline of our relative spectrum of understanding. We are evolving and devolving simultaneously. A quick example would be choosing not to use manners in a social encounter to those you know deserve general respect. You often hear this phrase in various settings such as, "Your mama taught you better, didn't she?" Another example is while driving, forgetting, or choosing to not use a turning signal even when there is traffic all around you. You literally took a test to make sure you understood the need for this function, and you know that under certain conditions, you could be fined or held liable for the lives of others, yet you choose not to do the basics. Realize that humans, much like technology, have to be maintained too with software updates, for these dissociative blind spots to have maintained their original integrity. How we fix these blind spots will be by forming a universal social program which will, much like any other phenomena, have long-term effects on our SCENVFECFGI, which will form the strongest of mental maps. Here is some food for thought to digest and absorb. Who weaves the narrative? All systems past its base require a description, a manifesto of purpose, which it encapsulates and exacts through its multiplicitous states of relative function. The system we have been referencing as a city has a historically inherited respect that each of its inhabitants relatively adheres to. This understanding is what is referred to as a social contract, which, much like the plight of humankind, is also an embellished story of validation, cope and survival. Each location where humans consolidate their efforts as a collective, form a culture and then a narrative to validate its function. The narrative is the story, and the social contract is the rules, and they too exist on a spectrum of the seen and unseen. The city's inhabitants adopt the narrative, which always projects itself as functioning optimally, even in the face of relative defeat. For instance, you know, if you were to look at a map, and then see a city, the map does not note how successful the city is. You would not know, without further information. Therefore, the word city denotes a certain level of function, and authority over the surrounding system within that city's domain. Within the city center, the leaders hold the keys to the system. A key holder or leader would have had to obtain the ability to oversee a system through fulfillment of what we will call the formula of leadership. If referring to a piece of information instead of a person, realize that behind the information is groups of people who ultimately answer to someone who helps maintain the narrative, and this is regardless of whether or not one is able to recognize it. What is the formula of leadership? The formula of leadership, derived from the social contract, is obtained more or less through these 6 avenues. Titles gained: education, experience, time in rate, interpersonal output, charisma, genetic inheritance, people find you physically attractive, illegitimate appropriation, who you are or who you know, monetary mobility, cash on hand allowing function to manifest. Q. Why do we need the formula of leadership? A. To help us understand why we generally choose to follow a leader. Introspection utilizing our philosophy thus far should follow in order to understand more about the self, which would allow you to realize how you are choosing to identify and elect that leader. Based on your previous choices, do you still feel that you are in the right? Of course you do, no matter what you perceive. It will always be based on your SCNVFECFGI. Who are these leaders? Who are they? There is a worldwide social phenomenon expressed with an idiom, which is used in the heat of conversation, that tends to hasten the interaction by referring to the key holders of the narrative as they. This is because the speaker thinks that the other people listening already know what they are talking about, and/or doesn't have time to explain why they feel that way, or underlyingly, they wouldn't be able to explain it themselves, or do not know who they are, but must sum it up to move the conversation along. In the moment, it does not necessarily matter who they are, we just understand that they hold power over a system or systems. However, it is important to articulate when necessary. Often people will forego being precise because they think overcomplicating the paths that lead to who they see as the culprit to the world's problems would deter the listener if they were to hear something that naturally singed the corners of their SCNVFECFGI. They are leaders, and they dove out the narratives, and they use their influence on control, for the good or bad, and note that positive intentions can and often do lead to negative results. They obtained and are using their power utilizing the formula of leadership. All observations come from classifications, or systems, whether it be biological or inanimate. Everything is part of a system, even thought and behavior. Each key holder of the narrative is an author and manager of a system. Everything that we say and do falls within a system. A system can also be a philosophy, which can be a government or a religion or even a business. However, the system doesn't just stop there. The term system permeates all of our existence. The universe itself is a system, and within it are a multitude of subsystems. You will find one of the affirmations from our spectrum of understanding will eventually reveal that all systems regardless of scale and function are the same. All systems when zoomed out, are all the same. The reasoning behind utilizing this spectrum of understanding is so that you can lift the veil that is over this system and see what the underlying causes and effects are. These and many other observations we will discuss are facets of our reality that are integral to our survival, yet so ingrained in the background, that their movements become invisible to our detection, if we are not constantly reminded of them. The motivation for this is to alleviate this relative suffering, and like many we wish to know the answer to why bad things happen, as we know that you are here for something more than the superficial. We seek to find the answers behind the veil over the systems. You already have a list of people that you know have brought us upon this precipice of destruction, however, save your breath. We have all heard it before, and you know that no matter what the scenario, those key holders are indeed above the law. We obviously wouldn't be here if it were not true. Secondly, realizing once more that in order for us to really know the cause of X and Y, we would have a universal understanding. It is impossible to know fully due to the limitations of our human perceptions, so we make do or cope with what we are given. Our social conditioning is our social skills, our relatively honed skills, that we always perceive as optimally honed. In this understanding, we know that we must extensively continue to reveal more of the system's underlying mechanisms, its definitions. We go about our lives traveling, but our blinders make it to where we are not fully aware, therefore we need a map and a legend if we are to navigate systems. The wind in our sails is our environment's products, and our rudder is our SCNVFECFGI. With it we believe we are captains, believing that we have access to all systems. However, many systems reject us, but thankfully some relatively embrace us. We exist in what is known as a reality, but what is it? Reality as we know it is our definition of all the systems around us as a whole, and is our own personal spectrum of understanding of this experience we call life. When we talk about our personal reality, we leave out the terminology, but when we talk about other people's version of reality, we would call it subjective reality. We use the word subjective because you are the subject, and you are the one who defines it. The navigating of systems becomes rather difficult when different systems or people, which contain unique spectrums of understanding, cross over into each other's borders, parameters, or cultures. When we cross the borders, both subjective standpoints must come to an agreement as to what is true of both perspectives of a system. When definitions are agreed upon by two or more people, based on an inference of a trend, we call those two subjective truths that we agree upon as objective reality. Whether we are speaking in subjective or objective terms, we all understand that there are many different spectrums of understanding, as well as definitions of who, what, when, where, why and how. It is very important to further define systems because when humans gain understanding, ideally objectively, it hopefully helps us survive as an individual and overall, as a species. Next question. So, what is reality? As far as science can tell, the universe exists in layers. There is a classical or standard mode, and beneath the surface of all reality is another version of it called quantum reality, and we cannot understand reality without understanding the very basic definitions of these two fields. The definition of physics is science that deals with matter and energy and their interactions. The physical processes and phenomena of a particular system. A. The physical properties and composition of something. The definition of astrophysics is a branch of astronomy dealing especially with the behavior, physical properties, and dynamic processes of celestial objects and phenomena. It is important to also accept that there are actually a multitude of objective perceptions of this reality, because as we navigate the systems oftentimes, we get stuck while discussing which ones are really true. We might find that when we are not able to see eye to eye with someone, that we are being talked to and not necessarily talking with someone. This becomes problematic when dissonant contrasting systems of understanding collide. We all have busy schedules, so it really does take time to learn about another person, to get to a communication level where learning or gain of function would be considered reciprocal. Examples of where it becomes important to know more about someone aside from everyday scenarios or general attraction is where we hope critical thinking conversations are taking place, such as the campus, or on social media, which allow public discourse and conjecture in various settings. Since online communication is dominant and ubiquitous in our lives, it might be imperative to at least be aware of what a spectrum of understanding is. This is especially true when attempting to ascertain the so-called truth when listening or reading. We do this in order to gauge whether or not something stated is factual, going beyond the subjective, crossing over to what we think is the threshold of objective territory. What does the definition of reality have to do with the spectrum of understanding? What does it have to do with the chemistry of the self? What does it have to do with the formula of leadership? What does it have to do with a culture's narrative? What does reality have to do with our relative ability to navigate systems? Most important of all, what does all this have to do with the title of this book, The Last Religion? Another layer to the what is reality question. In order for this definition to become clearer, a series of prefix modes of understanding should be ascertained. Asking what objective reality is from a classical standpoint imposes an agreement between the reader and the writer that there exists a world that is separate from the mind's perceptions. Asking what objective reality is from a philosophical standpoint reveals that there exist many interpretations of what reality is, which are often intertwined and then articulated in a specific manner in order to fit into a certain aspect of human nature that is prevalent to the author's perception of this existence. So, what is objective reality from a quantum mechanical standpoint? Some scientists could tell you, but even they would ultimately state that the jury is still out on that verdict. If you have the time, then please do an internet search using this phrase, objective reality quantum physics, but spoiler alert, The results will reveal that the primary consensus is that there is no such thing as objective reality. YouTube, http URL. And what is objective reality from a nonconformist standpoint? Perhaps our spectrum-based analysis fits here, our spectrum of understanding, but in a universal sense. The universe and all the systems within it contain a relative social conditioning derived from environmental factors, economic factors, and genetic inheritance. Or it could be summed up in more sociological terms as naive realism, relativism, or postmodernism. However, no matter how you slice it, reality is ultimately a subjective understanding. All interactions are at the base derived from our need to survive regardless of our embellishment. As Plato famously wrote in the Republic, our need will be the real creator, or the more commonly known phrase, necessity is the mother of invention. If the universe accepts existence as validation, and we strive to survive by way of manifesting more efficient ways to do so, then in our repetitions, we find standards of operations for tasks that we think help assure it. If others see the discipline and mimic not only the actions but the philosophy behind it, then in a way it's a sort of social contract. We repeat these rituals in order to validate our systems. When we subconsciously are validated in our beliefs, it allows for us a reassurance that we then utilize to carry out and project our beliefs into foreign or contrasting systems. We do things when we are justified, therefore, everything we do we naturally feel is the right thing to do in the moment. This is true no matter what the scenario, and this phenomenon or formula extends into all types of action, not just social interactions. When we act negatively towards others, it is because we view their action as a direct threat to our subjective perception of our culture's objective social contract. A quick example is looking at the messes people leave in their wake, which doesn't necessarily bother us enough to always pick up after them, but we sure do hate it. Or even at home, consider that your idea of clean might be a pigsty in the eye of another. Even if we are messy, when others are in our system and change something without consulting us on what we think the proper method is, we have an emotional reaction. You might believe that you do not, however, anything off the baseline of our spectrum of understanding incites an emotional response. This brings us back to the analogy of the spectrum of understanding. Consider these two graphs and assign each color to represent one person's SCENVFECFGI. Chart, line chart. Description automatically generated. What is easily identifiable in these two interactions is the environment in the system of interaction A, which is cohesive, compared to the environment of interaction B, which is contrasting on many points. Imagine a chart that has the chemistry of the self, SCENVFECFGI, for each person on it. At each juncture, you could see where the systems were the same, which we could say they are singing the same tune, or have a relative frequency, that has the ability to create a harmony, which can be seen in interaction A. For interaction B, we would hear a dissonant chaotic mess of noise, identifiable for what it is, and we understand that these two people do not get along. Interaction A equals kumbaya, interaction B equals let the bodies hit the floor. Extreme? Yes, but you get the picture. When we have a social interaction, sometimes we come across moments where we disagree, and undeniably, we can attribute these misalignments to our cultural upbringing. This too falls within the chemistry of the self, social conditioning ENVFECFGI, but where misalignments occur, we can zoom in and have an even more detailed look into the reason. From an outward perception, humans require action to have reason. We've all had our choices questioned at one point in our lives. The whole scenario where the detective asks, "Why did you do it?" The authorities are compelled to look for a motive, and before now you might have had some understanding of the terms used in psychology that describe why people do what they do. However, the definitions seem to be more oriented around those who have what is believed to be mental illness, which doesn't really meet the standards of our spectrum of understanding. Ironically, you must zoom out to understand why we face tragedies one after another in our current timeline. In our model of the chemistry of the self, everyone has a condition. It's not a label that is used to mar an individual. It just expands on the phrase, the human condition. What is the hierarchy of belief affirmations? HOBA. Primary affirmations - scientific and historical information that is considered commercialized objective facts and is ubiquitous worldwide. Secondary affirmations - social information that is formed by subjective but logical conclusions. Tertiary affirmations - deep esoteric spiritual cultural understandings, mystical, heightened emotional states felt after finding a system that helps sustain and reinforce us during exploration of this existential experience. You can see that within the human condition we all have very much in common, but there exists yet another layer, a system within a system that dictates our actions beyond our base understandings and definitions. Beyond this point, we must try and understand the goal of navigating this life systems, and that can be very difficult without really understanding what drives us. What kind of fuel is in our gas tank? Depending on the spectrum of an individual, their SCNVFECFGI, you can see that action is further categorized into 3 distinct areas as seen in the HOBA. The brain has been working around the clock since the moment of birth, defining all aspects of our systems. Every iteration of information is like a meme, and some memes come in sentences, paragraphs, pages, papers, books and so on. Want a meme understanding of life? Then stick to memes. Want a lifetime worth of understanding, with a plan of action as to what to do with it? Then read on. If you've ever taken time to understand something, then you know it is only a matter of time before it sinks in, as long as you are truly interested, and most importantly you must get out of your own way. Understand before we move forward here, that denouncing a system or what you read here, even if it had the potential to help you better understand the universe and this existence a bit more, would be only because your current spectrum of understanding was slightly incompatible. Either way, we will all proceed with our relatively honed skills, which we perceive as our optimally honed skills. There is a universal understanding at the base of this philosophy, which we will now delve into. Each chapter will reintroduce these systems, and much more, in abstract ways to later reveal a grand design. Let us start by introducing the message from the universe. There is nothing, yet in the nothing everything exists. You are an expression, a variable of endless possible outcomes. My first breath was my last, and from it, the cosmos emerged. What you perceive as the whole of your time is only a single grain of sand that falls in the hourglass of time, and each grain is but a galaxy. As the universe expands and contracts, your reality came about as a child of countless others. Tell me why you are so special, the voices who called back to me from the void? You who are me, separated among the infinite. Born of the stars into a universe of chaos. You emerged struggling as you were naked to the elements, yet endured, because a fire exists within your soul. Your struggle is your ego temporarily separated and encased in infancy. Stand and walk, the universe moves around you. Every perspective of existence is an infinite multidimensional fractal on a multidimensional stage. Your every thought creates a kaleidoscopic mirror laden with vines, on each vine adorned with a rose, on every rose a multitude of seeds. Your unique existence and experiences are the elements that divide the infinite. Once returned to the source, you will share with me a new light within the darkness. Show me your colors painted upon new horizons. Feed me the divine ambrosia of your life, for they are the true sacraments. You will know a family beyond your previous comprehension, and you will continue to be the expressions that define our existence. The universe is alive, is consciousness, everything is energy, energy is vibration. All is information, all information humming a song. The song passes through the darkness and escapes any sympathetic instrument. As the universe, The great instrument plays your song, the waves ripple across and permeate all fields of space. The resonance meets every ear, it penetrates every heart, it plays in the memory of every soul. Your song is heard. Let me show you just how special you are, and that you are not alone. You are not a piece of an unsolvable puzzle. You are the key that unlocks the door, the perfect fit, the brightest star in the heavens. You have yearned for meaning. At every moment, the meaning was reflected all around you. As nature plays a song, you were beckoned to play your own. Yours began with a single note, a cry to the heavens as you get your first glimpse into a new life. Your song over time took form and provided contrast in all systems. Each one of you, the ability to derive meaning subjectively, an infallible truth. As the author, you decide the content and the tone. Many of you have chosen to combine your song, although it is never as uniform as you wish or think it could be. The players of the song resonate in the only way they know, not knowing their true nature as they are all shrouded with human ambience. The human ambience provides a melodic reverberation that can either cause or cancel out clarity, a dissonance among the harmony. The beauty of the song emerges not just in some ways, but in all ways. The composer provides the focus, the listener the sympathetic instrument. Look beyond. All songs are connected, all notes are elements that emerged from a single stream of energy. While you dance in the energy you pave your own path, ever calling out for others to hear. Look beyond. If you truly wish to see the source, you simply remove all vibrations. After all is silent, you will know how truly precious you are. Chapter 1, I know the pieces fit. Understand that you may have heard the opening message or pixelated portions of it over a lifetime from various sources. The true test of wisdom is to take the per-lesson fragments and piece them together to fully understand why the message from the universe was not clear from the beginning. Know that the meaning had eluded you and then grew to be recognized at the correct time. The delay of this information, and finding it in your own way, is essentially what this existence is about. After you read the message from the universe, and the rest of this book, it will lead you to the apex of epiphanies. You may or may not be aware that those who are already in alignment with our perspectives inherently share a special network. You could call it an unforged synapse for now. Now some may find some of what you read here as audacious claims, but really, to be frank, we are not looking to attract those who refute the necessary embellishments we make here. Furthermore, note that we will never make more embellishments than needed. For those who can see our underlying collective consciousness as the underlying truth emerging from this philosophy and end up becoming an active member in our coming venture, we will experience a paradigm-shattering neurogenesis that will permeate the whole of this reality. No delusions of grandeur here, because all of our affirmations will lead to manifesting change here in the primary. When all pieces of the puzzle are accounted for, you will receive and fully understand this message. Note that out of billions, not just in our timeline but from even possibly countless ages, you are now perfectly aligned and ready to receive information that was designed for all, always available, but only some choose to recognize. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Understand that this doesn't make you or me the chosen, because we understand that life meaning is subjective, and it does not belong to any specific group in society. Life meaning can be written in various formats and derived from foreign cultures. Cross-cultural definitions of the meaning of life can lead to similar conclusions of your own in some respects or be completely alien to you. Of course, you know and see differences in other people's versions, but truly understanding them and accepting them as valid expressions is a key tool to navigating the systems of life and will grant you, the soul that seeks a higher vibration, fulfillment in this life and possibly the next. As you saw from the message, if you were to remove all vibrations, the perceivable universe would cease to be. The string on the instrument must be plucked in order for the tune to be played. Once struck, the waves sent out can be perceived as a mathematical function, and anything outside of nothing is an expression. A flat line is one dimension, no heartbeat. A closed eye, no stimulus. Open the eye, and the universe is there to see in all its majesty. But what is the nature of the 3D energy expressions that are seen from a universal perspective? Are they good? Are they evil? No. At this point, what is observed is just a type of movement. It takes relative human perspective and analysis beyond initial observation to formulate the meaning behind objects and their movement. Was the expansion of the universe, the collision of planets, the explosions beyond our human comprehension considered an evil movement? Was the extinction event, from the estimated miles-wide asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs and other types of life, a malicious act? I hope we can all say no to these events, no matter how momentous the damage. For all we know, just up until the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs, reptilian consciousness could have developed and been on its way to fully evolving, and instead, we'd have very scaly humanoids populating the Earth instead of what we see today. Does the all-knowing universe then weep for the alternate loss of potential life? Consciousness is indeed special. This gift we have been given is sacred, because it allows the addition of emotion with action, and is further expressed in verbal, syntax, and other forms that humans have developed over multiple millennia of existence. We humans, while evolving, learn to categorize actions that we witnessed into more digestible jargon in order to separate the human intention behind the movements. We then went on to analyze and separate other humans who expressed similar actions into groups, based on their repetitions, which on a graph of data it would look like a trend and inference. What was formed from these groups were distinct characteristics, differences in actions, and over time, cultures were created. Within those cultures, unique expressions were further developed, and from that, we humans at whatever stage in time, began the labeling of what we thought was right, and what was wrong. As noted in the spectrum of understanding, these actions, no matter what the form are, our methods of embellishment are at the base validation, cope and survival. The baseline of emotion, in any society, is derived from the social contract, which is a subconscious collective consensus, indicating to each of us through our subjective interpretations as to what is socially acceptable behavior within our respective cultures, SCNVFECFGI. And so, Chapter 2, Navigating Systems. It is in our nature to dwell upon our perception of the shortcomings of others and to recognize it as contrast in our environments, because it is essential to our survival. Given the fact that there are differences in opinions on what is perceived as right and wrong, we should come to terms with the fact that we cannot always be in the right. That isn't to say that all people can admit that they do wrong, but I am not sure if most people would or could openly admit guilt when someone pinpoints them for being incorrect in a statement or action. However, let us come to the deeper realization that an action taken was an action justified at the time. Therefore, no matter how egregious the action in contrast to the social contract, that person felt it was the right thing to do. Instant remorse for actions taken does not excuse one from making the decision. Apologizing for action might show that the person at least has the capability to query their system. However, repercussions for actions will take place no matter what. Understand that we are relative slaves to our SCNVFECFGI. Since all systems are the same, we are allowed to utilize other observations and definitions in which to better understand how the universe works, and in doing so, we help our ability to gain function. For instance, Newton's third law might not be too much of an abstraction to state here. Whenever one object exerts a force on another object, the second object exerts an equal and opposite on the first. Or, for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. We believe. Let us make it known if it hasn't sunk in that we are believers in God. Therefore we are not here for a debate. We are past that point, and moved on to forming and solidifying our philosophy. to us it is not an if question, and for those who might still contend about whether God exists or not, understand that reality could not exist without one. If you are still stuck on whether God could exist, realize that you are more than likely stuck on the manner of how a God would express itself in relation to its creations. Understand that God is something different than what your spectrum of understanding can currently envision. Also note that God is whatever you perceive it to be. When you come to realize that fact, then you can move on towards the contemplation of what that means in your life. We are here to facilitate that purpose if it fits into your SCENVFECFGI, which it should. If you haven't found the coupling point here, you will at some point, so read on. We intend to manifest and take action like you have never witnessed before. Now where were we? Yes, the justification of inference that Newton's third law is not just for physics, but also affects other aspects of our reality in a modality that is foreign to many people's spectrum of understanding. If you got past the does God exist question, or if you're like me and acknowledge God as the universe, and not some old guy in the sky, then we can know that given our current condition, we were separated from the universe or God, to live out this life. Then naturally and in confidence, you can also state that the universe is consciousness. Furthermore, since we know the universe is governed by laws which we are able to observe, then it would not be incorrect in stating that social interactions, in a non-classic sense, are too subject to Newton's third law. Since there is a limitation to humans' ability to perceive those phase changes of energy, given the law, we can presume that an opposite reaction occurs on a level outside our perception. At the very least you could imagine the literal shock you could render to your loved one's mental maps, if you were to suddenly state that you hate them or something along those lines. That's energy expelled, and energy received, and it will manifest changes in the relationship, and that person's behavior, and change the paths in their synapse etc. Action and reaction. Remember that since we are dealing with human ambience, then the reciprocal type of energy is manifested and translates into something different when received, and that is because of the subjective programming of one's SCENVFECFGI. Not sure what I mean by that? A quick example would be a person who wants to empower someone to act and take responsibility for their lives but does so in a manner that the person perceives as hostile. Essentially the intentions were thought to be constructive criticism, but it somehow falls flat. One reason for that would be due to the lack of the leadership formula being satisfied, and the other could be poor choice of words etc. So, to recap, we really need to understand SCENVFECFGI, because it is integral to not just our philosophy, but in understanding the true nature of all our reality. Yes, it is a simplification, but even with all the knowledge gained in all the applicable subjects that are associated with reality, we are still children on a family trip in the backseat of the vehicle repeatedly asking Dad and Mom, "Are we there yet?" No, we are not there, and really there's no turning this car around, so we keep calm, and we use simplifications. Which is why I can confidently state that you will see why the philosophy of the last religion is a key to bridging all philosophies together to reveal the grand design. Why do people do what they do? For the time being, we will coddle the ego in an attempt to keep you from walking away, by focusing on the actions of others before we focus on ourselves. Before we get into that question, we must understand, and since understanding is relative, based on one's belief system, you must look at every instance where two systems meet. Now there probably is an exact science to this observation, electrochemically speaking, which in time will possibly be revealed, but for the time being, please allow yet another simplification for room to operate. After reading the preface, then this is probably etched in your mind already, but here would be the expanded abstract introduction promised before. It is best to take in all iterations for healthy digestion. You could view a system as a spectrum of vision, spectrums of understanding. Within this spectrum of understanding, you have the chemistry of the self, Primarily, this chemistry consists of social conditioning, SC, your mind in its current state. SC comes from environmental factors, ENVF, which is the external stimulus all around us in whatever context or mode of delivery. Literally everything around you, including people and objects whether they are in movement or not. If you can think about it, it has an effect on your ENVF. Economic factors, ECF, the financial base that determines economic mobility within our societies and is what influences environmental factors the most. In turn it then shapes and molds the social conditioning of all individuals on Earth subjectively. Then humans within their respective systems coalesce into a culture, then proceed to create and project what they have perceived as objective reality. The monetary mobility of an individual, or the lack thereof. Genetic inheritance, GI. We all wish that GI was inconsequential to our lives. Unfortunately, it plays a major factor in how we act, and it also has deterministic effects on how we are received in society. Please note that this is not a validation of prejudice. It is an acknowledgement of negative systemic manipulation. GI. It is not just what we look like on the outside, such as the color of our skin. It is also our facial structure, its symmetry, and whether or not you have hair on your head, and the build of our body. GI is our physiological fortitude and weaknesses, such as hereditary features and diseases, and yes, even intelligence can be hereditary. Since this is true, then you could consider many other factors outside of our SOU, can manifest and can be a benefit or a detriment to a person's success in life. Question. Are the effects from the factors that make up the chemistry of the self fair? Answer. This too is a spectrum, therefore a percentage exists for those that have been lucky enough to be born in the right place, at the right time, to the right parents, under a decent government, etc. Introspection, skip the pity party and the blame game and get straight to work on changing those conditions. Better yet, let us consolidate our efforts and help one another to put things back into balance. Understanding the reasoning of why the universe even bothers to manifest in such a manner, we find not only additional meaning but possibly a glimpse of the true function and role that we play within the big picture. This allows us forward momentum and has brought us to a point where we are adding in our GPS coordinates. To those who have found a semblance of what they believe to be the meaning of life, we applaud your achievement of realization. However, we feel that actualization is pointless if we cannot solve the problems that stop us from manifesting. Understand that the dissonant human ambience has created a zero-sum game for us, and that our choices are extremely throttled, making the road we are on more like a hamster wheel. So, in order to break free of the system's control, we must further define these 3D energy expressions, the dissonant systems we encounter in life. Humankind seems to have extreme difficulty with defining and zeroing in on the root cause, while not being distracted by the dissonant human ambience or the symptoms or products that spring up around it. Here I would ask of the reader to reach down into the very core of their soul and ask the universe, what the root of the problem is, and why we humans seem to not be able to stop or allow ourselves the time to acknowledge, define, and refine the stimulus all around us, that ultimately hinders us from solving not just some, but all the world's problems. We are truly lost in space and time until we truly solve for X. Now don't roll your eyes and guffaw while thinking, this guy wants to save the world, good luck, right? You're damn right I do. You can too. You might avidly disagree at the capacity this book could hold and have a plethora of counter-statements at the ready. You want me to stay on the course and let the experts handle this issue, like in the field of science, which led us out of the Dark Ages. You believe that these and other key holders will continue to lead us into a new age, albeit a new level of dystopian, but allow me to interject here and let you know that those thoughts are only buffers to the duality of the real world, aka methods of cope. It's not a denial that we have vastly benefited from the boons of scientific knowledge, but it's not the core of the solution, and until we address the tissue that causes the imbalance, what we are all experiencing is cope. Everything is cope. We react to stimulus and are distracted by the products of these buffer systems, which are like an explosive growth of vegetation, and each type of garden has a multiplicity of overlapping cultures, and the dissonant human ambience are the weeds. These battles for real estate, for thought dominance, are the same for individuals, as they are on a global scale. There is always a battle going on over the narrative, in every system that has ever existed, and these, and other abstract visualizations are essential to understanding the intention of the actions that exist within. Why is the abstract to be given real estate within RSC when we already have a perfectly vivid reality manifested around us? Remember when I laid out the anonymous quote that there is nothing new under the sun? Well, that is because it was true for more than one reason. Again, the second reason is that when we go about conducting our business in our everyday lives, we eventually dismiss what is considered normal, we get bored with it, and move on. This is especially for problems that we can't fix. If we accept the problems even though we know they have not been truly solved, then we are just operating despite them, which means you are operating in perpetual failure. If you disagree, it's SCNVFECFGI, and perhaps the reason you disagree is because you think that the problems of the world cannot be solved due to human nature. Yet that is exactly what you were conditioned to believe. More on this shortly after we have a moment of abstract validation. The message of the universe is not just a love letter from the beyond. It is a manifesto of individualism through the understanding of the heightened energy that manifests when we co-resonate with others. It was imperative that before now, we loosely discuss our interpretation of what life means, zooming out and looking at the big picture, the background information. This is the basis of our philosophy. We have come to define why humans began to attach labels to actions, and it is the vehicle that drives every action in our everyday lives here in the present, and what forms our potential reality in the future. Perhaps when reading the message from the universe, you found yourself realizing that abstraction is where we all came from, and it is from that space where we must begin again to reformulate a better system for all. If you have not realized this, read on, and you will find out my meaning. We humans negotiate with reality as it emerges. Wave and particle-like expressions as they manifest into something tangible, we the conduits, naturally question the definitions beyond their innate motion. We then, aloofly monitor these changes and live time, because it helps ensure the longevity of our existence which hinges on the management of them. While we go about defining all manner of scenarios in life, namely incidents and dilemmas, the perception is that we are always in control of our minds. However, we have a false perception of the word control, due to what emerges from unaccounted expressions, simply because we cannot perceive all the possible outcomes simultaneously that emerge from our environment. Control is also a relative term. Everything is more like mismanaged chaos, otherwise, we would not be here. Kinetic seems to denote that we have the ability to choose how to use our potential energy, making us believe that we too can have an impact in the course of events. Although due to the multiplicity of SOU just beyond our doorstep, we greatly misunderstand the gravity of our decisions, meaning we really do not see the full impact of our choices. Think of an action as if it was a food ingredients label, which is a large list of things we know we want, and a ton of things we only have a very slight understanding or have never heard of. Furthermore, what we perceive as choice is very limited and is being herded by your SCENVFECFGI, and that is due to the key holders of the narrative who maintain the class system they have in place for us. Our choices are greatly constricted by design in order for our energy to not impact the surrounding systems. That is because the frame of the picture, its perimeters, were not designed to allow us the full extent of freedom. It is not us, but they, who choose the perimeters of our existence, thus limiting all aspects of how we navigate. And so, begins our pseudo-life mission, which is to run the gauntlet that they have placed before us. We naturally jump over hurdles in life. Our control is our relatively honed skills which we think are optimally honed within our environments. We all probably can remember hearing someone say to us one time or another, "Welcome to the real world." Since we know it's the same for everyone, then why are we not fully solving the problems, thus expanding the perimeters? We think we are, but that subtle voice in the back of your mind that keeps telling you that the game is rigged is correct. However, it's what you do with that information that determines your path and your mobility going forward. Understanding this brings us back to trying to fully comprehend the effects of the migration of systems, which create contrast when they collide. We believe that we have the ability to solve each product of a system. We think we can come to relative agreements while defining elements of it. We can convince ourselves that we are solving layers of it, but since the system is false, then each effort made reveals a series of new problems, like when opening a babushka doll, one problem after another. Sometimes we assume that we have reached the end point of a definition. Our mind then takes a snapshot of the ordeal as if it was an object, we then slap a label on it, and navigate appropriately. We are creating the environment, and the environment is creating us. Yes, we are constantly redefining who we are, moment after moment, therefore defined terms can often need updating due to a surprise from a new element, or a new dimension of characteristics, which can lead to even more problems, kind of like the ones that arise when you marry someone before you lived together, and then come find out who they really are and how they behave at home. Our true selves are only fully revealed when our defense systems are down. We scramble to execute damage control while attempting to validate not just our SCNVFECFGI, but as well we assume our current actions are the ubiquitous stance of the culture we identify with. We then find ways of coexisting if we accept the minor difference in others around us in case we really like the majority of what they stand for. The classification of movement in some social interactions are lessons that can take a lifetime of perspective to gain depending on the chemistry of the self, and the adaptations that are seemingly instant already had a foundation, thus they are accepted autonomously. I know there are those who have been chomping at the bit when they heard me state that the system is rigged, knowing full well that this thought triggers most to pull out their list of evildoers to smite. Understand up front that it is perpetual folly. We should not waste time in the dissonant human ambience. We don't have the luxury of getting lost in the game of who is to blame. Why? Because no matter how hard we try, the bad is not the underlying problem, as those are products of an unbalanced system. At this time, we are just trying to see how the division of choice is made and where that object moves as relations evolve upon further discovery of characteristics. Also realize that without opposite forces, there are no borders for our systems of thought to take shape. Those borders are our SCNVFECFGI. When we are existing without invading contrast in a system of projected relatively sustained calm, we feel that all is right in the world and that the systems in place were the right ones since they were established buffers to keep the negative stimulus at bay. Then, we feel we are free to exist in our subjective Garden of Eden. Our mental system or garden is our safe space, and it is sustained through repetitious affirmations, and the longer we live in relative comfort, we have less difficulty in doubling down on our perceptions as concrete ways of life. From the inherited foundations that describe social interactions, we must acknowledge terms that will be conducive for us to gain further function. Confirmation bias, CB, a term coined by psychologist Peter Wasson, which he states is the tendency to interpret new evidence as confirmation of one's existing beliefs or theories. Humankind especially likes things that reinforce our ways of thinking, our mental maps, and our systems. Cognitive dissonance, CD, a term coined by psychologist Leon Festinger, is the state of having inconsistent thoughts, beliefs or attitudes, especially as relating to behavioral decisions and attitude change. Due to our evolution as a species of animal and the instinct to survive, we have naturally introduced fear and various interpretations of it in all systems. When we see or hear things that we cannot deal with, or when we are approached with something new, whatever the context, it creates friction which, no matter what, at the base, induces a relative amount of fear due to the lack of understanding. There are spectrums of understanding of reality, which is why some people feel terrorized when a bee lands on them, and some people feel an air of caution, and some people stop to enjoy the close-up view they get, and some people shrug it off as something as common as a housefly. Our culture that we were conditioned into chooses what we like and dislike. Therefore, CD and CB have a sort of symbiotic relationship too, because CB, the things we like, is aided by CD, in the creation of our SCNVFECFGI. While we highlight nodes of understanding on this path, we can give a quick example of how CD can be experienced when being the driver of a car, feeling calm and in charge, but your passenger might have a completely different view of the ride. They have a death grip on the handle above the seat and are grinding their teeth to the knob. They repeatedly tell you to slow down or seem to have a way different depth perception, causing them to recoil every time you come close to another car. While we are in control, others who look through the lens of their own relative experiences can perceive your actions as reckless abandon, and will instinctively let out a cry of protest even when you are just casually, carefully changing lanes. Since the passengers of our environment are not in control of our vehicle, they are apprehensive when observing our movements, and think you are not paying attention to the set parameters, or the flow of the traffic, their version of the social contract, but you know you got this completely under control. Duality exists in all systems. The reason we have the fear of the unknown is that it was and still is a necessary tool for survival. After your trip comes to an end, and your passenger gets out of your car, nerves frazzled, they shout at you, calling you a dangerous driver, amongst other delightful superlatives. Well, in truth, you may very well be a bad decision maker, a bad driver, or you could be someone who hasn't had any traffic infractions for over 10+ years and has never been at fault for any mishaps, etc. You could explain this in several ways to your passenger, and if they calm down and accept that you were in control, then they would eventually learn and trust that they will be safe. However, if the fear is too great, it creates a buffer, like friction to our way of thinking, and if the resonance of the interaction is categorically negative, again, we can call this cognitive dissonance. One thing to note is that cognitive dissonance from our SOU does not have to be extreme. It is the same on micro or macro scale. Yet we know that there exist many different spectrums of emotional baselines. We erect buffers of dissonance in all aspects of our life, from mundane to dear, and until we determine if a new expression is a friend or foe to our existence, we treat topics that cause us CD as foreign object, which can lead to awkward social encounters, and do exacerbate and confuse our ability to navigate. Regarding human relationships, if we come to the determination that we can coexist in peace, provided we did not immediately attempt to destroy this new expression, like we do when we see a new species of bug that enters our home, then we must further define this bug or the culture it intends to propagate if we intend to acknowledge and validate its right to live. Does it fit in relative to our existing system, our bubble? We then analyze whether this new expression, this new person, and ask if it has a positive or negative influence on our current systems and our environmental factors, economic factors, and genetic inheritance. If we decide that they are beneficial, then this new expression, whatever the form, is adopted. If it's an expression that we are at odds with, but society and the narrative claim it is valid, then we often hear terms of reluctant acceptance, which can sound like, "I don't have a problem with those types of people," or a half agreement, an accepting claim with a negative condescending anecdote like, "I like X, and have many friends of that type, but I just wish they wouldn't do X and Y." If a culture or a person or an expression causes too much cognitive dissonance, then we must get it away from our systems, which can lead to a huge range of expressions enacted, having varying degrees of labels, and this is all dependent on the definitions of those around us who control the systems, and wholly have the economic mobility to persist despite the consensus of those they hold power over. Those people are key holders to power, and they control the narrative. On some occasions, the ones in charge of the narrative will adopt and place a new expression into our systems without our consent, and at that point, the two or more systems of thoughts must coexist inside the same space, regardless of how it makes us feel. If those two expressions cannot flow together as one or at least commingle, then they oppose each other, and again, this can lead to a whole array of outcomes. Oftentimes, our tools of coping or methods of escape are ill-defined and are relatively weak compared to those around us, but like all movements in the universe, they are innately valid. We feel of course justified in any action we take, and we relatively compensate for these weaknesses with emotional outbursts that can sometimes contrast with the norms of our immediate social systems. Remember that all emotion is like data that drifts from the baseline. An eye suddenly opened. The stimulus is like a sine wave on a mathematical graph. We often see aggression come out as the first tool that is utilized to remove cognitive dissonance. A comply or else attitude is too a valid movement because it is subjectively and relatively justified, as it can be a survival tactic, but when it drifts too far off the charts and lands someone in trouble with the narrative, and possibly the law, or leads to physical or mental harm of another, this could be because of poor emotional intelligence, EI. Everything is SC, ENVF, ECF, GI, even poor emotional intelligence. This formulaism, the actions are the inference and trend of our relatively honed skills, our navigating tools that we humans use to pave paths in our lives. We view these skills as who we are and always consider them to be optimally honed. Even evasion through timid expressions such as stuttering or cowering by shying away or becoming a deer in the headlights, or when an animal plays dead having come toe-to-toe with a predator, everything we do is a tool of survival. Note that emotional outbursts are all deemed justifiable in the eye of the universe, because the expression simply exists and comes about because of natural environmental interactions where an offensive tactic penetrated the defense of an established system, and that action's definition fluctuates based on the SC, NVF, ECF, GI of all parties involved. In a scenario of perceived danger, a passenger riding in the car with a dangerous driver behind the wheel might feel the surge of cortisol released in the brain, resulting in a fight or flight emotional outburst. The threshold of action is triggered by the instinctual reaction of another action, like a tangent from an eternal algorithmic series of chemical phase changes. Realize that we are all the passengers. Observe as we navigate further out beyond our own systems, in this current timeline, that their EI of other members of our society seems shockingly low. To us, life is very complex, which is why we never truly fix the issues that create cognitive dissonance by way of properly managing systems. If we did, then our perception of the world's problems, or these cultures' problems, or that person's problems, would never have been an issue. This is why we need a system of philosophy that offers universal wisdom to allow us an outside perspective, one that will help us to better navigate this life. We are all individual kings or queens in our own mental Game of Thrones. Each one of us holds a universe in our minds, prioritizing and projecting the problems in that space between our ears. We see and act accordingly depending on the perceived threat level, and essentially the things that cause us to act out emotionally can fill the whole of the space in our mental worlds. Each one of those events are acclimated to form the latest version of SCENVFECFGI. Our perception of right and wrong, and the right to others claims to dominance over another system, and where we fit into that overall picture, is our ego. To the universe, our struggles are no bigger than when a worm falls into a pool of water. When we fall into the ocean of problems in the systems that we navigate, we struggle to gain purchase and orientation and direction. We writhe and contort, sometimes unconsciously making waves of cognitive dissonance for the systems around us, all the while thinking we are in control. We utilize every tool we have in order to navigate our way through new territory, to keep our heads above water. So, just for a bit of perspective, be aware that different forms of life, like plants or animals, or even the weather, microbiology, quantum reality, and even the vast surrounding heavens, have starkly different ways of manifesting and navigating, but have the same objective. That objective is to exist, which validates choices and movements and so on. Naysayers might state that you cannot classify quote-unquote lesser animals with the chemistry of the self formula, SCNVFECFGI. Okay, but before you refuse, let us try. Consider the butterfly, or even a firefly. You can see that they communicate at night with their abdomens utilizing bioluminescent flashes. Their behavior and the fact that they communicate is their SC. They obviously have an ENVF, and their ECF is their food supply, which can vary in quality and quantities. And of course they have GI. Okay, so what about a semi-inanimate object? Like maybe the Earth? To us, the Earth is very much alive, and it too is a passenger. It emits a frequency, which is referred to as the Schumann resonance of 7.83 Hz. It has its relative position in the solar system, and it stays where it should for the time being. It emits long-wave radiation. It also has weather, or moods, its SC. It has an understanding, its social contract among its brethren, the other planets, and stars, undoubtedly its ENVF. Its CCF is tied in, of course, to the narrative. It does its thing, and in a way, we are all the key holders as much as the solar system. In fact, we could kill the planet at this point much faster than the universe intends to. Finally, the physical evolution of the planet and its inhabitants are its GI. Now, of course, we are not intending to replace scientific jargon, but for those who do not study those fields, this basic correlation is important because it explains everything in a simple manner. Begin now to add it to your belief system, that all expressions of life, even the ones you detest, must firstly and primarily have your respect. Not a respect for the products they produce, but an empathetic acknowledgement that everything is that exists is valid, even if it is directly opposite to your SCENVFECFGI. Survival, no matter what the expression, no matter what the context. We've been doing this since before we even took this current form, before we even crawled out of the waters, and we continue even if we are not aware of it. That being said, begin at this point if you haven't already to adding SCENVFECFGI, this formulated perspective, into your underlying but everyday vocabulary, for this is the universal cipher that allows for the freedom of thought and even speech ring louder than ever before. For it allows us to place definition to action and answer the factors of motivation without worry of who it might offend. It's not like we particularly care if they take offense. It's just that we do not have time to muck about in the dissonant human ambience that emerges. If while you ponder a system you cannot come to the conclusion, then note that there is no exact way to know, because you are not that person, and oftentimes, many people don't even know why they do what they do. How can I say that? If people were in full command of their lives and impulses, then we would not be here. If you have found yourself pondering the systems and or felt lost even, you know in your heart of heart that this methodology will work. If it works now, then awesome. Just wait though, there is an underlying factor to all these definitions that has yet to be revealed. For confirmation amongst your future culture, well, you must let the people who took this formula and the philosophy to heart, and ask them. For the record, There is at least one person I know who was able to find the baseline, become renewed in the message from the universe, and broke free of the false system and navigated towards true north. If only one finds their way in this life, then we know the affirmations are worthy. The best part is that this universal philosophy would work for an entire culture, even the world, because all systems are the same. The universe is believed to have come from the one source, so logically we can use it to describe all aspects of the universe, in all dialects. All systems are the same. All existence and the life within these systems are, all the same. Once this is realized, it is only a matter of navigating systems with the right tools. Bear in mind that this is not a manipulation by any means. It is a universal truth, and we now continue to highlight the proof. Chapter 3, Energy equals Emotions. Breaking down the word emotion, the prefix E comes from the Latin letter E, which differs little from its source, the Greek letter epsilon psilon. This in turn comes from the Semitic letter He, which has been suggested to have started as a praying or calling human figure, Hillel jubilation, and was most likely based on a similar Egyptian hieroglyph that indicated a different pronunciation. Then we have the latter half, motion, the action or process of moving or being moved. Wiki. A flat line is one dimension, no heartbeat, a closed eye, no stimulus. Open the eye, and you have universal emotion. Emotions, regardless of the type, are the flavor of interpersonal encounters. Imagine if there were no resources for any interpersonal exchange, no emotional response. Very quickly you would see that all aspects of life had become mundane and robotic. Without emotions, evolving into verbal components, we would have never honed essential tools while evolving from our primal state. The first system we should be learning to navigate is how to control our emotions, and how to not get distracted by the dissonant human ambience. We all bear the responsibility for ourselves, but we have also entrusted the key holders to keep the baseline stable for the populace. The narrative in place, followed by the economic factors, are what establish the baseline. Understand that in our eyes, it is a crime against all of humanity to manipulate the baseline to the degree that we have been experiencing. We must bring about change. As the message from the universe stated, and as we all know, it seems we are separated from the one source, and dropped into this world. Infantile amnesiacs kicking and screaming, immediately making our presence known and demanding sustenance for survival. The birth of a fresh perspective. The heart is the first organ developed in the body. An organ is an instrument, and so the heart plays the song of existence. Each beat contrasts with the surrounding system, each subsequent beat a validation of the last. As you drew your first breath of different air, shockwaves of stimuli, the senses that were filtered through your mother's womb are now open passages, flooding your emerging perspective with visceral light-speed information, sending you into a fit, a wave. As you cry out and are handed to your mother, the first bit of external programming is ready to take root. Notice I said the first bit of external programming. Before you popped out of your mother's belly, you spent 9 months in that not-so-easy bake oven. During that time, a crucial bond is being formed or potentially sabotaged by external stimuli. It seems to be common knowledge that a fetus after 18 weeks can hear the heartbeat of the mother, which rapidly becomes a soothing lullaby while in the womb, and is the very first type of communication that a human encounters. Outside of the womb, after the baby is born, humans often use artificial heartbeats generated from a sound machine, which helps calm a baby and bring it back to its baseline of emotion when contrasting environments test the limits of their emotional parameters. Generally though, the mother scoops up the baby when they are in need, and instantly emotions begin to calm, and the baby regains balance to its its baseline of emotion. The mother instinctively uses her relatively honed skill in order to soothe any extreme deviations that drift too far from the baseline. Many of the techniques used while doing so are quasi-simulations, which are similar to the conditions of the womb. Alas, there is no return, so now the babe must acclimate itself into this new contrasting system. Clinging, suckling, and eyes open, the babe can now peek outward and slowly take in with relative safety the new perspectives of its immediate environment. Feel the milk from mother sometimes run down the side of a cheek. Yes, this is a much larger system to navigate, compared to being completely submerged in amniotic fluid. Ear pressed to the mother's chest, feeling the warmth, the steady sound of her heart. The primal genetic triggering effects of the hormones secreted from the breast which causes the babe to latch on for sustenance, the lock of the eyes, and the humming of the mother in harmony with the cooing of the infant. Before the baby is born it has a very limited space to see due to the constraints of the womb, but light does penetrate through the blood vessels, and the baby is in some way notified of existing contrast. This is why when the base drops on the mum's due date you generally see crying as the survival instincts immediately kick in. Beyond the genetic information that an infant inherits, all of the ENVF, the sounds and vibrations, emotions, energy, information that a fetus feels are calculated stimuli that build the baseline of relative understanding. This of course includes the ability to analyze verbal sounds and can conceptualize language, and even a relative understanding of walking comes well before the baby is born, as we humans naturally assess incoming systems before we delve into them. Many animals are ready to walk within moments after they are born, but the human body continues to develop more outside of the mother's womb, thus the close to the 1-year time frame it takes for them to take their first steps. Imagine the excitement of the babe when they realize that one of the regular sounds they were hearing before while in the womb were the footsteps of the mother below them. Vibrations that differ from the mother's key holders gait will always cause alarm or instinctive reactions in all animals. The environmental presence and of course, the voices of the parents, are a psychological cipher to letting the infant know that the dangers of the unknown are away. Your parents full of love, to no surprise are the first key holders to the narrative of systems. Infants have an almost zero baseline of emotional intelligence. We see this when they cry for pretty much any reason, and of course, they do this because they are unable to express themselves linguistically and physically need help surviving. It is up to the parents, with their relatively honed skills, to teach the baby the basics. An individual is born, or what the universe might refer to as fresh perspective. You crawl and waddle your way past infancy, then as a toddler, you are ready to be programmed for further environmental interactions. Life experiences consist of emotional cues, which are miniature pixelated programs, which give the user filters of their own version of navigational tools to be enacted when an imbalance takes place. You often hear that certain phases of a child's development are important, but really all aspects are important in order to keep the child aware of where the baseline of emotion is. The terrible twos, as they say, are not just a programming phase for a child but also for everyone around them. Training or lack of it, or horrible parenting leaves lifelong impressions analogous to cracks in the child's psyche, like when walking on an ice lake. If you were to zoom into the crack, you will see that there are micro-dimensional fractures that will create a negative trend. Therefore, understand that there are many parenting mistakes that have effects that cannot be fully measured but do create mental synaptic maps. The SCENVFECFGI of both the parent and their spectrum of understanding are passed on. The child is groomed to unconsciously adopt the immediate surroundings as their perspective of the social contract. This is natural, which is why there is nothing more important than establishing a healthy baseline for all of society, and we need to be reminded daily that we as a whole are always a part of this training evolution. Of course, we must reduce the scope of our measurement in order to understand and navigate the systems of our world, because the true language of the universe is not something we can fully process, and that is because it is naturally existing in a perpetual state of multiplicity, but we mistake or make sense of it as a duality. It must, even if one does not recognize it. The universe speaks in all dialects simultaneously and manifests itself for us to observe. you will see how social conditioning SC is derived from environmental factors ENVF, and how economic factors ECF and genetic inheritance GI, govern those first two elements which too made your parents who they are, and you can see how much, or little of an impact they had on your life beyond what you perceive as their ability of influence upon you. When you reach the time where you define yourself as an individual, it is essential to remember that those factors, whether you disliked or endorsed, are what really determined a large portion of who you have become. You might say, no, I am not anything like my parents. In fact, I made it a point to not be like them. Exactly, without cognitive dissonance and harmonious resonance, you wouldn't take form. It is important to discuss the physiological components as much as sociological ones to broaden your spectrum of understanding. Throughout our lives, not excluding infancy, our system consciousness relies heavily on a component in the brain called the reticular activating system, RAS. Once the initial map of our reality is created, it is constantly evolving, faster than the speed of light, an electrochemical superhighway, morphing moment by moment through challenges from external stimuli. The RAS system of the brain helps facilitate the functioning of sensation and attention. Structurally, it has stems that project to the hypothalamus, anteriorly and posteriorly to the thalamus. Its job is to regulate behavior, and directly stimulate the cortex to project activation of awake, desynchronized cortical E. For example patterns. nkbi.nlm.nih.gov. This function of the brain systematically calls out every instance of our lives looking for validation patterns, and once a pattern is defined, any subsequent validation at the moment it occurs dictates the emotional response while navigating a system. The RAS is our mind's emotional filing mechanism. We all might have experienced an encounter with a toddler who seems to exude love and a want for friendship. This is an example of the power of social conditioning, and it fits in so well with society's SC as a whole. We all know how great this makes us feel when we see a child act this way. It feels so right and wholesome, and it gives us a renewal of hope for humankind. It also seems to indicate that humans by nature wish to resonate with our environment harmoniously and are less judgmental to superficial outward appearances if they are not too out of the ordinary. As children, we originally wished to play with or make anyone around us part of our family, which is what hopefully most babies observe from their perspectives. Sure, the child could go on making friends and playing with anyone if we didn't stop them. If only what we call the negative in humans did not exist, if only the baseline of human emotion and SC was a ubiquitous understanding, programming that would transcend all borders and cultures. We think and hope we have properly identified and defined the potential dangers they will encounter as we watch our children grow. However, in a false system, understand that it allows for the ENVF and the ECF of the keyholders to create dissonant products that we must always contend with, thus distracting us from what should be the normal baseline. Furthermore, we spend most if not all of that time only reacting to the dangers that are only at our door. We all grow into and navigate with our honed SC, ENVF, ECF, GI. We all try our best to maintain a balance with our inherited ideals, and we subconsciously believe that traditionally what we are working towards is a healthy social conditioning environment for our children. However, parents often are unwittingly sabotaging the child because of their poorly developed skills, and these interactions that can lead to the child to have illogical mental systems that impairs their ability to productively navigate into future contrasting environments. We are not leaving out the ENVF outside of the home, it is just not the focus this time around. Even when having the optimal two-parent scenario in the home, we cannot discount that the system we operate in, even if we do not identify it as false, has the potential to exacerbate negative issues that arise during a child's upbringing. This of course depends on the level of discord in the family's relationships. It is no secret that the SC, ENVF, ECF, GI of the immediate systems around the child form their fate or destiny. As stated, the child who is unaware of potential dangers relies on the parents for emotional cues on all aspects. Damage can be done, for instance, if a keyholder projects negative reinforcement rather than positive. Deep down, most children naturally wish to make a parent happy because of the bond that was formed early on, and the calm emotions of a parent are a safety zone, which can help a child return to the baseline when they are upset. Since children greatly lack the ability to use logic due to their lack of experience and due to the fact that the brain is still developing, then it is no doubt that receiving an unhealthy flow of stimulus or drifting too far from the baseline of the social contract can be damaging. Note that often the child continues to unconditionally hold on to what they perceive as parental love or the family unit, despite possible abusive tactics used on the child. All the tactics used against a child that are identified properly by the child are then validated for future use by the child. Since all systems are the same, when we zoom out, we can see that this can happen to anyone anywhere. Meaning that we inherit our SCNVFECFGI from all those who we regard as satisfying the formula of leadership. We contend with the definition of love because often family and friends can be more harmful to us than strangers, and because we grew up with them, we develop a sort of Stockholm syndrome, and it can take a hold of us if we are not careful. When we live under someone else's social contract that does not have our endorsement derived from the formula of leadership, it can make us feel like we are trapped. All systems are the same. An even further disturbing situation is that the abuser can be cognizant or oblivious to their actions due to their own SCENVFECFGI, and they really are just being true to their nature, to being oneself. Sad but true. A fresh perspective in any environment naturally makes you the automatic victim to gaslighting or witnessing hypocritical behavior, and to top it all off, people think that's the norm. Therefore, please do not abuse your chance of being a guiding light for another person. It is common for the keyholder to knowingly use a relatively honed skill thinking it is a just and optimal one, even when laced with negative or toxic reinforcement. That is because they think it is a good method to maintain control. They might feel that using an iron hand control method would equate to the solid programming of a child. Yet the receiver, despite further incursions of this type of reality, will still subconsciously yearn to pacify or make amends in an attempt to please, and could be met with even more skewed or negative signals. Not allowing things to come back to the baseline will erode the original balance gained, thus warp the child's sense of reality. At this juncture, the keyholder is detrimentally affecting an SCENVF and GI of the child from being able to gain function in the contrasting systems. Don't be the person who spreads this toxin. If the keyholder willfully continues to inflict harm on the person, then extreme damage can be done that can fracture a mental psyche. We often see the impact of these scenarios in the children's lives, which can play out if the child exhibits extreme antisocial behavior amongst peers. No doubt this is a direct reflection of the parent's quality and level of involvement, and a testament to their relatively honed skills. Meanwhile, as the child grows their abilities to navigate systems, they are digressing further than the baseline in contrast to the established social contract. Rather than growing positively, any attempts at validation become sabotaged, and their sense of measuring up not only to their parents but to any gatekeeper or keyholder becomes an impossible task. Unfortunately, since reality is skewed to this type of individual, the RAS system can then be a danger to further positive social, physical, and mental development. If the person perceives that a negative node is a concrete defining attribute of themselves, they will continue to exude negative traits unwittingly, which is unfortunately perpetual mental sabotage. Even if a person is able to escape this ill-conceived way of navigation, the damage is done. This is true regardless of whether or not the perpetrator or the victim is aware of the cause or the nature of the sabotage, as all actions are relative to an individual's optimally honed skills. Shift into any stage in the life and note that this system, unless it had been properly countered, will hold on to the same emotional triggers it had since they were first established by the RAS system as valid expressions, which can absolutely stifle what is considered normal growth. Ironically, a duality exists, and even if both parties were later made aware that their current spectrum of understanding was contrasting to the social norms of society, they might be oblivious to ever grasp the scenarios that placed them on that path. Furthermore, you may notice that highly irrational fears or anxiety and over-amplified reactions that should have been addressed could still linger and are possibly in a dormancy just awaiting the perfect triggering situation to unfold. This is post-traumatic stress syndrome even in a soft sense, and reprogramming possible failed systems of thought in the mind is a step process, as well could prove to be the challenge of one's lifetime. If never addressed, the behavior can lead a person to dark ways of expressing emotions and a variety of decisions that will put them further away from ever measuring up. Finally, in moments of reflection, they view that the person who they are currently, this contrasting energy, was who they were all along. All systems are the same. Then, in order to keep dangers away, they begin to define people and systems around them in a more blanketed method rather than an individual basis. This gives them a false sense of safety, as they learn to redefine the base standards of their behavior, but their behaviors in everyday society are extremely different from the relative norm. Depending on their spectrum of understanding, the CD barrier, that person could possibly come to think that they are better than everyone around them, or they could simultaneously subliminally be loathing their contrasting existence behind closed doors. They might view themselves possibly as misunderstood, or that they never had the chance, or that they are cursed or evil. Even worse is when this type of false systems victim SCENVFECFGI is coupled with an oppressive religious narrative. This could lead them to think that they are one of the chosen, of God designated to fight evil. There is a spectrum of reactions, and this is an example of the most misguided ones due to the gaslighting that the false system creates and its products, who then inherit perpetual strife since our foundational systems is a scam. This derangement is due to the unfortunate but naturally continued rejection from the contrasting systems, due to the relative norms of society's standards, established by the key holders and of the entire culture's relative shared SCENVFECFGI. Extreme cases of these types of scenarios are of course then exacerbated by the continuation of disallowing an individual's validation to resonate with the social ranks that are relative to their immediate environment. Think about cultures who have been ostracized by society as a whole. Emotions at this point will be high and may carry over into non-related environments. You can see daily examples of this. They are all around you, existing on all hierarchies of society. An ostracized individual might always wish to return and conform to the norms of society. The descent from chaos is a sloping path, lined with the same triggers and pitfalls that pushed them away in the first place. They could consider the alternate path but view it as a treacherous gauntlet that they know will hurt them, one that leads them further into contrasting environments. They take up this fight mode because they are unable to properly navigate systems in their current mindset. At this point, in contrast, they now objectively have a poorly defined SCENVFECFGI, and continuing to linger in contrast to their emotional baseline can be hazardous to everyone. If the aggrieved individual's emotion is high, and they voice their stance with a formula of the absolute, then it shows that the person is in a locked mindset, and no one in the heat of emotion can see beyond the threshold of their perspectives. Hopefully this person on the edge can find their way back to the baseline, but often we see that talking a person down is something we only see in a movie scene where the protagonist is telling the antagonist that there is always a choice. Watch some videos of the social unrest in our current timeline and ask yourself if this is really that common. No, it's not, because we hear more stories about how people are physically attacked, even raped, while the people around them pretend not to see and definitely do not intend to help. We need to identify the baseline for society, so let us highlight all paths of navigation, in order to find our way to the light of truth. The duality of all of this is that no one is ever fully responsible for their own actions, because we are all victims of the programming of our environment, and the threshold that allows an action to become good or bad or acceptable changes based on the narrative. Such as a child who suffers greatly from abuse and famine and is forced to fight and steal in order to survive. Regardless of the situation, all emotional outbursts or actions from a universal perspective are a request to re-establish the baseline. By now hopefully you have spent some time reflecting upon a plethora of instances in your life where you may have noticed the plight of others around you. It's easy to play the blame game for the failures of the system or faults of those around you, but difficult to point the finger at yourself. I am sure every one of us at some point has witnessed someone drowning, while in contrast to the status quo, as empathetic as we think we are, we tend to keep ourselves at a safe distance, assuming that somehow they'd manage, or perhaps you thought they were a lost cause. Since we have the ability to recognize the false dichotomy for what it is, then we, the members of the last religion, need to come together to combat this failed system. We must redefine and broadcast the new baseline, the one that is first discovered from insight into the spectrum of understanding that has been gifted to us from the insight gained through the message from the universe. The immediate system, if properly designed and maintained, the friends and the family, and the community should all be resolute in never shutting someone out to face their relative reality on their own. No one should be alone, and no one should have to feel alone. Billions are drowning in the continued rejection, hindering them from getting the help they need, especially from all of these well-advertised social services, that are supposed to be designed to catch people falling into the cracks. We as a society, while contending with our own systems, tend to see the plight of others as background noise. We see these problems of the world, and assume they are as assured and as common as the air we breathe. We continue to fail our friends and family, our children's children, because we have not come together despite our differences to form a new system to help people logically deconstruct and define and refine the failed system at the base. Let us reject the systems that have left us all staring like a deer caught in the headlights. The duality is that we humans inherently love to divide and further define, and it is because of the current false parameters of this society that we as a whole have been drifting so far away from the baseline, but thankfully, many of us have recognized that the system has been pushed too far off balance. Our systems are flawed beyond reconciliation, and we need to recognize and hold ourselves accountable for these failures beyond our previous comprehension of them. We must isolate the causes, and work to establish a more just and all-inclusive system, one that redefines lost people whom society has chewed and spit out. It is our hope that they can receive the message of the universe before their journey leads them down to the point of no return. Remember to look at this analysis as a position on a spectrum that everyone fits on at their own relative level, because we all are human, no more, no less. We play the game. Therefore, we are subject to the rules of the system. We all have essentially the same conditions that propel us forward off the baseline of emotions, and we all relatively suffer to the devices of our social conditioning. Let us make a couple of things very clear: size is relative, and suffering is too. Therefore the ocean of our problems can be a tiny puddle for others. The child suffering at the relatively honed skills of the parents is all of us suffering daily. And while we navigate, only the background and the actors change. All systems are the same. The title of parent or boss, police or government official can all be looked at in the same manner, just different titles of the same system, the key holders. We bounce off other people's fields of kinetic energy, testing parameters, trying our hand at being the key holder, even if it is only for the briefest of moments. As you gain control of your environment, the colossal meltdowns of our inner child can ebb and flow depending on the level of the validation and control of our environment, ever struggling with staying in command of our ever-evolving persona. So let us not forget that we are all relative antagonists and protagonists. All systems are the same. We are the victims and aggressors. We are one and the same. No matter who we think is at fault, we as a society are all in dire need of reconditioning. The systems that reject need to recognize their perpetual folly and engage with a new definition of empathy. For it should have been always necessary to provide a recognizable and easy path to rehabilitation, and imperatively one that is all user-friendly and all-inclusive. We will answer this call for help, and we will not stop no matter how hard the struggle or how long it takes. How to perpetuate folly genetically. Naturally, a person that has been relatively negatively affected to feel a sense of rejection, is left with the decision to retreat into a pocket culture on their relative fringe where their existence or behavior is at least not overtly rejected. There, they oftentimes find a way to exist, and maybe even flourish relative to the system, but is still contrasting to the norms or standards of other parts of macro society that had previously shunned them. Overall, this is a simplification but is viable because it is a recognizable signature. It highlights a repeated systemic digression of an individual or even a culture that endures despite repeated setbacks, a relative subsistence existence, which always lacks the proper resources to flourish in the system they had been rejected from. Extreme conditions they might have not been born into, but note that the fire within our souls which drives us forward no matter the conditions, we humans always find a way to obtain a relative sense of security no matter where we reside, and then of course we waste no time capitalizing on these plateaus, which has the chance to lead a person on the path of genetic proliferation. Wow! That escalated quickly, didn't it? This is the same for all levels of society, as all systems are the same. This is of course a very simplified example of the sociological divergent energy cycle of our universe in regard to humans' cycles, that leads to another generation that has relative odds stacked against them. The system and the narrative then have their assets in place, its actors, its victims, and those children must then face the world in ways that no one ever directly intended. How this translates into genetic folly is a topic that would lead to dissonant ambience, so in short, I will say there is no proliferation without inherited genetic information. Since we are all products of the environment, ultimately it is a moot point but has to be stated for those who think that it is a person's fault for how they were raised. Therefore, we are once again zeroing in on the most impactful underlying problem of the world. And that is the failed efforts of the keyholders of the narrative, who refuse to allow true equality to manifest properly. When nature is allowed to flourish, healthy diversity is never in short supply. However, since true equality does not exist, we must first make proper systems that act as a fail-safe catch for people who fall through the cracks. Do not make the mistake of letting your ill-conceived understandings of who the current economic system's keyholders, thinking that they would shoulder the responsibility or the burden to rebuild. In a false system there is no way to build back better, and no way would we ever be content with making things go back to the way they were. Understand that in a false system the answer will never be a political ideology that must answer this call, nor any spawned religions based in cultural appropriation, but we the members of the last religion who must answer with action. If we do not address the crushing weight of the digression and erosion of our society on the fringe, then we must accept ourselves as failures as human beings. Understand that with this expanded definition we have done just that. Emotional bondage on any level can damage a person and be passed on to the next generation's SCNVFECF and SGI, or what is referred to as in biblical terms could be the inheritance of the sins of the father. We see evidence of the choices of people in our everyday lives and need no further exploration as to what and where improper navigations of systems can leave an individual. Some objective evidence for your digestion and validation. HTTP URL. Those slipping through the cracks are our siblings, which in a universal sense it is as well, as the failed system permeates all levels of all cultures. If we are attempting to fix the symptoms of the problem, then it can often lead to heartbreak. Understand that this is why we see so many lost. We are sacrificing our own to satiate the hunger of the failed system, and we continue to allow it to happen because we have become accustomed to the failure and categorized it as a part of life. This is where society needs to come together and reshape and reinforce programs that help victims of all types of abuse, and even more importantly, the biggest problem that affects all of society's social conditioning, environmental factors, and genetic inheritance, which is the economic abuse that our keyholders inflict upon us. As we delve deeper into these problems, let us continue to highlight the paths to the only solution. It is our belief that everyone deserves to be given the chance to resonate at the highest possible frequency. See here.club and speakright.live to find out how to help. I want to reiterate that these problems permeate all systems and levels, and that the size of these problems is all relative. It's not just a focus on stereotypes or trigger words like lower income or inner city or any one race or something along those lines. All systems are the same. When we focus on those trigger words, we are caught up in the defining of terms, because the contrasting system will always state the opposite of what we like. Wake up and understand that when words are weaponized, it incites an unseen ramification on mutual progression. We cannot allow our emotional intelligence to parade around like a squad of good old boys who have been deputized and are responding violently to a crime in progress. An offense can only be validated if it breaks down the defense of another. When someone offends us, it wholly hinders any efforts on both sides to reflect on the paths of energy to ever be highlighted, which allows for healing from introspection. Before you begin your quest of helping others, note that given the chemistry of the self and the formula of leadership and understanding the true reason for existence via the message from the universe underlyingly teaches that at no time can you really tell, direct, teach, or command another person how to live their life, because we are all unique variables of existence that extend from the whole to gain experiences. We are objectively taught to recognize that everyone we encounter is an equal but can be a different type of person. We recognize this both consciously and subconsciously, but ironically our survival instincts urge us to want to compel everyone to be the same, and naturally we think the closer to our SCNVFECFGI, the better. This is why we proceed with our relatively honed skills, thinking we are always helping to build bridges, but not recognizing that because of the false system we are also burning down the environment of others while we pave the path to our goal. In a way, our variables of existence are illusionary backdrops to a scene of infinitely repeated mixing of contrasting energies, with a finite set of relatively honed skills and functions, also known as the human condition. It's as if even the universe is begging us to solve the issue of dissonant human ambience while we navigate in these systems of divergent energies. Pro tip. It is. In regard to the size of our human condition, our spectrum of understanding is that we are inhabiting a universe with no end. Swimming in a vast ocean of algorithms, in a sea of contrasting systems, and the base resonate level to bridging those systems together effectively comes down to one simple precursory choice of navigation. The only resonating tone that must come first, which sets the stage for all systems at the base foundation, is love? Not so fast, not yet. Why hasn't all you need is love worked in the past? Sounds cliché due to those programmed with the SC of the false system, but realize it's not the term that is incorrectly defined, it is your own relative understanding of how that term should be applied in your life. Note that you might have an SCENVFECFGI, which might cause further difficulty for those you are trying to help. Often, we see the duality of unconditional love in teen versus parent relationships. When the child seems unwilling to learn and parents get upset and try to up the level of intensity or discipline, thinking that tough love is the answer, but over-sheltering a child from experience can hinder them from making proper decisions later down the road. Allowing minor mistakes and minor offenses to exist creates the framework for understanding the minor ramifications, which will allow for a healthy conceptualization of the major problems people encounter when faced with life-altering scenarios. So, realize while navigating that it is our baseline of emotion, SCNVFECFGI, that dictates the backdrop of social interaction. Fear and anger are products of encounters of negative external stimulus, but realize that we don't need to fear anything. Rather, we can be cautious of our surroundings through vigilant observation and not through direct contention. The system is in perpetual failure though, if the baseline of social interaction is one that is grounded in fear of contrast and not derived from a baseline formed from a lifetime in the ambience of compassion that can only truly take form if there is true equality at the base. If fear is the dominating attribute to handling situations that are foreign to us, then this can trigger a fight-or-flight emotional cue, in a scenario where it seems objectively inappropriate. When this happens too often, like what we often see on social media, then we know that SCENVFECFGI is real. They say some varieties of mental illness are due to a chemical imbalance. They try and sell us the chemicals of cope that will balance our minds, but that is a product treating a product of a fundamentally flawed environment. The balance needs to be at the base, and the cure to the world's problems is economic equality. This is why society's emotional baseline has been systematically eroded by the keyholders. With imbalance they can exploit. We know this is true due to society's current romance with never backing down, which is stoking the flames of survivalism, tribalism, and a way to validate the ego. Thus, allowing a bridge of fear to be easily accessed means that confusion and rage more commonly become the first tools utilized to solving problems. Self-analysis or intelligent introspection, in contrast with the current temperament in society, is needed as a primary individual exercise before one can and should attempt to help others. Understanding the message from the universe is essential groundwork required to usher in a real paradigm shift in social interaction. This is because the deconstruction of labels of good and evil will allow the removal of the system's knee-jerk reactions of cognitive dissonance, and not doing so pushes the energies into a bipolar system which can cause further emotional flare-ups. These flare-ups are attributed to relative self-righteous indignation when faced with systems that do not measure up with your own SCENVFECFGI. This is where you will see behavior that you feel is disgusting or atrocious, and you confront others and assume that shaming them publicly would be the necessary tool needed to fix the issue, thinking that a relatively honed skill has the ability to stave off the problems from overtaking our systems. Keep in mind that no matter how this or any NPC is approached, a step system to rehabilitation would be better exacted through an alteration in the social programming of the overall system rather than a standoff of contrasting spectrums of understanding. Please note that I might refer to someone as an NPC, but note that I never refer to anyone as a PC. Relentless and reckless shit-talking from people who wear their hearts on their sleeve in a negative way is a calling card for those who have been systematically victimized and thus will have a history of what others perceive as perpetual self-sabotage because of their inability to navigate interpersonal relationships positively. There is something in that person's past that has hindered their ability to be cohesive with the current of their environment, and if this trend cannot be properly identified by that person and addressed, then they will never be able to meet your or society's expectations, as they are mentally locked into a failed system. Elevation to a better lifestyle for a person on the fringe must be obtained through critical thinking and exercises that are not forced. The rewards must be evident and long-lasting, and the pathway to this improvement of life must be established in stone for the castaway, prodigal son, black sheep, lone wolf, incel, or any other derogatory label that has been forced on a person in describing their journey in comparison to your own. You must shed these labels and the terms hate and evil, and instead, with empathy, you must view all choices as valid expressions to their subjective experiences, no matter how obtuse or weird they may be, even in a scenario where the person is lashing out against you. Commit this to memory and work instead on the preemptive measures, and you will find the proper frequency, thus the proper tune. When our children look us in the face and say, "You don't understand me," then we can relay them to the message from the universe and its subsequent teachings. Let the energies speak for themselves, for there is transcending logic in the background information that has been extracted and taken from here, and when you and other people share that frequency, it will become objectively known. Remember when I say that a person who is acting out in extreme contrast to the norm, is locked in a failed system, this is no exaggeration. That person is also you in your own relative system. Start with the mirror, start with the most irrational behavior you might have, try to note the point of origin, also note that there is literally nothing in life that should incite lingering fear, anger, or long-term sadness beyond any emotionally laden incident as it occurs. Of course, we should be empathetic to past issues, but become aware that the excess baggage of the past should not define you. Being preemptively cognizant of this form of navigation will help you stop yourself from potential self-sabotage, and from becoming toxic to your surrounding environment. Please note that duality is omnipotent. Some people have long-term relationships with a dominating emotion, which can lead to a multiplicity of expressions in their respective cultures but are ones and zeros to the universe. Be aware of the emotional tethers that are made in your life and question the validity and quality of their zone of influences and isolate the toxic and purge. Looking back to the message from the universe, we again see that it establishes that subjective truth is universally valid. Therefore, when you are looking to reprogram those interpersonal systems, make sure you do not leave out the ones that hinder others from their own subjective realities. In other words, stop allowing other people's behavior to trigger extreme reactions from your mind. It is not to say we do not wish to have emotions, they again create the ambience that is the most sought after capital in our human lives. Understand that it is not the objects or money in life that we crave, it is the dependency of these electrochemical maps in our brains that salivate at the repetitive reaffirming stimulus. These positive transactions validate our state of mind, which helps maintain relative calm in relation to our SCNVFECFGI, to a subjective baseline of emotion, depending on the surrounding environmental social contract and the narrative projected from our designated keyholders. Yes, we haphazardly fight to the death to maintain that baseline, which is what drives us into action. We, the members of the philosophy of the last religion, are the dawn of a new horizon. Utilize this spectrum of understanding and any system can be deconstructed, reverse engineered and reprogrammed in order to allow a more cohesive form for navigating all systems in life to take root. Be water, my friend. Bruce Lee. Chapter 3.5 Universe equals Chemistry. The chemical secretions in the brain in response to our 3D stimulus are a primary example of the phase change of energy, and these reactions aid us in deciphering the background information of this world. From the source energy, the environment is made and then further defined by the human senses. Chemical energy in relation to human function is energy derived from the brain's neurotransmitters, which lead to a cascade of chemical programs depending on the scenario. There are an estimated 100,000 chemical expressions in the brain, and the ones we like the most are dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, melatonin, endorphins, adrenaline, norepinephrine, and more. Based on external stimuli, we react and resonate within our environment, and with 10 trillion synapse connections in our brain, we call upon our mental maps, derived from SCNVFECFGI, to navigate the systems. All systems are the same, they just express themselves in a different fashion. The brain is a conduit of energy which is phase-changed, allowing us to project our verbal and physical emotions, which the universal consciousness could refer to as human ambience. A necessary embellishment for our purpose. The human ambience can also be compared to natural weather cycles, as we too draw energy from the environment. By action and reaction and by observing, we naturally find the urge to express ourselves through emotion. This further helps us express signals which we relay verbally, which then reverberate into all environments. Since all systems are the same, understand that emotions are two-phase changes of energy, much like the weather, such as gloomy, ice-cold, or boiling, etc. In the same fashion, we can relate to the expression that a person's health and diet are directly related to what they ingest. The saying "you are what you eat" is a very valid statement. Likewise, our mental health environments can also take form based on external stimuli such as music, movies, and games, etc. Immerse yourself in toxic environments and prepare to be altered. It's only a matter of time, and the change is relative to your SC mental baseline, from nil to the extreme. Note that you will always assume you are in control of that vehicle. As we navigate, be aware that there exists a duality in everything. Chemical maps and expressions are also tools of survival. Cognitive dissonance is not just a trigger that reminds us of annoyances, it too is a tool of survival, but be aware that it can also set you up for failure if a balance is not identified and maintained. Once again, to be precise, social conditioning, from environmental factors, derived from economic factors, and genetic inheritance, are symbolically what forms systems of cognitive dissonance in a person's mind. They act as zone alarms, sounding off when they are being navigated by others regardless of their initial intent. One person's passive quirk or trait is another person's major offense and vice versa. Combine any perspective behavior that is not the norm of another person's SCENVFECFGI system, and you could find yourself an instant enemy, prejudged sometimes before even having a chance to project who you really are. Before you even walk through the door, odds are against you if the other side contains people who lack a well-rounded chemistry of the self, but note, that is by your standards versus their standards. We all dislike the notion of being judged without being given the chance to prove one's worth, especially in a social capacity, such as work or school. In these scenarios they are the protagonist who must defend an aspect of their SC that someone has severely infringed upon. This can lead to unwanted confrontations, in scenarios where the cognitive dissonance is so great in another person's mind, that they are compelled to let you and everyone else know that they are in pain, that they are in dire need of validation. Through this lens of understanding, a more acute set of navigational tools will begin to manifest in your mind. A higher path can be found in every interaction. Superimpose this system of thought and overlay it onto your current SC and you will see your way around potential confrontations, as well as you will be able to pick up on people around you who might need help. Before you dismiss this as some sort of self-help mumbo-jumbo, consider the systems as they are. We understand that for this to happen, there will need to be a consolidated effort made to get everyone on board, which will allow us to introduce a new aligned baseline of understanding. We cannot let the products of these false systems around us continue to bully or corral us into predetermined labels. Emotional intelligence is a relative term since generally it is used to describe a level of skill used by others to navigate interpersonal relations compared to your expectations. Ignorance, although carrying a negative connotation, only means not knowing. Be careful not to utilize these terms when helping someone. They must see the environment and stand outside of their own perspective in order to see where they are in relation to the baseline. There are only a very few ways one can achieve this feat. We always hope others have high emotional intelligence, but due to SCENVFECFGI in contrasting systems, the potential for CD is like a mixing of caustic chemicals which, if not done properly, can cause emotional explosions. These outbursts are like flash grenades for the recipient. Oftentimes they are unwittingly causing ripples as they attempt to navigate their own system, life, resonating the best way they know how. Sadly, the most disruptive people are generally suffering an existential crisis, whether they know it or not. This is due to the origins of human emotion. What we are sold is that we are chemically imbalanced, but in reality, a person who is seen as losing it, has inherited an SCENVFECFGI that has been perpetually sabotaged by the false system. Therefore, they can no longer find suitable coping mechanisms. Later, you will begin to understand that the false system is the largest contributor to what our spectrum of understanding interprets as the system of physiological and social eugenics. The reader must bring themselves up to speed as to what this is by first using objective tools, namely an internet search. The reason for that is because we wish to objectively validate this definition in your mind, and as you continue to read you will come to know how this is sad but very true. Our emotions and verbal components evolved for humans to resonate their thoughts, to call attention to their needs, regardless of the result. Subconsciously we yearn for confirmation of our existence, of validation, while the awakened conscious brain, fraught with human-generated conflict, attempts to navigate with our often poorly adapted tools of SC derived from ENVFECFGI. It is emotions that are at the forefront of what drives us to move in our daily lives. So now, with the backdrop of information I have shown you, and with the message of the universe, and the navigating systems, you can fully comprehend the following statement. Please take this literally. All social interactions are negotiations of validation, simultaneously a query on another's ability to navigate systems, and subsequently a request to co-resonate. And note that resonate sometimes means comply or else. Chapter 4, Cosmic Pinball. 3D life, although finite, feels like an eternal struggle. This is due to the subjective reality of individuals and the migrations of systems that cause social conflicts that arise to confound every person every day. How do we go about navigating life's endless conflicts? Realize that when you take any action or pose a question about any topic, you are attempting to solve it. You are posing a query in hopes of solving a variable within the system. Sounds like an obvious statement, but we all have a relative blind spot to our subroutines, like the muscle memory of learning to walk. You see, it's only when we are prompted to recall, and yet we know but cannot remember that we were once toddlers stumbling around and banging our heads on coffee tables before we learned to fully walk upright. This is a key understanding to ascertaining the root of all the world's problems. When a pebble is thrown in a pool of water, do you just watch the waves, or do you ask who or what threw the pebble? Why did they throw the pebble? Or even how was the pebble thrown? Analysis of causality and the repercussions of the emerging wave set is essential to understand our world. Our spectrum of understanding tells us that the message from the universe, derived from the background information from all the 3D, allows us to see through the layers of duality, thus revealing the chemistry of the self, navigating of systems, hierarchy of belief affirmations, and the formula of leadership, which will help us understand every aspect of any system. For a real-world analogy, do not be someone who knows how to drive a car but does not know how to put gas in it or what type of gas it takes. Many people do not ever question their reality or stop questioning issues when they become constants or problems become static. Sarcasm here. You cannot fix it, the problems, because it is a part of life, right? Yes, discomfort can be distracting when trying to live in the moment with our relatively honed skills. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. It is best to look away when the key holders are making their moves. Let us change the subject as soon as possible, or preach on a platform of hope that things will change but have no real plans to enact it. Sarcasm, end. If you attempt to bring up the latest issue amongst a group of people, depending on your level of connection with them, you will only get bias-type answers that grant some cognitive ease rather than striking and fixing the root of the issue. How can you know if this is true or not? Well, there is one surefire way to refute it, and that is you confiding in those you know that stand in opposition. Of course, you do not confide in someone who would oppose your thinking. You always seek those who you deem as potentially qualified leaders, as they have satisfied the formula of leadership within your lens of perspective, your SCNVFECFGI. Can you or anyone you know fix any problem permanently? If not, then what you did when you relatively solved an issue was engage a system in your mind, a defense buffer of inherited cognitive dissonance, reacting according to one's own SCNVFECFGI. Even if it is only slightly misaligned, you would then seek validation to shore up any holes, and hopefully through this interaction you gained a temporary chemical, mental fix, a method to cope. We utilize this underlying universal instinctual coping method for ourselves, and for when we comfort others. Sometimes we get into somewhat deep conversations with people, sharing a dilemma. But deep is also a subjective term relative to our SCNVFECFGI, compared to our immediate systems. We might think we have a surefire way to solve for X, but if we cannot fully solve for X, then we will hear hopefully calming closed-ended statements relative to our SCNVFECFGI. Like, it's human nature, or that's life for you, just have faith, or all you can do is pray. It is what it is, etc. Cope equals hope. Sometimes you can think you're ready to have encounters with those that do not have a similar mindset to your own, but remember that the brain and the chemistry of the self of a person must be ready to receive the message, and a statistical analysis would probably reveal that you are better off just skipping any type of altercation altogether. Being ready to challenge other systems of thought will often lead to a paradoxical conclusion if the systems around you are too diverse. If you go out and try to lodge a complaint for X and Y on a social media platform, be assured that other contrasting members of society and the systems they represent will mechanistically and innately take a swing at dominating your narrative, your prime directive. Realize that mocking or contradicting is also a method of coping, not only for the person trying to solve for X but as well as for the person triggered by the attempt that contrasts their system. When someone throws out insults, this proves that they are subconsciously yearning for a finite resolution to the problems that plague their system. They think you are hindering them from safely navigating, and if the two systems cannot strike the chord of co-resonance, then the only thing they can do is create a dissonance, which is a method of cope, and an attempt to seek validation. To introduce true equality, we must contend with the throes of the dissonant human ambience when faced with innovation. Notice the duality of innovation. We always whine about how hard things are, thinking that if only someone could make or do X it would make things so much easier. However, looking into the history of inventions that have emerged, we see that all were originally scoffed at and ridiculed before they came about, such as the light bulb or umbrella or even vaccines. You will come to realize that all systems are the same. Therefore a spectrum exists for everything. Those resonating closest to the person and the systems that are created understand and see the power of true potential, and how those who SCNVFECFGI are furthest away will act like natives from uncontacted jungle tribes, chucking spears and shooting arrows as the threat passes into their zone of comfort. In the same way, we understand that society as a whole will therefore, no matter how amazing or paradigm-shattering a new system of thought is, they will complain about it at every opportunity, no matter how minor the inconvenience, but overall, we accept it. Stupid computer, stupid phone. You know you said it on many occasions, yet you can't stop using them, nor can you put them down. Innovation does not only have to be referring to technology. Innovation is simply progression towards a goal utilizing newly manifested tools. Therefore, innovation could be a tool used to handle social and economic problems such as our endeavor to bring about world peace. However, consider how symbolically massive the CD barrier is when thinking of how deep we must penetrate duality in order to attain the true form of world peace. At this point, is it not cliché to talk of this dream if we know that all the key holders out there only wish to squander resources and create disturbances in both foreign and domestic affairs in order to shake us vigorously by the ankles in a very roundabout way? Can't we all just get along? Rodney King, or All You Need Is Love, John Lennon, or the song lyrics from yesterday's pop stars singing, "We are the world, we are its children," and so on. In a way, they have bottled up the aspirations of humankind in its struggle against inequality, yet note that none of them are ever able to pinpoint the key ingredient, nor could they find the method to properly manufacture these products. There is tearful reminiscence each time we really reflect on the victim's experiences or artists' renditions of the dissonant human ambience. However, realize that we also laugh and mock with our CD any premise of world peace, because look how savagely the keyholders and their products fight against any real prospect for true equality. World peace at this point seems cliché in this false system, which is why most people look to the gods to answering this prayer. Sadly, the reason we pray in silence and ask for these problems to be solved is because there is no one there to tell us no, it's not possible. Now do not be dismayed at these words, but cry if you must. It's not that God does not hear your prayer, it's just how can any God solve for X when humans cannot see the core of the problem for their own sake? We know this correlation is true because we refuse to fully define the mechanisms that would stop scenarios like the beating of a man based on the color of his skin, or the murder of an artist by someone who was conditioned to such a degree that it kept him chronically paranoid, and from that fear came wild derangement. In the false system, there might be a multitude of symptoms and from those symptoms endless problems. However, there was, is, and always will be one solution, and this was even when it was not an option. The problem identified. All problems in our world are derived from systematic inequality. To have innovation at this juncture causes extreme cognitive dissonance for all those contributing parties contrasting SCENVFECFGI, who are unable to shoulder the weight that comes with change, and because they have never acknowledged the world's problems as their responsibility. Therefore, they can never truly see the problem, much less a solution. This means those keyholders have failed at establishing a fair and balanced social contract. Because of that inequality, we know this is true because the keyholders manipulate everything around them. All of our systems are based in predatorial practices. As a result, we the products are forced to be the teeth and the claws of this beast. Again though, they would never see this problem, because their spectrum of understanding does not allow them to, and that is because they are trained to be that person. As well as all of these false systems from the ground up are built purposely with plausible deniability as their standard operating procedure. When economic constraints get too tight, then we hear and see that zone alarms go off and damage control worldwide. The keyholders will then use the dissonant human ambience as a distraction to keep us off their backs as they reinvent themselves because their latest model of innovation had become stagnant. Their ability to morph the shadows of the stale products of our history's relative progress is how they always stave off directed aggression. If you think that this is not occurring or that people would not be capable of such levels of manipulation, then you can add an uncomfortable laugh track here. Cue raucous laughter in order to stave off the CD at any cost. It's true that we mock and spit at progress, innovation and even relative salvation. If you are skeptical as to whether we deal with problems with laughter, then consider this. Yale University psychologist Stanley Milgram conducted one of the earliest and most infamous studies with data about nervous laughter in 1961. His study amongst other things confirmed from a scientific lens that people often laughed nervously in uncomfortable situations. However, this was no laughing matter because the people in his study were asked to administer electric shocks to strangers, with the shocks over time becoming increasingly powerful, up to 450 volts. This would be a rather sick experiment if there was no catch, which thankfully there was. The strangers in this case were actually the researchers in the study, and they were not actually being shocked. With our lens of perspective, here is where the formula of leadership is in full effect. Here we have scientists tell people who signed up for a study to shock test subjects, and they did so most of the time without question and did so even knowing the side effects of the shock because they were provided a descriptive list. How the real test subjects most commonly coped with their cognitive dissonance was by nervously laughing as the volts grew stronger and stronger. In a book by neuroscientist V.S. Ramachandran, A Brief Tour of Human Consciousness, he proposed that laughter first appeared in human history to assist in helping those around us become more acclimated to something foreign. To laugh at something means that there shouldn't be a threat associated with it. Well, what do you think happens when making people laugh becomes widely monetized, as well as entire networks of media are designed around making people laugh? Society diminishes and downgrades the severity of the duality of the human condition. We laugh and mock the idea of world peace because it is a sort of expression of the underlying duality of this existential crisis, because it's the only way most can cope. But understand that it is not just the implementation of equality that would repair the world. No, we must dig deeper to understand the most elusive and most guarded cover-up of all time. Read on, and this blind spot will be revealed to you. We love America, but America is tearing us apart. We shouldn't be laughing at things that are so serious. Don't you think so? Why then all the political humor? Do we laugh when people die in car wrecks or from disease? Do we laugh when our children are raped and killed by predatory people who have drifted too far from the baseline? Then why is it okay to laugh at the absolute travesty that has played out in our nation's capitals? When we laugh, it is because we have no power. We point at the products and complain because we have no power to remove the source of cognitive dissonance. Think about this next time when someone pulls a joke that seems like it was a little too soon. Hey, man, come on, it was just a joke, right? Right, guys? Guys? Out of all the things in life, this is one that really could be considered black and white. We do not know, nor never have known, what real democracy or what true equality looks like. Cue laughter tracks and add an overlay, the moans of pain and sorrow, add the anguish of family members who lost their children to manufactured war. Add gnashing of teeth and the sound of fire, add the sound of the earth dying from becoming so imbalanced because of the keyholder's optimally honed skills. What will happen if we continue on this path? The human race will have squandered its only chance. We will fade to black. Things that are autonomous and ubiquitous are never the focus of our attention. When the stakes are high and tension is rising against actors in governments, the prime-time laugh track is there to take the edge off this serrated knife that we call reality. We can't fix it, so instead we laugh. This is a testament to society's failure to cope as a whole. A locked-in-place mentality denotes that acceptance of these ever-tightening conditions to the point of laughter is proof that we can only employ the most primitive coping methods to combat the symptoms, because nothing else seems to work. Maybe we subliminally recognize, much like the keyholders, that the systems cannot go backwards. We definitely know that challenging the system is a threat to any keyholder's validation of power and control. And of course the keyholders will refute any wrongdoing. They view anything different from their way of thinking as a threat to their society's current SCENVFECFGI, its creature comforts, or it's a threat to national security, etc. Don't blame them, blame the systems. That's how they want it anyway. Do not point a finger nor utter a single name. Inequality, plausible deniability, and the lowest standards of accountability are clearly what has cast our society as a whole into a black hole of perpetual failure. Ironically, this is the reason we can only manifest systems that are dualistic. We are locked in our own relative truths. We complain about infiltrators of our systems in a bipolar fashion, and we resolutely defend our perspectives because it is all we know. The inverse, or change to the root of the problems, simply creates too many uncertainties in our minds to make it worth the while of trying to fix the root of the problem. It seems we only accept the end product of a system, and that true innovation towards equality is outside the spectrum of understanding for possibly billions of people. Humans like to talk about equality but endlessly fail at manifesting it. Even sadder are those who think it's not even relatively feasible or pretend that it already exists in its best form. Even at this point, Despite how hard we fight against it, true equality is highly attainable. It might be that since we are locked in this 3D plane, most cannot fully comprehend systems that are not based in duality. Does equal opportunity already exist? For those who say yes, then I must say, oh, what an extreme coping mechanism you're utilizing, and know that it hides your eyes from the true reality. No, equality does not exist, and the system that attempts to combat the symptoms of equality by force knows that in order to keep the flow of funding, they must never work towards fixing the base foundation. They'll always say they do, and they have examples. They will even ask you, what have you done lately to contribute to fixing the problem? However, we are not blaming them for the failure, it's just that denying the underlying problem, or existence, or not focusing on the implementation of true equality at the core, no matter where your heart is, means that you have been conditioned to guard the false system. Think of the system as the glum entranced in the dark. Caressing is precious. To everyone locked in this system and to the universe, what a sad song you resonate. However, we are closer now to equality than we ever have been, and it's all thanks to the innovation of rational thought that is based on attaining equality through economic mobility. Idealism coupled with disruptive cutting-edge technology has highlighted paths that were thought would be only beneficial for protection of the status quo, but were ironically also ones that will allow for our manifesto of peace to emerge. Until the concept of equality is fully realized, it will remain only something that we dream about, like prose from a master poet who destroys or hides their work from the world, or like a progressive song structure that does not conform to radio standards, so instead we opt for the standard programming. The false system has conditioned us to love hearing the same songs over and over and over and over and over. Why stop there? Why are we so insistent on songs that only repeat 2 to 3 minutes, hook then verse, chorus, verse? Forget the bridge and the breakdown. We are malnourished, long overdue for not just a paradigm shift, but for the true renaissance. We humans are the potter's clay, we are a work of art, and we define who we are. Imagine if we were able to focus only on our life's goals, and if we didn't have money as the basis of what drives us and the world. No, equality is not impossible. Not impossible, but currently impassable, because your CD defends your SCNVFECFGI. The first step to recovery is to not be in denial, and we've never gone beyond that point. True equality would be like kryptonite to the current systems and the key holders in place. So, dream on, dream on, dream on, dream until your dream comes true. At this point, everything we experience is a finite resource. Supply and demand dictate that if by some chance there is an abundance of any resource, then in the false system there is always an opportunity of manipulation of adjacent environments and related products in order to create a shortage, thus causing a spike in cost and profits. These exploitations in the eyes of the masses create and perpetuate the hysteria, making it seem like X and Y needs to be even more squandered or hoarded. Kind of like insulin, or EpiPens. Or, as we have recently experienced, the classic go-to for inflation, like cars, gas and food, and now even toilet paper. So, is equality in a society that thrives on infinite resources a viable system, when we know the supply is finite? Somewhere, key holders are calling an emergency meeting, because to them it is dangerous to even contemplate. Anytime you utter an ideal too far from your own system, your own SCNVFECFGI, you will hear the key holders or the alarms of their NPCs go off. So how do we fix the problems of the world, while not poking a stick at the hornet's nest that is society's cognitive dissonance? This unwritten social contract we have with our nation's key holders automatically places us in a class society, no matter how the outer label reads. Read that again. There is no such thing as a classless society when true equality is not present. You might also be shocked to find that we are not a democracy, nor are we even a republic, nor is the economic system we suffer in even a real form of capitalism. We stand in contrast. Don't get caught up in this argument. It's a waste of breath. Rather, join a like-minded group and we will work together to change the environment, which will change the economic factors, which will change the social conditioning of the masses to be on the same baseline. Once we act together, the path will be so tangible that the system will adjust accordingly. This might be a very simplistic explanation, but understand we cannot outright advertise our rollout strategy because the keyholders love multidimensional chess and will always try to counter our attempts. By default, we vow fealty to a system we are born into, and we confirm receipt to our keyholders as soon as we take part in it, to share our opinions on the injustices that are highlighted within the systems we navigate in order for our cries for help to be heard. Therefore, they must be vented in a proper setting, or you must have established a certain status, in order for one's opinion to resonate, or be considered, without triggering an onslaught of others' objectively valid authorized opposition. There is also a presumed hierarchy of opinion. We can all do a self-test to see where we stand up against the system in place. You see examples of people exercising their freedom of opinion all the time. Every opinion is valid because it is a gift from the universe which we validate with our senses. However, there are ramifications that occur depending on how far one projects their opinions. Freedom of speech will not stop others from reacting, and if you think you are entitled to share your opinion, then be ready for the other party to return your volley. No law protects us from ramifications, aka, the other person's opinion, and opinions can also be justification for action. Once your SCNVFECFGI is classified by your immediate social environment, this sets the standard for all egos to begin efforts to co-navigate or to systematically delegitimize by any means possible, via a platform of authority or even by mob mentality. If necessary, they will push you and your perspectives into the edge of oblivion, aka cancel culture. If only our voices could resonate as far as we wish or think they do. No doubt our thoughts and ideas and efforts for a better tomorrow have failed to be considered a valid choice by our keyholders, for if it were true, then we would already be living that reality. However, we all know it is possible, which is why we must persist in a manner that will be paradigm-shattering. Of course, we have great ideas and aspirations. But a truly democratic voting system can never manifest within a false dichotomy. We are all suffering from impairment if we think that our society is a democracy. We all seem to be suffering the same ailment if we think we are on par with the pulse of the people, because there will always be a system where we absolutely do not belong, where lethal rejection would be the natural selection. We always assume, unless there is a sign that states yield or stop, that we have the right of way. Many do not realize how they are affecting the people around them, and a lot of times it does not seem like they care. If humans did have a complete realization, they would know to hold off on allowing their poorly adapted tools of SCENVFECFGI to negatively affect those around them in the first place. Therefore, they might choose to navigate differently in order to avoid unnecessary conflict. We rely to an extent, our facial expressions and words and body language and terminology, and the social contract in relation to our definition of property to keep the dangers of systems we fear at bay. You would think that people would by default always choose to harmoniously co-resonate in a more positive and cohesive way. This, however, contrasts the goal of the ego, as it drives our need for validation and survival, and since everywhere you go is a different system, we find other people gravitating towards us, brandishing their ways of life like a medal of honor, overtly stepping into our comfort zones, unconsciously, subliminally and intentionally. Other people constantly generate unnecessary conflicts. I say, other people, but realize that there is no exclusion to the people involved in these scenarios, as it takes two to tango, as they say. We always by default and especially in the heat of the moment assume we are right, otherwise, we would have never engaged in action. Humans prejudge all incoming stimulus at face value because it is a survival instinct. The world does not stop spinning in order for people to work things out, it is simply too busy to have an all-encompassing in-depth analysis of the historical trends that led us to this current state of affairs. We are all much too busy pointing fingers and complaining. Be prepared when other people feel they are above you and assume they can and treat you like trash. To add insult to injury, at the end of the day nobody really cares, because whatever happens to you doesn't immediately affect them. What happens next door doesn't even matter unless there is perhaps a blood-curdling scream in the middle of the night. Then and only then might one be inclined to call for help, because the screaming keeps us from our beauty rest. That's just it though. We are calling others for help, and we never take matters into our own hands. Matters only matter when they are affecting us directly. We live in an energy ocean-based battlefield of problems of duality that naturally attempts to drown the people of the world every day. We all pass along one another in our ships of relative SCENVFECFGI, surveying wreckage, turning our faces away from the horror, avoiding some conflicts where we should be involved and engaging where we feel we hold an advantage to winning but should stay out of. Unless we can figure out how to win the big battles for the whole of society, then there will always be the annoying small skirmishes that never allow us to progress forward. The sad reality is that the majority of the world simply does not have the slightest inkling on how to fully solve Forex, but they would be happy buying a t-shirt or making a meme and calling it a day, because we only create methods to cope with the problems that we cannot fix. Since we are so resolute at moving forward, we make little effort at preemptively preventing the obviously fixable problems from occurring. We hope is to cope, like agreeing to settle with failure if it occurs. Like choosing to be okay with losing the battle against a disease, because society deems it as terminal. Make no mistake, society considers human nature to be terminal, which is why the energies are justified as exploitable by the keyholders. From the top down, we mitigate chaos and perform damage control. This false system we exist in, is designed to create the illusion that humans are not in control of their resources, that our destiny is to live in perpetual inequality, and that we are fundamentally flawed, born into sin, which creates the illusion that equality problems are considered fights that no one can win against. The devil made us do it right. The attainment of equality is of utmost importance for all people, even for the rich, whether they can understand it or not. True equality is the most dangerous system to the keyholder and would cause an extreme upheaval of the state of their world. Therefore, it will always be heavily guarded by systems of ultimately lethal cognitive dissonance. No doubt the keyholders have their finger on the trigger of collapse, ready to lay waste upon those who challenge the status quo, because it is the foundation of our fragile society, our baseline of emotion, and the world's spectrum of understanding. From the perspective of this knowledge, we can look at how ironic it is to follow anyone who claims to be wise in the eyes of society related to existing business practices. An example is our glorification of uber-rich billionaire CEOs who cling to their cutthroat business ethics training, but simultaneously have a reputation of being the enlightened philanthropic wise man. Oh, but look what he built from the ground up. They've contributed millions of dollars to non-profit organizations, one might say. Think for a moment what it takes to become referenced on a public stage for uttering mundane logical statements, but because of who that person is, it strikes a chord of such profundity among the masses that something as simple as a bird call has a potential of becoming a guiding light for those who are attempting to find their way in life. To those who understand the need for a higher resonance, we recognize that with meme philosophy comes meme understanding. With a trend of meme understanding comes the dismissal of more complex systems of logic, and for further consideration, I would bet that some would find my definitions as too wordy or lengthy, but simply remember that some explanations come in pictures, sentences, paragraphs, chapters, books, movies, etc. The extent that will we go to get the message from the universe across, pales in comparison to the status quo which has for centuries kept our eyes covered by blinders and our head bound to the yoke to keep us from looking around. We all know that an insightful bit of wisdom cleverly stated tends to be etched or at least echoed into the lexicon of human knowledge. Such as the saying of the wise man, who gave us the "do not build thy house upon the sand" quote. Yet, as a society, we have gone and done exactly that. What we must realize though is that every wise man we know nowadays only earned a title because they chose to wholly invest themselves in these false systems, and ironically, they too must sell a false foundation and advertise it as solid bedrock in order to validate and legitimize their struggle and their position held in the eyes of society. All systems are the same, they just wear different embellishments. For further consideration with this spectrum of understanding, does listening to the words of leaders after pulling the curtain of the false system back reveal any further revelations about the false system's dominance over them? You might have seethed at their legislative failings of the elected keyholders while they profited from their side businesses at the expense of the American tax dollar, wondering how they managed to stay in their seats despite their lack of accomplishments while they were in office. For those who are paid to seethe publicly, they hope that their rants would in time incite such a large reaction from resonators and those on the fence, that it would ignite their counterculture to see the light. Sadly, however, realize that those loathed keyholders will never go away in the false system because the environment is conducive towards their propagation and proliferation. Therefore, instead, redirect your energy towards the last religion's initiatives and let's manifest. The message from the universe will provide information for us to create a sea change in the way we deal with the problems of the world. We need to learn how to better navigate systems with the lens of the universe as our legend, as it will create parameters and the formulas for attaining the proper networking and resonating skills. We know a more efficient way to network and resonate with others who understand humankind's true potential. We cannot call upon others, especially the keyholders, to fix the problem. This 3D life is finite, and we have work to do. Chapter 5, How and Why Definitions of Actions Are Subjective and the Paradox of Choice. If you are still here, then it is because the message of the universe and our brand of navigation of the systems resonated with you properly, and to continue this trend we need to define some more parameters of our philosophy. One of the topics we have discussed thus far beyond the message from the universe is the construction of the persona through the chemical composition of humankind's evolution, giving us a very useful albeit voracious appetite, this addiction to survival. Why an addiction? What else other than this 3D experience allows for chemical phase changes? In a way we really are always high on life, man. This is of course from the lens of our 3D perspectives, and we must not forget that the human ego has a relative and subjective own skill, an ability and inability to properly navigate objective duality, which of course highlights for us the frustrating aspects of human ambience. The dissonance is what we all naturally wish to dominate or remove from our lives entirely, and in the meantime we cope. We hear phrases like wake up or unplug yourself from the matrix or take the red pill, but notice that the solution is never truly found. For those who think they figured it all out, and consider themselves woke, unironically does not really mean woke objectively. It is but a cry into the void for validation, a rite of emotional ceremony that highlights and self-validates our efforts but says nothing about solving the problems that persist in all our cultures. We wrongly assume that if enough of us validate, for example, carrying a protest sign, that a problem that the environment around us will magically bring about change and the problem will go away. We wrongly assume that if enough of us are pointing at a problem, then the term awareness will prompt the keyholders to act and solve the problem for society. Just look at the social media platforms with endless people validating problems but through arguing or talking at someone, with an in-your-face attitude, wielding their SCNVFECFGI like a dumb, not a smart missile, assuming that a sick burn is an effective tool to change another person's way of life. It is unironic that we will need to look past duality, by avoiding a head-on confrontation with the systems that have us in a death grip, and simultaneously work as a whole, in order to change the system naturally without disrupting society's current methods of solving for X. Do not be deterred at the scope of this project, as it is not mission impossible. It just takes a higher level of implementation and cross-platform innovations from industries that already exist, and a unification of existing philosophies from all systems in order for this paradigm shift to be enacted. We have the blueprints, and together we will launch this rocket to the heavens. We are exercising our ability to navigate, and yes, even at this point, we too are seeking validation by acknowledging that we wish to solve for X. The pouring over of human interactions while staying cognizant of the message of the universe and the revealing of the proper way to navigate these systems is mission critical, because it allows the pathways of interlaced nodes to reveal junctions of understanding between all the contrasting systems. The universe does have its own method of informing us of an underlying ultimate understanding which we refer to as the background information, but it will only take us to the edge of our systems, and then of course it would be up to us to take the plunge. We can always find relative ground to stand on. We might not agree on the how or why factors, as well as we might have really different ideas on how to express those thought processes going forward. This brings us to a rather ironic but novel approach to navigating, which is simply by recognizing and validating the actions and reactions of individuals and their effects on the systems. Remember, you think you do, but that validation you feel is only a coping method in the false system. What we will introduce will prove to be integral in reprogramming our society's SCENVFECFGI. Thus, a tedious breakdown of the systems is needed, yet through the lens of a universal simplistic philosophy. Yes, we are in fact going to launch a social re-engineering effort. Without it, we will continue running in this hamster wheel we call life and never really get anywhere. So really understand this next statement, as it is a greatly needed point. You cannot work against the systems in place. You have to work alongside it with a smile on your face, not hindering their expression no matter how tainted you think it is. Evolution is not forced, while devolution is. Evolution is not forced, eugenics is. Find equality, and you will find a balance. Change is firstly done within the self and then through erecting new systems that are designed to naturally replace the old ones, while creating the better alternative. You do not even really have to acknowledge the failed system, only exist alongside it, and offer better options for navigation than what the false system has limited us to. All systems are the same, revealing all the paths of energy, removing distracting labels of good versus evil. Validating and not enforcing contrasting energies upon each other allows each system to operate and be openly viewed in its natural state, revealing at the core its mechanisms and goals. This is why it is ironic that we not look at anything that has been wholly manifested as what will solve the world's problems, as well as we must revisit systems that have been deemed obsolete. With the lens of the background of information we will see the true cause of the expression that is our universe, and through it we will derive not one person but all people's reason for existence. This is why the evasion of dissonant human ambience in this game will result in a natural transition of energy. The false system is a perpetual saboteur to that entire process. Throughout this book, we will look at our definitions as a precursor to the philosophy of future navigation, and if you choose to join us, we would be glad to resonate along with you. We could just plainly list what we believe, but statements are like demands, which are like closed-ended questions, so if there is no context that leads to those nodes, then one could just flatly disagree. Therefore abstract perception needs to introduce universal logic. Chapter 5.1 Abstract Path to a Universal Logic. I think we can all agree that, who, what, when, where, how, and I like to say always, why. Notice how, why, is kind of shoved in there last. I wonder why that is? Keyholders do not want you to question the narrative, which is why the who question is first, which leaves us pointing fingers? Understand that the who is you. Now I humbly express to you what I think, beyond what you have read up until now, is the what. Before we go any further, I need to address what is, and that is because you will undoubtedly ask this question numerous times while reading this book. Hopefully not though, lol. You will find definitions that you might feel or know to be different from your own. To put it in the most simplistic of terms, we have been including several simple real-life examples to be later applied for introspection and application onto your own systems. To explain this unexplainable existential crisis, we have to ask what the narrative of the universe is. Thankfully we live in a world where we can explore and give forth our best hypothesis. Note how abstract the explanations for the purpose of life have been throughout history, and further note how many still cling to those ancient narratives, and the SCNVFECFGI of those cultures. One point that they all have in common is that they cannot state exactly how or why we exist, but they can make symbolic abstractions that attempt to reveal the nature of things from their own collective personal experiences. So, without further ado, I give you the parable of the sleepy man. Apologies if this symbolism gives you a creak in your neck. A man could feel that his bed is an uncomfortable torture device, but to his wife it could be extremely comfortable. The man voices that the bed is as hard as a rock, and that he finds it excruciating no matter what positions he tries to lay, and he contributes loss of sleep and his waking physical discomfort to it. The wife's parents who live in the house as well all came from a different culture and have a bed of almost the same type. Except that the parents' bed is even harder than the one that the man is in, which is wild to him since he feels that this bed is almost no different than sleeping on concrete. He even notices that his wife's father, head on the backside, was extremely flat as well. The man then realizes that his definition is his own, and his experience is irrelevant to his wife or the parents. They might sympathize with his plight but really are not hindered in their subjective experience, and they continue on like happy little fish, and if he makes too much of a fuss, then he is wasting his breath, and then his discomfort can label him as a complainer. If he continues to voice his opinion, no matter how valid it is in his mind, then he can create a dualistic animosity that can lead to judgment and odd expressions down the road. It is not that his family members do not care that he is suffering, it is just not up to them to do, nor can they do anything about it. He tries to alleviate the issue by purchasing a softer bed, and yes, he did eventually find himself to be way more comfortable. However, now his wife is having the same problems he had. True story. And just to share with you how many mattresses they went through during the total ordeal. 4 mattresses were all picked by the wife and 6 foam toppers, 3 of which were chosen by the husband. 2 of those 3 were thrown away by the wife for being too soft. How they solved for X in this scenario is that they decided they needed 2 separate beds of their own liking. Why did the husband allow the wife to choose the bed style despite knowing that it would lead to his potential discomfort? Why allow others to make decisions for you when everything is a subjective choice? The short answer is, everyone is different, and it is hard to define what those differences are without navigating into contrasting systems. We classify ourselves in the definitions of systems that we all navigate in. Similar to filling out a dating profile of our likes and dislikes and quirks, etc. Really though, no one can see exactly who we truly are until they are in our system, thus being influenced by our actions. Beyond that moment where the systems are intermingling, the determining factors are all dependent on our SCNVFECFGI, and the same is true with our goals for the relationship. All systems are the same. What is this life? Life, as we saw in the message from the universe, is an expression, and without variables off the baseline of expressions, we could never have the chance to choose. As we navigate, be aware that choice is subjective no matter what the current definition is. We know that choice becomes complex as the number of options goes higher, but you will find that given the nature of our reality and as you continue to read and learn from our philosophy is that all systems are the same, and that it only takes 3 or more options to paint the background of our reality. Why 3 though? This explanation will stretch your definitions of systems, abstraction firstly, then the logic behind it. Perhaps a tertiary embellishment is in order. Endless choices? Throughout history, there has been a great emphasis on the number 3. We won't be looking deeply into why that is for other belief systems. Instead, I would like to focus on why I think it carries significance symbolically to describing reality. I am also using 3 as a way to simplify the topic. I first wish to corroborate the notion that 3 is significant. I have not read but have heard of the bestseller book by psychologist Barry Schwartz called The Paradox of Choice, and have experienced in one way or another the perils of having too many options on the table. Without going into the details of what Dr. Schwartz has highlighted in his book, which is directly correlated with the title, is that choice can become a paradox, which I believe is something we are all too familiar with. Like swimming in an ocean of products, many of which are nearly useless trash but not realizing it's a problem. Many out there do not know that endless choice is ironically paralyzing the effects of what we define as freedom. However, if we have designed the underlying problem in the world as being inequality, why delve further into the background information? Understand that this philosophy we are attempting to relay to you for further use has something that most philosophies could never offer, which is why further analysis is in order, as well as we cannot simply hope that people would blindly follow, because it would be more of the same type of fuel that kept the false system running for so long. You must choose to be involved, which is why we need to help you focus on your priorities. Too many choices ironically are just one of the many safeguards of the system of toxic consumerism, and we can relate to this problem one way or another without having to further talk about the number of flavors of salad dressing at our local supermarket. Yes, the validation of that problem and the bigger ones tied into it are confirmed. So, what does this have to do with 3? What is the minimum amount needed to absolutely befuddle humankind to operate the way it does, to the point it never stops in order to fix the core issues that plague humankind? The problems of the world seem to have a lot to do with the number of options that are available for us, and that is because our property, the stuff we work so hard to acquire and maintain, is what keeps us tied to the endless toiling and is what sets the standards of a citizen's expected performance, is what sets the baseline for the narrative. It's true, we simply cannot stop and smell the roses, because choice is what got us here in the first place. However, I feel that the baseline for this paradox is a whole lot less than hundreds and thousands of options, and a little more like this. In this 3D life, 1 or X is never enough. We could not even call this choice. Flat line or a closed eye. 2 or Y would be necessary to make the perception of choice as real, like a bird taking flight from the ground or having an on or off switch, or binary code like 0 and 1. 3 or Z is the minimum we need to seemingly lose ourselves in the ambience or paradox, which quite possibly symbolically encapsulates the illusion of our existence. Deep down we know this life to be just a journey of universal consciousness. The past, present and future are reported by quantum physics to more than likely to exist simultaneously, as well as it helps us understand that the phenomenon of quantum entanglement would show that 3D distance is too just an illusory barrier, objectively speaking. Options are what creates the dilemma of making the right choice, which in a way, is defined by the narrative as an objective observation of reality, but what is still individually a subjective reality. A toggle switch with undefined parameters in a constant flux between action and interpretation. Relatively speaking, subjective experiences are essentially prime factors to an individual. Therefore we do not need to contend with the quantity or options, but rather the system's environmental factors that dictate what type of options exist, and where having these options will take us. Simplifying how we navigate is very important because it allows us to focus on the root of the problem rather than be confused by the definitions of the products that the systems create. The parable of the common sleepy man was highlighting the coping methods we use that keep us locked from fixing the underlying problems. The human condition has proven that all social interactions are attempts at survival and seeking validation to sustaining our SCNVFECFGI. The man really complained because he wanted the people he lived with him to conform to his way of life. The common sleepy man proves once again that fundamentally all systems are the same, showing that mental philosophy can be viewed also as a physical philosophy, as the very way he was conditioned was relevant to the exposure of the materials he slept on his entire life. Choice and what is illusion is a fantastic conundrum, as it often can become a paralyzing paradox when faced with higher quantities, damned if you do and damned if you don't situation, such as being stuck in a bad relationship and unable to find an exit, except the fact that the door out was in front of us the whole time. Without that ability to highlight it and to self-validate our experiences, we would be soulless automatons. These waves of feeling that we are choosing freely are carried to foreign systems in order to find a place to resonate, and if they do, then it exists, symbolically speaking, as a solid. A multiplicity of phase changes can exist depending on X and Y, there is an infinity between 0 and 1, and so on. So other than some whimsical rhymes and sleepy guys who want to control existence, what are we getting at here? What does then number 3 symbolize for us exactly? We need that third axis, that the key holders say is unattainable, because we need that third option, which is actually the real, true choice to be ours to define, instead of mistakenly wondering how we might manipulate ourselves into fitting into the false system in order to gain a pseudo set of functions so that we won't be left out of the chance to be like everyone else around us. In this false system we are focused not on fixing the core of the problem of the world, but instead on the dissonant human ambience. The false system creates buffers of distractions which deter us from ever getting to that elusive 3. The only way to the real choice can be manifested is if true equality exists. Why do we continue to do this to ourselves? Let me save you a lot of time studying flowcharts of the psychology of choice and the illusion of it. We are in control of choice but are trapped in the perimeters of the systems that contain the choices. Control boils down to that third elusive option which is guarded by the self-generated dissonant human ambience, which we mistake as essential and the essence of existence. These parameters are not defined by us, and the knobs are tweaked just right to keep us from understanding the truth of our reality, and in the meantime, we remain the piggy in the cage on a variety of antibiotics. Briefly, let me place this affirmation in your lap for further contemplation. What does the head of 3 signify in other belief systems, and if you truly understand we regard this system as false, then ask yourself, what secret does the head of 3 in those other belief guard? Well, we've already stated it in many numbers of ways, but as the saying goes, you can lead a horse to water. Further findings regarding the objective understanding of choice that I found while searching for answers, is when people are faced with forced introspection. When someone questions another person's choice, they go on to explain their feelings on a matter but find themselves not able to articulate why they feel that way, or they have zero knowledge regarding the topic at hand. This brought to mind the plight of the NPC spouting off misinformation, or interviewers on the street asking a random stranger basic trivia. It seems people sometimes fill in the gaps with whatever information they've heard regardless of whether or not it was fact-checked. They confabulate and fill in the gaps with unconscious or white lies just to maintain their seedy borders. With non-abstract objective knowledge, why do people have such a hard time just stating outright that they don't know? Another idea was that the quantity of choice was not the problem, but it is due to our selfishness that our brains trick us into thinking that we make the best choice, but we could never really know if it was true or not, and that our choices were a lot more autonomous due to how the brain works. which I think we might all agree with. One final view I found was a person who flatly disregarded the common notion that we are in control of our brains and instead we are puppets of its programming, which I tend to agree. SCENVFECFGI after all. That being said, if you were able to choose your brain's programming, if you could tweak the knobs, would you still be you? If you say no, then are you really in charge now? Without going too deep into this system, one must simply understand this: to play a game, you must subject yourself to the game master's control, which is to say, what choice do we really have, considering that the parameters have been set around us without our full consent, and since that most are without effective monetary mobility, then the majority are confined to only relative survival. The horse is stuck in the mud. As we have already discussed and know, childhood is the beginning of this game we call life. As our keyholders introduce their SCENVFECFGI to us, we are also offered a relative selection of choices along the way. This relative freedom generally comes due to a natural need for separation, as parents still need to maintain their ECF, and now this freshly born perspectives, the child's ECF as well. The parents have no choice but to leave a child relatively unattended or under the care of another person's relatively honed SCENVFECFGI to navigate through with their limited knowledge of the systems. This infers and confirms that our systems should and do evolve from a state that offers options that appear to be solutions but are more like temporary coping methods until the problem is identified, not solved, and in the meantime, we add more options on the table as if it were solutions. As parents, we wish to filter what we deem as negative stimuli or options coming from the outside world, and of course the stimulus parents introduce should be at a level a child can handle. Since we cannot directly show a child firsthand the dangers that exist in the world that they might encounter as they grow, we opt to create stories that highlight the indirect paths taken by protagonists, antagonists, which obviously are an attempt to condition the young reader into navigating properly. Many of the stories that have been written have fallen off the radar, lost to time as they never resonated with subsequent generations. The ones that persist, however, do have eternal elements of relatable truth and are simple for digestion. Ones that we currently utilize for our children and that are tied to old world scenarios are called fairy tales. We count on these fairy tales to relay underlying, what might as well be considered ancient compared to today's standards, social symbolism accompanied with kawaii pictures, to relay messages to readers, which are generally warnings to navigate with caution in regard to the dangers of the world, some being animal, and some being human or darkness, aka the products of those who believe in the divergent systems as the objective truth. With fairy tales, we define elements of the unknown for our children in order to goad them into adopting our definitions of SCENVFECFGI, in hopes that they acquire what we think is a healthy fear of the unknown, in order to keep them from wandering unaware into situations where they could get hurt. However, there exists an interesting duality that needs to be highlighted in not just children's stories but all products of systems that have manifested for us to navigate in this 3D world we call life. Even Carl Jung, or his Jungian interpretation, states that fairy tales teach children how to deal with conflicts, desires, and relationships, and that these skills are used in life. Key phrases that the children learned, but since a child does not entirely understand reality, as well as the frontal lobe is not fully developed, then it's no wonder that children can really believe that there are monsters, like the big bad wolf under their bed. We stopped looking for monsters under our bed when we realized that they were inside us. Charles Darwin. What we don't pick up on entirely is that our efforts to reinforce the symbolism in these stories, the ones that should be beneficial for the immediate environmental navigation, in a dualistic fashion also hinder us from seeing the underlying harmful effects in places we never thought to be looking. Everything we adopt into our SC serves as a buffer to foreign external stimuli, therefore conditioning us for survival. Now before you laugh, just for a moment remember that everything is symbolism. It does not mean that these stories symbolize an underlying evil narrative. It just means that we get to look at all information as symbols, because they are. If you really want to see if your child is being desensitized to X and Y, just have a look at their video watch history, and their games they play, and then have them look and react to something that is objectively atrocious behavior from the local news channel. If they believe it to be the norm and are not emotionally moved by it in a way that is objectively considered the way the social contract would dictate, then no doubt they have been conditioned that way. This doesn't mean a person who plays shooter games will in turn become a shooter in real life, but it does at the very least desensitize them and condition them to accept violence. Understand that the key holders do indeed want to condition the masses to accept violence. There are endless buffets of medical-related products for sale to the public that have some potentially dangerous, even fatal side effects, and really the only thing we can do is just have faith that they were properly vetted, and that it wasn't just another ploy from the pharmaceutical industry to prioritize profit over safety. We even have commercials that list those dangerous side effects, but for some reason we wholly disregard the warnings and we put our faith in the a la carte benefits, even if there are a slew of immediate or worse unseen long-term ramifications. It seems we presume that danger, no matter what system, only has relatively minimal power over us, especially if the key holders endorse it as safe. This is not a scare tactic. What's scary is that to a degree we humans don't mind dealing and also dancing with the devil. Do a web search for this. 5 of the most dangerous recalled drugs in history. We even openly carry lethal weapons, and we wear them as if it were a badge of honor. The false system seems to have fine-tuned some mental ciphers that bypass our common sense, and in a way has lobotomized us into thinking that more of the item that causes the problem would be the solution. Furthermore, desensitizing us to other related unforeseen and long-term dangers, which of course are only amplified on the fringe of society. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Albert Einstein. The media we consume comes in sortable lists which systematically removes the CD of becoming horrified at acts of violence, despair, poverty, and with it, the perpetrators that commit those actions. Think about this for a moment, and you will understand why people who are bad guys can be considered good. To what extent do we allow this to penetrate our society, and for how long? Answer: since the dawn of the age, we have allowed this to happen with our cultures, heroes, celebrities, presidents, religious leaders, and even the gods themselves. Understand though that the point being made here is not more laws of censorship, or removal of the arms we currently have the right to bear. It shows you that the solution will only be found at the base of our economic foundation. This is a call for you to vigorously shake yourself to awaken you to the problems that inequality causes. The false system and its products cannot stand in the face of true economic equality. Think of the cause and effects of things and you will find it to be true. In the false system, we are all victims of our SCENVFECFGI, even for children who have murdered in the name of sensationalized fictitious online characters. Not that we need further proof of this, but even government websites show that children do psychologically and physiologically feel the effects of desensitization from repeated exposure to violence. There is even this sad phenomenon of young girls either pretending or developing a form of Tourette's from watching other girls on social media who claim that they too have it, in hopes of gathering attention, sympathy, and what else could this be for if not for profit? Does this not validate the belief that everything within a system is survival cope and embellishment? There will always be a percentage of the populace that cannot handle stimulus. This is why you hear so many comments that they can intake potentially harmful stimulus, but they ended up just fine. As well as you know what happens to your children if you smother them with overparenting, they will not be able to properly integrate themselves into social settings. There are literally cultures based around this mentality. Couple that with religion and what do you get? Again, I am not saying run home and bird box all stimulus, and I think many people know what happens when a child receives an extremely throttled flow of stimulus. Go with the flow of traffic, as they say. If you don't know, consider how people think and treat those who drive under the speed limit on the highway in the fast lane. Right? You think something is wrong with them. You blast your horn at them, you tailgate them and flash your lights. Hopefully you don't do this. Not only are they hindering you on your journey, but they are also unknowingly causing potential hazards. All systems are the same, so we can use the idiom thick-skinned. We all have skin because it houses and protects the other vital organs of the body. The sun, or the stimulus, we must regulate, and protect ourselves from overexposure. Hang out in it for too long and we will most certainly bake our potatoes. Sometimes prolonged exposure and certain genetic predispositions could equate to skin cancer. For this same reason we try and stop someone who is considered mentally ill from owning a firearm. It seems that some people either don't know or don't care about where the baseline is. Our SCNVFECFGI is our programming, and depending on the stimulus in question we might find ourselves in places doing things we never had dreamed of beforehand. If you put yourself in a system, then you are justified in action from the options on the table. The mind validates the actions as reasonable. In the same way, stimulus, and the constant flow of it is natural, but can and should be throttled to the standards in respect to the child's age and according to the laws or the general consensus. Just be mindful as you navigate. If a child were to be overly shielded from navigation and then suddenly released, it's as similar as the plight of a lone elderly person falling off the map of society, unable to relate, shocked at the horrors of this strange new world, their existing definitions dissolving before them, unable to integrate themselves, exposed to predators, which compels them to shut themselves off from the outside before they come to further harm. Except since we're dealing with children, the long-term effects are unforeseen often until it's too late. There still must be room for error, there must be room for variations, and there must be a monitored but yielding throttle for natural growth in regard to stimulus, in order for a child to not have inordinate mental issues or hang-ups as they grow. I do not want to linger too much on the topics of stimulus, because it will be dismissed easily by those who are desensitized. Similar to telling an alcoholic that they have a problem. In the false system we are all in denial, and then the layers of duality in our social systems facilitate our environments with endless dissonant ambience, which is why the key holders can rest easy at night, because there is no way you could peek behind the curtain. Some fairy tales that are considered timeless classics offer a brief glimpse of how stimulus, even one grounded in innocence or seemingly nonsense, can have a variable effect on how we perceive life when a young one comes of age. One of the standard favorites of fairy tale classics is Goldilocks and the Three Bears. Many people just see Goldilocks as a whimsical story of warning for children, not to go wandering off in the woods alone, and it further showcases the dangers of becoming too curious about other people's business, taking an unhealthy approach at observing contrasting environments. Take note that we do not question the background of Goldilocks, nor do we ask why she set off in the woods alone by herself. There is no harm in filling in the gaps in the storyline, as all stories seem to have elements passed down from other generations' exposure to their respective systems. It seems that the mission was to find basic needs and sustenance beyond the standard, as she seems unsatisfied with what choices she has in her up until now everyday life, which seems to have compelled her to venture out, obviously not consulting her relatively skilled parental units beforehand. Strangely though, she did not go to the nearest marketplace, but into a foreign culture, in the thick of a jungle, and into the den that houses apex predators. Here is where I could offer you an expansion of the definition of a word or even the story of our human existence that the universe calls duality. Duality denotes two by classic definition, dual meaning two, but I would ask you to look at it as more of an X, and the suffix of duality, ity, is the variable in this equation. No one topic has only two factors to consider. We are defining this degree because we are attempting to improve our ability to survive. Therefore, we must continue to consider the rest of the world's methods for solving for X, in all things we do because of our dedication to preemptively validating perspectives and because of the social contract. Even if choice seems illusory at times while we are migrating amongst the layers and layers of systems, it is imperative that we keep our eyes on the underlying purpose of life, otherwise we are lost in the sea of contrasting energies. Since we are changing moment by moment, there is a shift of understanding that occurs subjectively while we navigate. The universe does indeed move around us, and for this exercise, we have loosely attributed 3 as what symbolically denotes the paradox or the illusion of choice and or control as our baseline. 1 and 2 could be considered, on or off, right or wrong, light or dark. Therefore the individual perspective is 3, duality. So who really stands in our way of achieving the goal of true equality? Goldilocks got to try out 3 types of chairs, taste 3 types of porridge, 3 types of beds. 1 isn't even worth the effort. 2 is boring. 3 or more is what Goldilocks likes the best. What other philosophies like the number 3? Some philosophies like 2, but 3 is superimposed in the background upon further contemplation of their chosen symbol. Let me point out to you that some of this analysis might seem like it is off the cuff, and that is entirely depending on your SCEVFECFGI. Yes, it could be viewed as overtaught. To those existing outside of this spectrum, they would think that this is totally nonsensical, and that is absolutely okay. The message of the universe reveals itself when needed, and in different ways, and all belief systems are valid. The canon of the story of Goldilocks is one that is open-sourced, which has had many an author rendering, and they are of course each culture's author stylized it as they saw fit. So, if you can't accept my symbolic version of Goldilocks and how it correlates with duality, then just be reminded that everything is firstly subjective, and that it takes 2 or more in a system to make something objective. So, if not you, then someone else could agree, right? Every system has background information, and we use our human skill of disseminating words from external stimulus, which allows you to then see that every system's conditioning, action, reaction. Therefore, some things that appear innocent can also be potentially dangerous and can have underlying psychological conditioning ramifications. Yes, it is slightly more complex than this, but think logically and you will see that this fits in nearly all aspects. Why state the obvious though? Maybe the reason why I try to explain things abstractly or review what should be the basics is because we wouldn't be in this dystopian timeline if we were as astute or observant as we think we are. Previously you might have had a list of go-to coping idioms for times when you caught a glimpse of what the world really is. Perhaps you sum up the answer to the world's problems by saying, it's complicated. There you see? You use simplifications as well. Really though, we all know everything when zoomed in is immeasurably complicated. The reality is that we cannot classically or quantumly make 2 ends meet, which is the human condition, and upon that is the basis of our reality. We cope. Everything we do is coping. All systems are the same. Fairy tales and all other media are examples of an intravenous drip of a medication we call cope. Everyone remembers the nursery rhyme song Ring Around the Roses, and many know that it is still a song children use in the playground 357 years later, and yet many of the children and many adults don't know that it is a song that details the symbolism of the symptoms that people would get during the Great Plague in London in 1665. Note the end of that jig states that we all fall down, meaning the children were already accepting of their fate to succumb to the Black Death, like most around them already had. How do you suppose this became a child's nursery rhyme in the first place? Logic tells us that this was a coping method for the immense struggle of living in the conditions of filth and squalor, as well as regularly seeing dead bodies lying in the streets, since the Black Plague killed so quickly that sometimes the request to remove a body went unheard, and with the loss of so many at once, the cities would descend into chaos. It was said that the sleeping arrangements back in those days would require the peasants and farmers to share quarters with the farm animals, for instance to conserve heat. The poorly built drafty buildings of course had their share of rats that would be drawn in by prospects of food, and all the animals of course had parasites, which bit humans as well. Thus the disease was transmitted, and ended up spreading rapidly throughout Europe and many parts of the Mediterranean and the Middle East, and even parts of Asia and Africa. We always hear the statistic of 1/3 of all the population of Europe succumbed to the Black Plague, but what were the real numbers? What about the rest of those other countries? Black Death did indeed live up to its reputation. Since all systems are the same, then is it not the conditions of our environment that seem to invite a plague of any type in any timeline? Without pointing any fingers, we must ask, what exactly is the plague in our immediate environment? The key holders and the protection of the narrative of the underlying class system in all our countries keeps generational wealth and the ability to make solid investments always unattainable by the common person. All the while we tend to the upkeep of our creature comforts and battle with bureaucracy and all the other aspects of the rat race which keep us distracted from ever being able to cure ourselves of this plague. Squalor looks different in every timeline but always assures relative instability, keeping the workers underpaid and exploited like slaves or animals, economically immobilized, thus assuring they are always available to do their master's bidding. Nothing has changed. The foundation of the system is still the kingdoms of old, it's just that they consolidated and expanded, and we embellished the old systems with technology which supplements our ability to cope with what we see today. Yes, we are still the serfs bound to the local king, which is the corporations within a class society. Sure, the states are separate, but we are all united under one system of commerce and greed. One nation, under God? No, it's more like one nation under the status quo. For now, let's leave the what is our definitions question. We will also leave fairy tale land for a bit. Even though we are always in it, you cannot dismiss the symbolism of a story or even a nursery rhyme or fairy tale because you never really know what is going on in the head of the original author. But as you can see, and much like many great tales of literature both for children and for adults, there are underlying themes at play that reflected the thoughts of the times that they were lived. Singing songs and making games of the problems that plague us in order to cope has always been an outlet that details the struggles of humankind, much how we currently laugh at and mock both sides of all the problems that we face in our modern-day world through forced memes and sketch comedy, which aid us in swallowing the dark pills of cognitive dissonance. That being said, always be aware of the duality in the information that you see in your everyday life. The stimulus has a sort of paradox-like effect because of the almost incalculable variables involved with the word choice or reality. So always be cautious, but never fear anything, and always be flexible enough to try something new. The edge of human understanding or beyond the realm of forced objective narratives, is also a paradox, and if you have not picked up on what we are doing here overall, let's just say we are solving for X, pixels now, pictures later. Our choice equals our philosophy. We are all authors in this great story of existence, therefore I will steer away from delving into the systems of old vanilla philosophies. This is because existing philosophies and their respective contributions in society are static. There are numerous abstract thoughts or fragments of spoken wisdom that do not fully define a system but are beneficial to our endeavor and function and will serve as interchangeable puzzle pieces, to which I am very grateful. Through our lens of perspective, we have many contributors already, and any definition that has been formulated with a known author will be cited. Beyond that, I will not call upon any existing philosopher for two main reasons. Reason 1 is that when something is defined, it places a syntax barrier around it, that systems, CD, and yes, it too has gatekeepers, not allowing penetrations from other systems to interfere, and any contrasting or new belief will be unnecessarily and unfairly prejudged by any so-called expert in that philosophy or someone who thinks they got it all figured out and resonates just with that particular system. 1. No fun. Everything is conjecture, so you should understand the reason why this should not be allowed in our analysis. Reason 2 is that, as stated in the message from the universe as it was relayed to me, I was simultaneously understanding that the only way I would have come to its realization would be because of my SCNVFECFGI. You could say I started research development as to the nature of the universe since the very first day I could grasp foreign concepts and memories. Intake from the stimulus coming from the background for me had always been on overdrive, and at the right moment I was able to see everything in a relative universal perspective, so to speak. I know, this is a very broad generalization, but I cannot speak on this topic any further. After you have read the book thoroughly, you will know why. There really is no reason to keep using the same stale belief systems. So, for those who resonate, be aware that this philosophy, that is, this book is just one of possibly many, as long as we can keep our perspectives and goals in alignment and grounded in the primary. There are plenty of cross-examinations into other systems I have purposefully left out but have alluded to being applicable within this: religion, philosophy, community, business, as well as we have only found the map that will lead us to the treasure trove of affirmations that would validate every claim and aspiration here. Become a member, support our endeavor, and let's resonate. We are all authors, or artists. We do not stay within the perimeters of the false systems, we are not bound and hobbled by the classical foundations. For when we are utilizing the beliefs of classical systems, we find that those perimeters are much like a crown of thorns. Our crown of thorns is our social conditioning, and we all judge and project it to some degree. When living in contrast to those who do not think like us, then they build walls of CD, and pass their SCNVFECFGI to the next unwitting person. What is sin exactly? When defining a system, we must look at our most immediate key holders of the narrative. This could lead to some uncomfortable moments if you are thorough and truthful to yourself, and perhaps you've taken some time to find your way back to the baseline since you have read this far. For those who have, congratulations are in order, but let's not stop here, because as both you and I know, we should never stop learning, therefore you should never close yourself off to the truth. Every society that exists has an origin story of how good versus evil came about, and know that without these systems, we would not have constructed the world you see before you today. Understand the duality of introspection and how transcending beyond its borders requires us to face our innermost definitions, and to preemptively smash any barrier that restricts our ability to transcend duality, leading us to the understanding that all expressions are absolutely valid. If we can get this philosophy out to the world, we can further define systems, and through conviction, but for all the right reasons, then people will make the necessary changes within themselves, which will allow them to return to the baseline. With an equilibrium naturally returned, then and only then collectively will society be able to lift itself up and out from the depths of emotional and spiritual poverty and begin to manifest properly. When I alluded to our opinions as similar to the fabled crown of thorns as sin, I was of course referring to a particularly well-known adventures of a ye olde holy protagonist. The thorns were forced down upon his head as he was laughed, mocked, beaten, and spat upon. Then he was forced to carry the very cross that he was to be put to death upon up to the top of a nearby hill. To die upon this cross, according to the storybook, would validate the idea that even to be human was essentially sinful. The holy protagonist then transferred all of the world's sin into him, to which the followers of this religion state that in his martyrdom, Humans were then allowed to simply ask for forgiveness from God, and it was simply given. Some of his last words were said to be him asking his Father God not to judge the people, for they did not know what they had done. Unironically, there are many levels of meaning in this statement. One was, please don't hold these people to blame for their hypocrisy, and two is that humans literally don't know what sin is. For if they knew, then they would not be crucifying the Son of God. So again, the question is, what is sin? Even Jesus couldn't help but spill an endgame spoiler to his followers, but it seems no one really took his statement seriously when he said, neither shall they say, lo here, or lo there. For, behold, the kingdom of God is within you. The underlying key to understanding this story is realizing that sin is really just any action that goes against the current social contract. How can I state this so boldly? Well, since forgiveness requires no embellishment beyond feeling the guilt for what one has done, and that Jesus, the Son of God, said that the kingdom was within you, then you are asking forgiveness within yourself of the guilt that comes from breaking the laws of the land. Ironic thought that the Son of God would have to also break the law in order to do God's bidding. Really though, in no way am I here to interpret the scripture, it's just an observation that we must discuss, and there is no way we can bypass religion when attempting to define sin, is there? Realize that since that last statement is true, then it would mean that the holy protagonist in his rebellious actions would not be aware either. If he had been, then he would have been more cognizant to not challenging the status quo. The holy protagonists were only human after all, were they not? The consensus is that in the four Gospels, there is ample evidence that Jesus was fully human since he was born to a human mother, Matthew 1:25. He experienced hunger, Matthew 21:18, and thirst, John 19:28. Jesus also experienced temptation, Matthew 4:1, pain and suffering, Matthew 16:21, and he died, Matthew 27:50. There is a reason that this famed protagonist is so renowned for his alternative and gentle compassion in his approach to life's navigation. But aside from that, is any of the other stories that this book tells and that of other religions relevant to today's standards? If we are talking about ethics and morals, then sure, we could condense every religious book down to maybe a chapter or two at the most, and the rest, believe it or not, is mostly fairy tales and symbology that the authors SCENVFECFGI conjured up with the help of the RAS system. All stimulus conditions, and that means there is no exception for the authors of even religious tales. There are many spectrums of expression of most religions. From the starting line, their rules are absolute, but due to the tapering off the spread of the religion over time, you have to wonder if it was a lack of marketing, or if the followers became jaded, or because there was a lack of forceful appropriation. All of the above more than likely. Why this happens is important, and it is evident to even those who want to believe in God but cannot bring themselves to claim fealty to that system. Even at face value, it is overtly obvious that believers of dogma for centuries blur and mix the base doctrine. Trying to stay with the in crowd, they began removing and adding and reading between the lines and inserting their own understanding into the scriptures. And of course, this was based on their SCENVFECFGI. This is not an attack, and you will see why later. Please read on. The main protagonist that emerges in these religious stories for the most part, was trying to tell everyone how to navigate systems, but this too was relative to his own SCENVFECFGI. Maybe this is a story of doing as I say, and not exactly as I do. As good citizens we are to give unto Caesar our government's just dues. Our monetary contribution and adherence to the social contract is generally a byproduct of a productive citizen. Even back then people were trying to live out the then ye olde Middle Eastern dream. Things haven't changed much since then, have they? Instead, this protagonist offered unto Caesar a subjective philosophy embellished with promises of otherworldly kingdoms, and at the head A divine absolute leader above any worldly government. Think about the proposed power that can be consolidated behind religion in the face of systematic opposition. It was because of this that he was branded as an enemy of the state. No doubt, according to the inference of the story, given time, if had he been allowed to live, that is, it would have led to mass insurrection and destruction of the whole Roman occupation. However, his fuel was added to an already large fire, and in response the Romans with some careful instigators crucified him, adding the embellishment of martyrdom. On top of this, an infallible reasoning to believe this doctrine according to most believers, is that he had to die at the hands of humans because it was commanded by God. Now what the followers really need to understand was that this had to be the way, because this protagonist understood that there could not be just more of the same. He wanted his message to stand the test of time, so his attempted coup was fought not with a sword, but with the human spirit, and the infallible ability of choice and embellishment. He could not accomplish his goals if he had to switch to a military style of leadership in order to be effective within his lifetime, and he had to act fast since his people were relatively enslaved by the Roman keyholders. Realize though that the underlying reason why any god was ever needed, is because of relative systematic enslavement. Also, because adding one more god would mean nothing to a Roman pantheon of gods. No. This god was the product of a new and improved religious system, we know as monotheism, which meant there had to be only one true god. No doubt the keyholders knew that they had to eventually disenfranchise the whole business of the gods, lest they receive the consolidated wrath of those they oppress on some fateful day. It was pretty common to be enslaved by foreigners back then, so what better coping method does a prisoner have, than to say to their captor that, deep breath here, you can take our lives, but you cannot take our freedom. William Wallace from Braveheart. Jesus was the protagonist and the antagonist. Is this ye olde la Resistance 101? The tale of the origins of the original sin dates back to what many people perceive as the origins of humans in this 3D existence. So of course, there has to be an eventual savior of the world's sinners. If not Yeshua, then it was only a matter of time before the gaps of the narrative were filled by some other holy protagonist. It seems that spiritual gaps back in those days was space that was filled faster than the speed of light. Wiki reports that there have been at least 10,000 religions in our history. At least we can say that we are all adamantly searching for something more than what we see in this 3D existence. How could so many religions fail though? It can't be though that God doesn't exist, we're past that point. Why didn't the Book of Enoch hit the proper market? It is a wild ride after all, LOL, with a series of books written over thousands of years, with possibly hundreds of authors. The keyholders must make a periodic consolidation and an update to the narrative because too many contrasting ideas invite dissent, which invites invasion from power-hungry usurpers ready to pluck some ripe booty and plunder the inept keyholders' coffers. The origin of sin story exists for cultures because there is always a widespread erosion at the original foundation due to inequality when coupled with slavery in whatever form. The instability from the failed system's products will always build up a relative cultural buffer of cognitive dissonance and is protected by those who are authorized to use force. In time, like any other dam, it will crack and eventually break, and a flood of chaos will wash over the land. Learn to swim. Learn to swim. Learn to swim. Learn to swim. How could 10,000 religions get it wrong? I think it's because we're fed up with fairy tale epics coded in duality. We'll talk more on this topic sporadically, but what we should all know by now, is with the systems of old no doubt had property that needed protection and validation, and when the keyholders overstep over the boundaries, like they always do, they need unquestionable justification to keep their protective walls standing. Therefore, any oppressive government backed by the unquestionable gods, is inherently exhibiting a spectrum of megalomania. So, what is sin if not challenging those who currently hold the keys to the narrative? According to the Jews and Pharisees and ultimately Pontius Pilatus, Jesus was indeed a sinner for his blasphemy, as he innately projected his subjective reality everywhere he went. There is a multitude of correlations to today's life when comparing it to the life of any society's ye olde holy protagonists. Note though that in all religious books, especially ones that are based on miracles or leaps of faith, symbolism, monotheism with an iron hand, to guard it there must be layers and layers of duality. This is because they are guarding a secret. By now, you should know what that secret is. Our best aspirations will always be hijacked by the false system's narrative. This duality of never questioning God automatically superimposes an additional layer on this false reality, especially when applied to later generations, as the background story always drifts further and further away from the current baseline of understanding as time passes. Even in one passing generation you will find that facts become opinions, opinions eventually turned into rumors and rumors into mysteries and mysteries into legends. Eventually out of the lexicon of thought as time goes by. Stories of life's duality are briefly and abstractly highlighted by the holy protagonists, and along the way they lay out their SCNVFECFGI for all to see in order to highlight their subjective spectrum of understanding, in order to usher in similar-minded people into relative alignment to their self-righteous cause. The omission of Enoch is really just the icing on the cake. Realize that we're dealing with an extreme abridged version of all the old religions. Ye old religious books are lost in translation and were mutated by latter generations until they no longer resemble the original author's SCENVFECFGI. On one end of the spectrum, God is jealous and wrathful, and sports his power like a superhero, and on the other end of the book he accepts everyone and is a passive dinner guest who brings the open bar with him. What better way for the Human Resources Department to befuddle a follower's mind than to publish a book that is not just two-faced, but a multiplicity of faces filled with contradictions that still exist even in the latest iterations? How can we not understand that these books mostly had stories that were specifically written for and by relative kings, so that they could cherry-pick justification under any circumstance for any of their actions? Why was this holy protagonist said to be the only person who lived without sin? Well, because he had to be for the story to work, and that's all anyone can really say about it, that is, unless they want to take things further by imposing psychological coercion to make you believe in his perfection. Just a faith in God's plan? Notice that at any point in history, when someone faced being burned at the stake, it was not because they doubted the validity of the holiest of protagonists, antagonists. It was because they too refused the narrative of to give unto Caesar. Think about it for a second though. Was it God that wanted to lay waste to entire cities or flood the entire earth because people wanted to have gratuitous NSFW interactions? No. It was the keyholders who found that certain types of NSFW actions should be punishable, but of course based on that counterculture's SCNVFECFGI. First it was the most egregious types of actions, then in time, just like any law that is a part of the human condition, they will tighten like a vice. Not complaining, just saying. So, if you break the laws, you are a sinner, then you will die and go to the fiery pit of hell, okay? Yet if you transactionally ask for forgiveness, then you can come back again. It's all so tiresome, yes? Reality check, people of Earth. Then the whole mystical embellishment of the afterlife is just a tool that was used to keep people who want to be held in check. Mate. We fear death because it goes against the prime directive of our animal instinct's need of survival. However, we need God, but not the gods of old, because after all the contemplation of this existence, God was and is and always will be the only true explanation to how we got here. Aside from calling upon the higher powers to grant us a coping method to see us through the hard times, which is just a psychological cipher for cognitive ease, we need something way better to achieve the goal that God put us here to do. We need to realize who that is. If the whole of our existence evolves, why cannot the gods evolve as well? We need God 2.0 to actually manifest great things in this world, and ironically even the old gods would be done, not the false directive, but the objective that is guarded by our historically conditioned blind spot. Just as soon as you finish reading this book, you will know how this can come about. Not sure how you measure up in comparison to your protagonist? Well, that really depends on your perception and how you interpret the symbology of the standard dogma, and chances are if you take it literally, you are going to reap what you sow. We don't want to relapse back into the dark ages here, so keep your feet and your affirmations grounded in the primary. Or you could be the ye old holy protagonist who was nice to all people, to which Caesar says, "Okay. Feed the people." Caesar says, "You have my thanks, good citizen." Perform street magic or healing? Sure, why not? Declare yourself the one person that exists at that time. The extremely small earth and universe that you alone hold the key to. Everything? Sarcasm start. Caesar says, "Stop right there, you're under arrest, you should have paid the fine." Stop right there, criminal scum. Nobody breaks the law on my watch. It's all over, lawbreaker, your spree is at an end. Sarcasm end. Did you read the message from the universe? The last religion requires no martyrs. Another example of how dangerous it was to go against the old religious status quo, is the story of Giordano Bruno, who lived in Italy in the 1600s. Giordano attempted to change the narrative of the church and government by proposing that the stars were distant suns, and that these suns could have planets of their own, and that they could even harbor life. Secondly, his stance, which was very unpopular with the church, was that the ceremony of the Catholic communion, where the congregation consumed bread and wine, was in no way the blood or the body of the Christ. This resulted in Giordano being tried and convicted of being guilty of heresy, and he was sentenced to death and burned at the stake. So, to recap, what is sin? Sin is whatever is currently against the law or a philosophy that has the potential to erode the current narrative and social contract. It seems rather hard to not sin, yet the rules for every culture are written out in black and white, so why is it so hard to get that right? Let us look past the duality of the energies and realize that it is not because of those biblically written laws that sin has been held back, nor is it because of the devil that they exist and persist. The real reason why they exist is actually because of subjective reality, and that ability of choice, and that an SCENVFECFGI, which sets any stage for action. Understand that in nature, when there is an equal balance, then there is perfect harmony. Therefore, it is questionable if we would even need sin, if true equality was the head of our governments, religions, businesses. The truth will set you free indeed. People sin, or the better word would be, people make choices, even when it goes against the narrative, because it is a valid way to navigate. It is how action and reaction work fundamentally, as it is movement of energy. Try your darndest to stop choice and find yourself holding sand as it sifts through your fingers. Choice exists and persists, was even ordained by the God of the Bible, or for that matter any religion, despite laws being written in stone, and despite the threat of eternal damnation. As if anyone could take our ability to choose away from us, it would be like they are telling us that the air we breathe belongs to them, but if you play nicely, they will let you inhale and exhale occasionally. Why do we still have these 1,000-year-old blinders on? Why is this spectrum of fallacy not visible to all? We keep finding ourselves lost in trying to define and control the energies of duality. Why even submit yourself to the social contract of a blessed life or cursed life? Due to the world's ever-changing interpretation of the labels behind actions, society seems to refuse to solve the most glaring basic sin, the worst sin, because it begets all others. The sin I speak of is denying true equality from ever taking root. That's right. The entire world refuses to see past the mysterious compendiums of symbology, undefined dates on non-existent calendars prophesying of impending returns of saviors ready to slaughter and eternally burn billions of people on earth, rather than just showing the unworthy subjects where they are at the base, not solving the most basic of problems that create divergent SCNVFECFGI. Realize that since we have no equality, then by default, the biblical definition of humans being born into sin is true. How do I know? Remove all types of energies, and you will want for nothing. 1. No fun. 2. Too few. 3. Duality. All the energies we see manifest in the X, Y, Z. Aside from clever quips, it's not to say that we would have a perfect world if equality was here. Note that the world will always have layers of problems, and once one core problem is removed, there will be another SCENVFECFGI for you to focus on. But you have to start somewhere, yes? When you hear of someone that holds a business or political office who has been accused of corruption, but got away with it for years, could such a thing exist in a world where equality was at the base? Nope. Sin is a supply and demand issue. Therefore, since the governments and the gods and their products do not solve for X, they then only offer methods of coping. The truth to the WWJD paradox is that Jesus, just like everyone else who has ever been born into this duality, does whatever they want. What is it that he or anyone wants? We all want the choice to navigate in our own unique way. Jesus even knew God had forsaken him. Imagine being a disciple of Jesus. You know that there is no way one of them did not offer to put him into hiding when the heat was turned up. Jesus just realized what it meant to be truly human, and that his choice of navigation meant that he had to die a martyr to get his message across. Why then did he choose to focus on pushing the energies around rather than phase changing it at the base? Why was his message not, "Caesar works for us, and we all share everything equally"? Don't say because then the market shelves back then would look so bland because creativity would cease. LOLIS, the limitations of humans. The blind leading the blind indeed. Hopefully there aren't readers who think I am unfairly targeting a particular religion for my analysis. Just note, like the holy protagonists, I too cannot speak of what I do not know. When pondering the dissonant human ambience or the energies, it was inevitable to encounter the systems of religion and humankind's injected philosophies. The word sin does not exist in the judicial definitions of illegal actions in most societies. It seems to only exist in religious books and in the regurgitations of those who claim fealty to the dominance of those systems. So let us all bow our heads and close our eyes, take a moment, and thank God for that. For if it were the latter, we wouldn't be able to go out into the street without someone yelling and accusing us of being a heretic and then leading to the nearest tree for a permanent adjustment. A classic philosophical insight to sin. It is said that the Greek philosopher Socrates proposed that being obese was the result of humanity not knowing right from wrong, and if we did know, we would not fail to do it, because it would have been so obviously in our interests to do the right thing initially. A counter to Socrates' insight voiced by one of his peers, or maybe this was one of his alter egos, was that a person often does know right from wrong but feared the loss of profiting pleasure from the time of opportunity. Socrates replied that such a person does not really know right from wrong but only had opinions about X and Y which were tainted by whims of true ignorance. Well, we know what the universe thinks about it: action and reaction. Motion is without labels, and it takes humans' syntax barriers to define action with damning reactions in order to deconstruct the gray into a more black and white place. To manage the chaos and protect assets that are wielded by those who realize that freedom of choice, action and free speech are still a thing. Most importantly, what would happen to the keyholder's set of choices if the game was truly fair? Ironically, in what is portrayed to be a successful run, the keyholders continue to desperately sell and resell these antiquated hierarchical stories of holy antagonists, protagonists and with it, their culture of appropriation. These failed cultural systems and financial systems that prop up this false dichotomy are desensitizing and conditioning stories. The product they sell is the paradox of good versus evil, in order to distract humankind from solving for X. That is because they advertise the saving grace of God as some unattainable wisdom, the blinding light, the burning bush, beyond black and white, etched in stone. Secret knowledge passed to religious authority figures, tied to an unseen force that is watching all. So, with all those instilled buffers of cognitive dissonance guarding true equality, how could we ever have a balanced society if even the grace of God is hoarded and delved out according to one's level of devotion? Have ye been born again? Well, perhaps when you were dunked in the holy waters, you should have kept your eyes open, because thou art still blind if you think equality is unattainable. Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. We attach words like morally, ethically and politically correct, in hopes to add an additional compass on top of what is considered the baseline, which is what is considered reasonable social behavior in society. These, however, are methods to cope, supplemental tools to navigate dissonant human ambience, which in turn are ready to be used as snares for those who do not fall in line with the current narrative. Ones designed to cast us into duality, which for us can be 3D hell on earth. This fairy tale timeline we live in is even more ridiculous than classic literature versions that paint a grim picture of dystopian futures that are run by keyholders with baffling amounts of ineptitude. The keyholders are indeed content with seeing the end of humankind come first, rather than simply solving for X, at the core of the issue. You want to see what a moral, ethical, just and fair society looks like? Then you must provide equality at the base of the foundation. Doing so will allow the environmental factors to take care of the rest of the issues naturally, ushering society to the real baseline. Therefore, we do not have time to waste. This is the new dawn, and for you the blind who are still looking at the night skies waiting for your God's return in order to scorch the earth clean of those who do not live up to your standards. The reality is that in a false system we cannot be washed anew, because we are all drowning and just do not realize it. The camaraderie of the old religious systems makes us feel sometimes like we are walking on water, but realize that no one can do this in a false system. Upon realization you might try to swim for land, but there is no need to learn to swim when you can just stand and walk. It's time we realized that we've been writhing for centuries in the shallow waters of incompetence. Evolve. We assume humanity has walked away from the water and evolved past our most primal impulses, but understand that it is not sin that keeps us shackled to our former devolved forms. We must all come to grips that it is the universe itself that governs the properties of energy, and in a 3D existence like the one we live in, energy is naturally divergent. Therefore, beings that live on this plane must use our animal instincts and observations to define those energies into bipolar systems in order to survive, and along the way we learned how to manipulate them. Since equality was not the base foundation, the keyholders found manipulation work better when the social contract was infringed upon due to their overstepping their constituents' boundaries. That is manipulation, cultural appropriation, which would be a use of force against their own population, which typically leads to their eventual downfall because they are no longer seen as legitimate in the eyes of the populace. They patched this hole by holding elections. Right, well, we all know how well that's working out. We are mistaken if we think that what we are experiencing is the human condition, rather it is better described as human nature. But look at the word, nature. The definition of nature describes something in an innate form, and it seems we humans try our hardest to forget that we are actually animals. Therefore, we are acting naturally within our habitats, regardless of our embellishments and labels. In the false system, the only environment we can craft for ourselves is a gilded cage. Human or animal? We assume lesser animals lack higher consciousness due to how they behave in their naked primal state. We observe predators commit actions with impunity due to the need for survival, as we humans of supposed higher intelligence act with an air of indifference when viewing their natural behaviors. So, supposing there was a higher intelligence out there, ask what would they think of our behavior? Since we can't even extrapolate that perspective, and we are programmed to not fight the products of the false system, then we know that we are not doing our best. Which is why systems of cope were invented and then the dissonant human nature flourished. When humans commit actions that seem to reflect the worst behavior in animals, the respective cultures react in a tidal wave of reprisal. Governments then have to author rules in an attempt to counter these extreme actions, which thankfully to an extent condition society into knowing that egregious action leads to punitive reaction. We witness animals mourn the loss of their family or pack. We witness generosity, compassion, and friendship, pretty much most if not all the good things we could also attribute to regular human behavior. For the bad, we witness what would be all levels of atrocious acts like gang harassment, stalking, theft, rape, murder, infanticide, cannibalism, and a multitude of variant behavior that is considered uncouth for human civilized society. And if you thought chemical abuse was something that just humans do, think again. http://URL. Human and animal emotions and actions seem to be near equal, but humans have the distinct ability to embellish our functions, and it is especially noticeable when we see people act out with extremely disproportionate emotional behavior in a public display. We love to observe and define. We relish the delineation process of our 3D environments, but note that one of the newest layers of ambience we have been captivated with the evolution of the internet, we find yet another underlying incentive to articulate and romance the dissonant human ambience that takes place due to the prospect of monetary reward when we broadcast to the world our SCNVFECFGI of contrasting behavior. We are in a record everything we see era. Ironically, we are also seeing where having a camera recording everywhere we go has become an extremely important tool of survival. Having these cameras on has revealed aspects of humanity that should indeed horrify us. It's not like we didn't know about all the really bad things out there, it's just that seeing it is a surreal experience, and definitely should not be normalized. Having these extreme egregious actions exist and persist in our world proves once again, that the phenomenon of humanity's sociological blind spot does indeed exist. Of course, you will not see graphic content on your local channels. Much of this recorded footage is only seen by our police force and is kept as evidence. Much of the CCTV footage can remind us of how fragile we humans really are, and some of the accidents recorded seem like they come straight from the horror movies. However, it's not just accidents. Folks, people have recorded most, if not all, the atrocities that we label as evil, and sometimes you just stumble across these things on the internet, and they make your head spin with shock and sadness, and there are copious amounts of it and in all manner of extremes. You know why you don't see this stuff on your regular news channel. Contrast can really be an eye-opener to how savage this world can be. Understand that this is what a world without true equality looks like. This is what the false system has created. Humans like to forget that we are animals by classic definition, and in that same classic fashion we like to differentiate ourselves from animals by pointing out our obvious differences in appearance and ability. However, the lines get blurred when it comes to cognition and behavior. We assume in the realms of behavior that humans have sole ownership to complex communicative social interactions. However, it is important to realize that animals have these too. They just appear simple, because we utilize the lens of ego and add embellishment to our functions. In a lot of ways, we are physically inferior to our furry friends. We are obviously the most versatile, but ultimately our endgame is the same. While we fight for oil, they fight for bananas. While we fight for social dominance, they fight for the right to pass on genetic proliferation. There is not really any difference at the base, as the squandering of resources leads to the same type of actions in all species of animal. Hoarding and dividing resources, whatever the context, is what this 3D universe does naturally, as all systems are the same, which is why we feel justified in our actions. We will do whatever it takes us to get to those relative rewards that lead to those chemical compounds of confirmation bias. Yes, humans seem to differ mostly from other animals by our ability to isolate incidents and have complex communications by establishing systems of thought, then relative control, thus allowing us to step outside of our emotions to make judgments of cultures not within our immediate zone of influence. Question: can animals do this as well, but just do not have verbal components to express when they do so? Answer: yes, they do. We mark our perimeters with contracts and fences, they mark their perimeters with scent. Animals drive out weakness amongst their herd by abandoning the vulnerable. Fish will kill off the sick, pack animals will bully those who attempt to take control but are not fit for leadership. Humans have an extreme addiction to all type of bullying. The list goes on. An invasive species will migrate and take over another environment regardless of the harm that it causes. As an example, looking back into humankind's cultural evolution, for instance, beginning in 1492, Columbus and Spaniards backed by the crown went looking for a trade route to the east without having to go down past the Horn of Africa. Traveling west instead, they came upon a new land which was later dubbed the Americas. This new land's natives had a weak military force, which right off the bat meant they were susceptible to invaders. The land was fertile for cultivation and there were indications that the natives also mined and crafted items from gold. This was seen as a great opportunity for the Spaniards to migrate their SCNVFECFGI into the multiple nations. By 1494, many conquistadors explored the Americas for gold notoriety and for the glory of God. It was said that the natives of these lands, and notedly King Montezuma II, upon first impressions thought that Cortés, another Spaniard leader, were of the gods, because of their imposing militaristic mannerisms, their ornate armor that reflected the sun rays, and because of their majestic beasts, non-native horses, they rode. The Spaniards referred to the people as Indios, which traditionally meant that they were the lowest ranked group. They saw a strategic advantage that their SCNVFECFGI could not pass up, and their egos became inflated. Buffers of cognitive dissonance were erected, and thus a highly contrasting cultural conflict was created. No doubt the Spaniards saw themselves as sovereign beings in comparison to the natives of the early Americas. The invaders saw indigenous peoples' way of life as devolved, alluding to the idea that they were unable to govern their own society, thus unable to know the finer things in life, wholly uncivilized, yet worthy of subjugation by the grace of an absolute God which granted their invaders a subjective license to commit cultural appropriation. Navigations, where one feels endowed due to their SC and that culture's narrative and the degree of control of their social contract by way of endowment of ECF via the keyholders. This creates for a percentage those who believe they have been given a greater purpose. Therefore, it will almost always lead them to the labeling of any contrasting systems and outsiders inhabiting them as lesser animals, regardless of if they realize it or not. Any further resistance from the indigenous tribes and they would be also labeled as heathens. If they reacted with violence, then they would be barbaric, etc. Is it not ironic that in these so-called holy missions, that it always eventually empowers people to commit egregious actions against non-believers? Ironically, the only way you can stop people in these scenarios is with violence, primarily stealing and killing, which is of course considered a sin in their own culture. It's not like we've never noticed that God has been used as a CD bypass to commit crimes against other cultures. No doubt, when the dissonant human ambience plays out in these instances, it's a guarantee that there will be a false dichotomy put into place for the long term in order to perpetuate the sovereignty of the invaders and their subsequent generations. We haven't changed much, have we? I believe, regardless of the millions of years of evolution, that we are all just deluding ourselves into thinking we have reached some pinnacle of emotional, ethical, or moral existence, due to our inability to solve for the most basic problem of inequality. It is in these migrations and observations of SC via systemic appropriation and mismanagement that we find ourselves unable to fix the root of the problems that are inherent in a class society. These ill-fated traits of humankind, regardless of the timeline, show that within failed pocket societies that contrast the majority, that people really think that all this madness around us is normal, and that the downtrodden or lower class is indeed expendable. Therefore it is not against the law to economically treat the lower class like criminals or animals. Those on the outside of the fringe nearest that culture will always consist of a percentage of NPCs, with the SCNVFECFGI that will assign stereotypes as to what causes that class's problems, rather than realizing that it is a systematic problem. To make matters worse, those same NPCs who fail to see the systemic problem and attribute any other lifestyle that does not fit into their narrative as a license to be racist bigots, which further stokes the flames of discontent amongst the general populace. We are all victims of our SCENVFECFGI, therefore we must realize that both sides are being played like a fiddle by this false system. This can also be seen in several modern cases where those who are authorized to protect the public are instead killing in the name of, and keep getting away with is because for the imbued, ramifications only exist absent of plausible deniability and embellishment that is confabulated due to the false system's inability to solve inequality. Circling back to action and reaction, and animal instincts. This is because of humankind's miscalculation of importance in the grand scheme of things, which is a duality because it contradicts the evidence that we seem to be in control of life in the 3D because we are all individual kings or queens in our own mental Game of Thrones. Each one of us holds a universe in our minds, and we prioritize our problems and project their importance in that space between our ears. We see and act accordingly depending on the perceived threat level, and essentially, things that cause us to act out emotionally can fit the whole of the space in our mental worlds. So, there is a duality perspective in action, and when navigating systems. If contrasting behavior is not addressed systematically to show an indefinite change, then it can lead a person or an entire culture to darker ways of expressing emotions and can lead to a variety of decisions that put a person or a people further away from ever measuring up, and during that time they view that the person they are currently, this contrasting energy, was who they were all along. Then, in order to keep dangers away, they begin to define people and systems around them in a more blanketed method rather than on an individual basis. They further bury themselves in their behavior to keep themselves safe, and in their minds relatively normal. We fail as a whole, not because of sin, as it is a byproduct of a system that is not based in equality. We fail because we are out of sync with the universal laws of balance, ergo inequality leads us down a perpetual path of self-destruction. How we fix this? There will always be those who want to fight contrasting energies directly, however, it will always lead to failure. Perhaps before this age of technologically aided disinformation it was possible, but not anymore. In order to rid the world of these problems or dramatically decrease the ongoing trend, we need to establish a system that will help all people make their way back to the baseline through a very structured methodical series of civic engagement programs. And it's important to note and repeat that these new systems we build will naturally replace the old ones. The system that supposedly leads people to live a productive life is a drastically insufficient model for society. This is because within each pocket culture of society, people have no choice but to utilize a failed system with a false persona. I say false, because I cannot accept that most people would be as cruel and selfish and spiteful as they seem to be if equality had been established at the foundation of society. Persona, the mask or image we present to the world. Designed to make a particular impression to others, while concealing our true nature. Carl Jung. So, we all have no choice but to live out this current timeline's SCNVFECFGI, and naturally we will find ourselves victims of the system. As a result, when surrounded by a system that is deemed a failure by society's standards, you see fewer and fewer success stories and you see more tragedy and heartbreak due to the toxic environments festering. What does economic equality look like? According to the social contract, the key holders have taken the responsibility to provide the city's infrastructure and the maintenance of it. Therefore it is that ill-defined definition that we must contend with. Understand though that since we are living with a false system overlaid on top of the social contract, then automatically the whole premise of equality according to the key holders will always be a misguided philosophy. Currently the federal and state governments take from every working citizen over our lifetime, 35% of our earned income, and they also allow themselves to be lobbied by business, as well as they allow those businesses to throttle the resources of our economy for profit. Manipulation of markets, etc. Provided a scenario where equality was allowed to take root, then over time the definition of the social contract would look a little more like this. The key holders shall provide full medical assistance for any issue, education system on par with Ivy League schools, adequate housing and utilities, sufficient food and water. Realize though given our situation, no amount of negotiation will make this happen. No, since this is the false system that overlays our world, then it isn't just the key holder's job to make that happen. Therefore we too must add our philosophy on top of the layers of the system. Secondly, we must realize that this system we yearn for is already built but hidden and mismanaged in the current one. It's just that the current form has not taken the proper shape. Don't mistake this as an argument in their favor though, it needs to be said for those who think that getting to true equality is entirely impossible. To change it, we must redirect the energy. The leaders of this current society wholly do not know how to solve for this X, and they have tipped the scales so far away from redemption in front of the eyes of all sides, which is why we all feel that both sides have gone off the deep end. Yet most of us seem to be caught up in the ambience to a degree where we are viewing the impending wreck of our society as some sort of live-action rendering of the Titanic. We'd hate to be a victim, but we love to watch the movie. We do seem to have a sadist lovesick romance with watching documentaries and stories of catastrophic failure whilst fixating on some minor tangent inside those stories that highlight harmonic human ambience. We then dismiss the burning sinking ship that is our world as a whole. We allow everything to drift further away from the baseline. Don't agree? Then what's stopping you from fixing it? That's correct, no one seems to know how, which is why you are here. Better yet, which is why you should be a member of your local here.club/your hometown. Every day that passes in this false system, we are pushed further down by our key holders into the deep waters, then fed endless reports of lives from failed systems, and due to the frequency of these stories we must shed cognitive dissonance so that we can continue on in relative stability, and in doing so we shed empathy to the plights of others. The duality of humans is that we each individually are self-entitled method actors, hell-bent on getting onto the stage to win that Lifetime Achievement Award. We are all actors in the tragedy of the false system. Realize that we cannot break character, we can only hope to be conditioned into the right character, and until that happens, we cannot see outside of our own masks of perception, we cannot solve for X in a false dichotomy. When looking at the evil that is prevalent in these modern times, when the pressure seems to be at its maximum, we look at those who we think just don't get it. Not as humans but as symbols that are the labels of our CD. We see them as statistics, as acceptable losses, and to remove that loss, we endorse systems that slam the door on those bad people, and throw away the keys. These are the scapegoats the key holders use to prop up narratives which state that it's not the environment that is toxic. It is the culture and the bad apples, and unfortunately, it is a view that was crafted in ignorance and then utilized as a weapon in a toxic narrative. That is because those same people who created the ENVF are the ones telling us that the patterns of dissonant human ambience that prove action and reaction do not exist. It unfortunately can't be. It has to be one or the other. And since the keyholder's narrative is used to then further ignore the core of the issue, which is inequality, and all the while those who continue to suffer on the fringe in the toxic systems continue to migrate from the pan, directly into the fire. The people who are responsible for fixing the issues only throw the money into voracious black hole programs, where the core of the money is taken away and only a very small amount trickles down to those who needed it generations ago. Those who do not understand the core of the issue, who sit on the opposite spectrum for instance, would be baffled at the thought of someone on the fringe who ends up a repeat offender. Their perspective might lead them to think as to why didn't that thug learn their lesson the first time? Why didn't their parents beat that ass? Why do they have no regard or respect for other people? Why are their personalities and mannerisms so confrontational, etc.? Yes, yes, repeat after me, SCNVFECFGI. And it is because of the continued malfeasance by the keyholders, because they do not know how to roll out true equality without destroying the current establishment. Therefore, nothing will change as long as the NPCs play the part that the social contract dictates them to. Along this same string, you might have heard someone ask how a defense lawyer could defend monsters. We must realize that due to the failed dichotomy of all economic factors, the soulless autonomous machines we call the business world, is a system that sabotages all other systems around us. And of course those systems can naturally only produce methods of cope, and they use their relatively honed skills, SCNVFECFGI, to siphon funding for the needy rather than help to fix the root of the problem. When the failed individuals of society stand and face the judge and everyone on all sides gets caught up in the moment, this is where the programming of our false system is overtly noticeable. The court system is a grand example of the failed system in regard to the dissonant human ambience. Strangers who are detached from the situation negotiate the perpetrator's level of guilt. Duality emerges in the convergence clash of contrasting systems. In the false system no case is never closed, no court will ever be fully adjourned. In the false system we are all the aggressors, and we are all the victims. We are all the squanderers of resources, and we all misappropriate our wealth. This means when the time comes when we look over our shoulder we'll always see why it's said that hindsight is 20/20. In the false system the scapegoats will always be convicted for the keyholder's failure to establish equality, and sadly since we were and are still powerless to make any real change, then the only sentence handed down to us is more of the same. Cope. The energies are clashing. There is a cultural shift unfolding before our eyes. The once revered defenders of the status quo are losing their funding. In cities all over the country, statues of the yesteryear's Confederacy fall. And now, even the nation's founding fathers are being vilified due to their stake in the ownership of slaves, which is a great example of moral relativism. Meanwhile in other cities it is said that career criminals who lost their lives for merely being products of a system, have murals erected, to be regarded as martyrs. Here is a crucial point. Neither side can possibly comprehend how the other cannot see the obvious. Neither side can see which behavior should be considered proper, nor could they justify how or what type of behavior is best for the overall good of society. On both sides there are groups who would condone the egregious actions of people who align with their SCNVFECFGI. It is a duality, and ignorance flows both ways. We are all the judge, the jury and the executioner. Many times, When someone is in trouble while navigating outside of their system and they end up making decisions that put them into jail or prison, then chances of experiencing a normal life post the ramifications seem utterly hopeless and furthermore pointless if they are compared with what the standard expectations or definitions of success. Let's not forget to mention that there are many people from all walks of life that need highly curtailed medical and professional psychiatric help. So, it is not to say that some people do not deserve to be incarcerated, due to being in a locked mindset when extreme contrasting actions are made. Let's be clear and state that no matter what culture becomes dominant, we do need to maintain order and relative peace in our society from offenders who pose a threat to the safety of others. When they emerge from incarceration, they go back into the failed systems that made them who they are. Often they can only double down on living contrastingly to the relative norms. If there were no opportunities for them that would have provided the right path before they fell into the social contact's definition of sin, then what opportunities will exist in those same systems for those who have been labeled as failures or even evil? Billions of people live in this reality worldwide. Why billions? Well, because we are all affected by this one way or another. I would ask the reader to not be so trusting of the so-called statistics, because you know that given any opportunity that the keyholders get to marginalize their responsibility of the systemic plague they continue to support, they will take it. This is not just about the incarceration of people in these systems, it is the conditions these people live in that cause them such cognitive dissonance, that they feel justified in whatever actions they make. But in the eyes of the rest of society, they are acting out in perpetual failure. Neither side of the spectrum can solve for X. Since we know that those who are caught up in the system generally have financial stability issues, then we need to look at the paths highlighted for further analysis. The ENVF, ECF show us that if a person is struggling barely making it paycheck to paycheck, one mistake away from being homeless, then they are not above the poverty line. Please note that I know that many statements above could be used as a point of attack from individuals who wish to capitalize on dissonant human ambience. They might say, look at him blurring the lines of good and evil, or who is he talking about when he says they? But you would be missing the point and continue to fall into the trap of duality that wants to keep you locked in fighting the symptoms of the sickness and not the source of it. Worldwide, all classes, races, and genders make mistakes by breaking the law. Some people might say I am arguing for moral or ethical relativism to be considered okay, and that is not true. I am simply acknowledging everything exists despite anyone's counter-effort, period, and that is, because the environment that is conducive to those actions are allowed to continue to thrive. Furthermore, for those who don't understand moral relativism, no one endorses egregious actions within a culture. They are simply stating that the individual choice a person makes within their culture exists. Imagine if the government's funding that went to fight evil, whether it be the war on drugs or the war on the poor etc., instead went to creating an equal foundation. This is another moment where the truth will set you free. But for those who hold on to the lie that equality wouldn't solve most of the world's problems, I would wonder what was their core belief system. Imagine if those same people that believed in God, lived a life where they passed up the endorsement of a system that would literally save the world? Would that be a sin? Are there a group of people out there who claim to be believers but would never dream of validating the idea that equality would fix the systemic problems of the world? Countless lives would be saved, so I think that type of God would at the very least be disappointed in his believers, for they really do not know what they are doing. We must make the change to implement equality immediately. We need to stop dehumanizing and criminalizing people who have fallen prey to the system, because we are all helping to create third world scenarios that play out before our eyes from the lens of first world perspectives. There are those with the SCNVFECFGI that think we are dealing with good versus evil because God declares that sinners will go to hell etc., but it is the system that is holding everyone back. Being poor or different does not constitute a crime in progress. Fighting the products of the false system perpetuates the environment, thus will never fix the root of the problem. Do you, like me, get a sick feeling in the stomach when thinking of all the misappropriated monetary mobility that goes into the programs that are supposed to help people who have fallen upon hard times? The reason for this statement is that you can consider the devastation of the status quo if this narrative was not in place. So of course, they try, but ask yourself if they really know what they are doing? Let me whisper in your ear here, friend. They are trying to distract you, and they will use your very life and your loved ones to stop you from taking away their power. Ask yourself if they really know how to fix this problem. Given that the answer to this question is a resounding no, then the failed keyholders absolutely need to go. We stand in contrast. Since we know the government will never follow through with this set of basic rights, then we the people must do it for them. The migrating social contract. We need to remove the iconic symbol that is this failed system, sold to us as a cornerstone of strength, with a foundation riddled with termite-infested holes of selfishness and hypocrisy. No one man nor woman who owned another person regardless of the standards of society at any time should be utilized as a symbol of what any country stands for. The faces of currency change and even the value, so why can't we? Why can't our system and symbols change? Ultimately, though, these are sideshows, a distraction from the main stage. We just need to quit ignoring the inequality and the failed dichotomy that our society and its economic systems are built upon, ones that do not allow for relative balance to be attained. When we do, instead of writing another chapter of history where we deal with yet another aspect of grief, manufactured by the keyholders, which was designed to keep us at each other's throats, instead we'll focus on what to do after we all have equal ground to stand on. In very diverse societies, there is a dualistic problem with trying to balance so many contrasting SCE, CFE and VFGI ideologies at once. That is because the comfort levels of those cultures who held the established narrative the longest will always find their lifestyles to be disrupted by the migrant. We are all relatively migrants. It's certainly not a pretty or fair situation, but it's a natural one to say the least. America was built on the ideology of it being a country rich with opportunity, and we know it does relatively live up to those expectations. America has always been a nation built upon immigration, from the days of Plymouth Rock to Ellis Island, to the 46 million people that came into America in 2015. Immigration has always been encouraged in America. The Statue of Liberty, which was and still is a great symbol of hope, has a poem that was placed on a bronze plaque titled "The New Colossus," which reads, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free." If we think that the problems of migrants overtaking the country was a relatively new one, then shame on our ignorance, and shame that we cannot accept it as natural, because it has been happening since humans could walk upright. There are endless examples of the migration of cultures that end up stirring the pot, as they say, like during the times that surrounded the New York City draft riots in 1927. The reason for this historical tangent is to get the reader to realize that the term immigrant is a label that we have all worn at some point in our ethnic history, therefore we should never mistake being born into a system as a stake of ownership of it. We all, regardless of our background or how we present ourselves, take a role in the social contract, standards by which we naturally and unconsciously try to live up to, if allowed. The social contract, the narrative, corporate policy, and the reality is that many on all sides absolutely try, and absolutely fail to do so. And that is regardless of status or good intentions, and that is because the social contract is morphing, but not evolving before our eyes daily. Human ambience has never been in short supply, and we humans never miss the opportunity to jump onto a narrative and capitalize on its claim to legitimacy. This is especially true when the cause is as easily marketable as one that is tied into the survival of a race. No doubt those who need assistance in this department, those who need a coping method the most, will gladly accept their role. We all gladly commingle our SCNVFECFGI in order to get the chance to fight the good fight, protagonists, and there will always be those who will gladly take the role of adding contrast, antagonists, to the norms despite the cognitive dissonance it might raise in contrasting systems. They are both the same. I hope that many are shocked at how many people swallow the narrative and do not question all pathways coming and going to see how it was formulated, and how it might be used to fuel other key holders' agendas. I feel like we have to know that there are manufactured narratives that are interlaced with real struggles, not to imply that any of those narratives on either side are not valid, but it is important to know when these situations become weapons that are designed for profit and distraction. Notice that all sides are always in the works with launching counterattacks even in time of peace, and since there is room for outside narratives to be considered, the key holders recognize this and see it as their right to perpetuate turbulence in order to ensure their longevity. Therefore, there must always be a battleground with some distraction going on, otherwise the corrupt underlying system would then be at the forefront of society to analyze. Finally, note that even a blanketed ignorance is a usable weapon. This veil over reality that the key holders guard will never be fully revealed, even if the conditions were right, because of plausible deniability. Which is why an actor is a good fit for someone who wants to join in on the stage of business and politics. Also note that we can infer all day who they, the key holders, are, but you would never get one to admit that they were one, which actually helps us relay this overall message to you. We all, even if we are not cognizant of doing so, claim fealty to a system, since being born into a system will naturally have perimeters and conditioners, and its social contract. Therefore, it is understandable that people naturally have their relative pride in their SCNVFECFGI, but we cannot let pride align into the mentality of cultural appropriation, because those tactics infringe on other humans' ability to simply exist, and not be harassed. Pride in one's own team, or country? It's sad that people still think of countries as a team, and that our fate and destiny lay within battling one another as if it were some spectator sport. These folks' NPC mentality and strategies will always be perpetually failing strategies, and it undermines the legitimacy of their claim as well as their character. Even if they later realize they are cringe failed tactics, their only recourse is to double down in order to maintain. There will always be teams in a false system. Hate should not be fought with hate. Racism should not be fought with racism. We stand in contrast. So, we have in place a tradition and a policy written that should not lead to discrimination of any percentage of the population. We understand the difference between the terms and definitions of good and bad behavior, so why then are we still having this much trouble navigating this great system of life and its overall systems of social migrations? Yes, it is because of inequality. NPC headlines. Look at how these current events in our immediate time align, this current trend of relatively peaceful riots, and how they are being mishandled by all sides. How almost none of the people going into them are going in with a mindset of growth in order to gain relative understanding. How quickly people judge a scenario, how the lines of friend or foe are blurred. By default, people arm themselves with a my way or the highway mentality and a complete disregard of courtesy and logic. Thus a never-ending series of near and outright miscommunications, by which most encounters end up with both sides acting out their SCNVFECFGI with baffling levels of ineptitude and duality. Don't get caught up in this mode of dissonant human ambience. Imagine how many people needlessly lose or ruin their lives because they decided to join a disenfranchised cause. Why disenfranchised? Consider, if you will, that any consolidated effort can be viewed as an organization. It can be effective, and in the worst case, it can be monumentally disastrous. Now consider the standard practice of today's businesses. Could we legitimately say that they are operating within the law? Sure, but they also often go to court to protect their reputation, and prove that they are. Next, consider a mafia group. The worst of the mafia groups are most likely labeled as terrorists. And the best organized mafias at face value are legitimate businesses or even mandated by the government as a regulatory entity. All initiatives have an organization regardless of the label. People show up, and they work, whether it's commercial or criminal. This is why 99% of all protests are looked at as disruptive to the norm, and nothing more. Where is the organization? If success means that their initiative caused a change in legislation, then they did accomplish their goal, and in the meantime, it's just a method of cope. More on this later, but if you watch from the outside perspective as to what these protests are doing for the community, at least from this lens, it is hardly peaceful and mostly ineffective, and in fact, nowadays, it seems to be having a reverse effect. Is this an advertisement for our cause? Absolutely, and you bet we can reinvent and redirect that energy to be immensely more effective. Good versus evil ambience. Another instance of where sin is defined in our culture is to look at older cultures where extremely dissonant acts were considered the norm, or ceremonial. I will bring up two scenarios, but they are arbitrary choices. Some ancient cultures routinely sacrificed people, and you can assume that since this act was ingrained in their society as one of the most profound ways to appeal to the grace of the gods, constructing a bridge between themselves and the divine, that people saw this action as a way of proving reverence to their creator, which made the enactment good and not evil. Another example would be the pre-Romans, who culturally fostered a rape and murder culture, as it is widely known that the first leader and founder of Rome, Romulus, plotted and enacted the mass kidnapping and rape of the women of the nearby towns, in order to populate his newly founded city. This resulted in years of tribalistic warfare, because committing such an egregious act no doubt left the early Romans with little choice but to have to continue to kill or be killed as a way of life, and this expansion, this early tale of cultural appropriation, much like any other in human history, proves that the keyholders think that the only way to move forward, is by the wholesale disregard of the rights of others. As long as the policy allows it. In the meantime, if it does not, they will chip away at it, until they have fealty across the land. Understand that in order to have unanimous adherence to the social contract, the playing field would have to be equal. Unanimous fealty is disadvantageous to the keyholders' survival, because it threatens their ability to validate their current system of authority. They would no doubt conspire against their own within their own house. Does any of this ring a bell? Absolute power absolutely corrupts. John Dalberg Acton. Also, understand that we are all NPCs to our SCNVFECFGI, and even though we know that such egregious actions towards people would strike us as insidious, understand that the finger pointing is always directed at another, and never for the self. Therefore the keyholder feels justified in their actions no matter what. To today's standards, it does seem atrocious to not slam labels on these types of insidious actions that are produced from this false system, considering the impact on all the victims physically, mentally, economically, and culturally. These actions create compound problems in society. Therefore, would the solution be to rebuke and remove specific actions to the point that they are stricken from the list of possibilities? No. We have proven time and time again that more laws does not equate to more control. We are brought to think that in order for a country to have perpetual peace, then it must have multiple layers of environmentally impacting philosophies conducive to allowing peace to emerge. Many do, but are constantly at war. So, what's up with that? Looking at the history of tactics used on America's adversaries, we see over and over again that when there is something that is not liked, it is removed. Furthermore, this generally happens through tipping the scales of power through subversion tactics. If we were to phase change this energy and look at it in a more micro sense, we would see that it's not that certain types of cultures are unable to stop themselves from murdering or stealing, or because the countercultures are racists, etc. Underlyingly, It is because of the validated philosophy of inequality which in turn creates extreme divergence in our society. The pebble cast into the water, no matter how small, it makes waves, and for those closest to the epicenter of the impact it makes tsunamis. Zooming out, we see that pockets of unrest are projected on the media as isolated, but since they have the calling card of other happenings, they appear to be widespread, and in some ways, they are. This is why the right and the left both overstate their impact of their presence on social media, a projection of perpetual success, simultaneously refuting the enemy's impact on one another, but vow to will stop at nothing to destroy what their counterculture stands for. It is a symbiotic relationship, which is ultimately a distraction. The heart of dissonant human ambience. Do not lose yourself in the products of the false system and become an NPC actor for the keyholders' theater. At the core it is the economic factors that are out of balance, and if we truly fixed that issue, then within 2 generations both sides' perception of evil would dissipate. Why? Well, because the environments would no longer be conducive towards producing the products of that divergent system. There might still be lingering issues or another layer of problems that emerge, especially if the false system's keyholders have anything to say about it, but imagine how much less of a burden there would be overall in our lives. Everything depends on the weight of the respective cultural scales, and at some point, we have to come to grip with the terms and labels of good and evil, as it is a paradox. That is because despite these labels, all the systems created to keep the darkness and the sin at bay, no matter how many times we see shocking events unfold in our neighborhoods, and around the world, we just can't seem to stop it. We live in a relatively free society that validates freedom of these expressions preemptively. We are allowed to coexist with one another despite some periodic waves of extreme contrast, and we are given the right to voice opinions and pass judgment to an extent verbally and physically. Picture the cultural systems as scales and note that when one is preemptively constricted or countered to the point that the counterculture thinks is extreme, then the reaction will ironically result in what is determined as extremist behavior from that culture that thinks it is either being oppressed or is unable to control their version of the narrative. The false dichotomy, coupled with the programming that is shoveled down our throats from the keyholders and the unwitting proponents, the NPCs of the narrative, are in a way intentionally breeding dissent within our own culture overall, which is why we have mass shootings, and why minority groups of both color and of sex feel like they are relentlessly being bullied or hunted. Notice, if you have not picked up on it by now, is that equilibrium in all systems must be maintained. One that does not fully deny human nature but does not try to completely stamp it out of existence. It is because of nature that the human condition exists, so expressions that are less egregious to society as a whole must be allowed to exist, and the extreme ones must always be the line. Animals never mentally thrive in a cage, and you cannot change the nature of an animal by keeping it there. Therefore, the only way to approach the reprogramming of these relatively lesser offensive forms of expressions that we see in human behavior is that they must be countered preemptively with education, at the earliest stage. Before any academic award is received, it should be required that we must firstly achieve in a humanitarian capacity as a prerequisite, beyond any degree of its current manifestation. Note that despite the best efforts of any initiative, that without economic equality across the board, this paradigm shift, and a new equilibrium will never take fruition. The reform must be subtle so as to not agitate the existing cognitive dissonance of potentially dangerous cultures that are addicted to the dissonant ambience, the products of the false system. Consider what animals do when they are backed into a corner, or how they protect what is considered their territory or meal. Remember a time when you were trying to help someone, and they treated you like trash in an attempt to push you away. Maybe you wanted to scream, "I am trying to help you." Think about how a cat can sometimes act violently even when they are being saved from potential danger. Humans are animals and animals must be allowed to evolve naturally, and their expressions are an innate right regardless of context and must be staunchly defended in order to maintain the stability of civility in this current society. Understand that instruments of force will fail or damage further expressions of life. It is a delicate balance, but we will get it right. Voltaire, a French philosopher, believed above all else that social interactions between the cultures would progress only through sound logic and reason, and that no authority, such as government or religion, could stand in the way of it, nor should they be exempt from being held to the same standard. Voltaire resonated this and emphasized tolerance in many of his works. He of course was the gentleman who gave us this epic quote: "I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. That being said, we too shall govern ourselves with logic, reason and tolerance." In closing to the paradox of good and evil, realize that the symbol of the crown of thorns that all humans bear is sin, guilt, which actually mean the same thing. We carry relative amounts of it with us all the time. Guilt is also a lot like cognitive dissonance. When we see someone living in contrast to how we live, there is a relative level of repulsion, which was instilled by our social conditioning, from environmental factors, derived from economic factors, which creates our spectrum of understanding. With it, we navigate relatively without having to really be cognizant as to why we do or do not adopt what would be objectively objectionable traits, contrasting from the consensus of your immediate social circle, aka your handlers, the key holders of the narrative. Please stand down. Note that none of which I am stating in this book is an endorsement to what is known as anarchy, or am I inferring that we navigate contrary to the norms of the law. The existing rules that hold up society at this point protect our lives and are needed. Likewise, a deconstruction of the economy we currently have in place cannot simply be dismantled. For those who think that we are inferring or think that we can just implement equality as if I was advertising for communism or socialism, you haven't read the whole book. Equality cannot happen overnight like at the flip of a switch. Sorry to say that you are not fully comprehending what you are reading and are taking what is said out of context. You are interjecting your SCNVFECFGI to fill in the gaps with your own spectrum of understanding. The reason for this would be because you do not think this belief system satisfies the formula of leadership. Therefore, you have unwittingly become an NPC gatekeeper for the status quo, etc., etc. If you think the world has problems now, just imagine cutting the supply chain off at the knees and then visualize the absolute chaos that would ensue shortly after. Don't think that would happen? Look at what happened to Russia. Look what happened to us while we're doing nothing to Russia. It's a world economy now. So no, anarchy, eating the rich, getting rid of any people, whether it's white or black or blue, nor denying any gender nor trying to deny their freedom to exist will fix the problems that plague society. Ironically, those who wish for the government to stay out of the lives of the citizens, the same people that despise the thought of Big Brother taking over, wrongly assume that those who would take power after the removal of the systems we hate would construct anything that resembles a more peaceful society. Who would be the Big Brother at that point? Cultural appropriation in any society will bring variations of martial law, and a hyperactive police state, and the NPC bullies would come out of the woodwork given the chance. Remember what happens historically when systems are forcibly broken down, and that the ones that replace the old system must then enforce generations of cultural appropriation to keep the populace in check, in order to maintain control of the narrative. Remember that all systems are the same. Looking back at the navigation of systems, with minor modification due to the change of the backdrop, we see that if extreme contrasting behavior is not preemptively addressed systematically via proper social programming to show an indefinite change in the historical trend concerning cultural appropriation, then it can lead a person or even an entire culture to darker ways of expressing emotions and can lead to a variety of decisions that put a person or a people further away from ever measuring up. During that time, they view that who they are currently, this contrasting energy, was who they were all along. Then, in order to keep dangers away, they begin to define people and systems around them in a more blanketed method rather than on an individual basis. They further bury themselves in their behavior in order to keep themselves safe, and in their minds, live a relatively normal life. So, even when horrendous acts are committed, individually or when sanctioned by a government, then it is actually a devolved disguised call for help. It may not be recognizable by the actors, but this can be wholly identified when the expression is one that projects hate. In order to rid the world of these problems, or dramatically decrease the ongoing trend, we need to establish a system that will help all people make their way back to the baseline through a very structured methodical series of social programs, through civic engagement, and it is all for naught if true monetary equality is not simultaneously being implemented. At this point, one might assume that we've made a stance, and that lines have been drawn in the sand. Not quite, but if we had to classify ourselves, then it would be as neutral, good, and the identity of that alignment would indicate that we focus not on the dissonant human ambience, but the building of a foundation of equality. I am simply highlighting paths so that all can clearly see where they come from and where they lead to. The focus will be revealed, but the background of the canvas needs to be developed before the subject of the art is fully defined. Universe/3D life/duality/humankind/systems are philosophy, setting parameters. We are all philosophers in our own right, with our subjective SCNVFECFGI, and we are bound to our own understandings of reality. We the observers wish to add our unique way of navigating to the lexicon of human understanding so that it may be passed down as objective, therefore validated in all systems. This is achievable as we have begun and will continue to create the only narrative that will stand the test of time. To better understand the philosophy of the universe, it is imperative that we have a wide understanding of the malleability of energy, and it will of course be a testament to our flexibility when describing the systems with interchangeable jargon. The message of the universe and navigating systems plus introspective analysis combined with a new approach to education, and finally, and most important factor of all, economic equality, will be the only way we can save the world. It is through these contemplations that I have established the blueprints and the mental groundwork needed to initiate this plan. I, like most other non-institutionalized entrepreneurial pioneers, lack the monetary mobility to start the process. Heck, even most millionaires could not tackle this project, but it's not for the lack of the funds but because they lack this mode of vision. Yes, even the billionaires out there have the false systems veil over their eyes, therefore they cannot solve for X. However, it's not to say that after we launch, that they might come to see our endeavors to be worthy of their investment. Thankfully, you are here, and together we will get this venture off the ground, and you will see the world come together like never before. Of all the things we bring ourselves to trust and believe in, we must believe and visualize the path we will forge to equality. Let us forge that path together and manifest change. CEO here.club, and speakright.live for further details. Chapter 7.1 Esoteric Understandings of Energy. The pathways that we forge leave a multitude of opened and closed doors. Some for good reasons, others for not, and sometimes we confuse the good with the bad, which can bring us to hard decisions. But consider this moment. It is an extremely positive testament on our journey. There is no specific order in which one must experience life to hear truth outside of the systems of duality, but there is a certain cognitive condition needed, as an open system must be in place for a person to be willing to listen, to resonate, to have unlocked and allowed new information that would change the false system's inherited mindset. For everyone, the term understanding is different. For humankind to understand something unanimously is the biggest hurdle we face. To lead us to a full and all-encompassing universal understanding, we all have to agree upon a definition, to make it objective reality. There are a number of topics we should all agree upon, but for this chapter, if it is not entirely evident, we are focusing on agreeing that the underlying problem of the world, which is firstly an equality issue. Sadly, what is stopping us from fixing this issue is that there are selfish incentives for the key holders to keep things the way they are. We have identified that any action, not just one that triggers change, comes firstly with an inward transaction or battle that directly contends with our own SCENVFECFGI. This is why the message from the universe is so important, but realize that the words that are written in the message are just a supplemental understanding. A phase change that was extracted from the background information of our 3D experience, from a personal lens that took a lifetime of observation. Who you are now took a lifetime of experience, but layers of yourself can change moment by moment, and this is especially so if one adopts a philosophy. That is to say that you choose with intent, and not because you have passively observed it. Therefore it passes the formula of leadership, and is most definitely validated on all levels of affirmations. So, in order for everyone to gain true understanding, we must agree that the information extracted and considered has the capacity to redefine our actions and reactions, thus changing how we acknowledge the innate movement and evolution of energies as systems emerge and migrate and contrast within our 3D universe. We do not need the keyholder's permission to navigate as we wish. We understand that we need to circumvent the dissonance and consolidate our monetary mobility to unlock the 3D shackles of duality. We will utilize our philosophy and our branded business plan to creating a proper foundation for equality to take root and then be available for others to witness and attest, so that our actions can resonate within them and throughout the rest of the world. The systems we will create will bring an emotional intelligence awakening and equalization for all, which will re-establish the true baseline. Take heed that we must properly embellish our cause by operating in a fashion that is understandable in all dialects. Our message must be available for all to solve for X. During times where the false narrative is being questioned, keyholders routinely utilize the ambience of space travel, or the threat of alien invasion, or foreign adversaries, pandemics, amongst other nefarious happenings, in hopes that the combined effort to battle any one of these problems would then unify all our nations. Hope equals cope. This is a perfect example of how diluted the keyholders are when ascertaining the core of the issues that holds us all back. Some would say that the problems and aspirations of humankind are completely different topics. But then I would ask why any sane common person like ourselves, or some Uber keyholder would look to colonizing a different planet before solving the immediate problems on the planet they live on. Imagine if we could label an economy with the same labels they use in psychology. So instead of capitalism, we could call this system that abuses us in this timeline a narcissistic sociopath. You know this is accurate. If it's not the richest people in the world's job, then whose is it? If the king used to be the wealthiest person, and it was his job to watch after his domain, then what happens when his knights and nobles are richer than he? Was the power of the king then disenfranchised, to where he no longer is able to do his job effectively? Does that not then show that foreign interests can take root if the king's own people branch out? Well, no matter what the situation is, it is we, the members of the last religion, who will answer this call to action. We the people know that our potential energy is a unified one, exceeds the maximum output of any king, or short-sighted oligarch. No, the only true planet worth terraforming at this juncture in our timeline is here on Earth. 50% of the world's land has low contact or is untouched by human hands. Of that 50% which is desert, 15.77 billion acres have been deemed habitable. True progress will only happen when we all walk hand in hand, together across the goal line. Phase change. Some religions and philosophies view life as a scale and that it was tipped towards the negative and is perpetuated by an original sin, a diseased generational inherence. I refute that humankind is not capable of beating back this false narrative of humankind being born into sin, as it set us upon a cursed path due to it being a keyholder's tool they wield to punish those they hold in contempt under any circumstance they wish. Sin is a paradox, a sliding bar based on a relative social contract, and the state of nature and environment is relative to how humans treat and respect it. It is a tragedy that humans seem to be unable to move away from the systems of self-destruction. It seems we cannot fix this system until it is thoroughly defined in all aspects, but how long will that take? We have seen how energy is pushed into bipolar systems due to the nature of the universe, and we have discussed the human ambience and the illusions created due to the ever-changing and distracting scenarios that the keyholders place before us, and we understand that all systems are fundamentally the same. The third unseen plane on the axis is the scale, the duality of human ambience, and even when we think we are hard charging the problems around us, thinking that true change is around the corner, what we do not realize is that we are only constructing more creative methods of coping. We do this, all the while the keyholders of the narrative create more distractions, and we mistake those distractions as freedom, choice, hope, and stability. Circling back, we talked about how small we are in comparison to the universe, and how we think the problems and definitions of energies we perceive are all important and all-encompassing in the grand scheme of things. It is time to get into the esoteric understandings of energy, ones that lead to abstractions of philosophy, so that we train ourselves to recognize the energies for what they really are. This perhaps might be a more ingratiating way to gather attention to our cause, rather than likening the human experience to the plight of a wriggling worm, both in size and significance, as we are not trying to belittle anyone. For this phase, we will call upon the ancient Eastern philosophy/religion/mythos, the Tao. More specifically, we will gain function through the symbolism extracted from the yin and yang. And just a warning, get ready for my subjective version of it. The yin-yang encapsulates, in my opinion, the symbology of the states of the universe's energy, specifically and most importantly, the human ambience and our blind spots. The two energies are depicted as the color black and white, pure contrast, like oil and water, positive and negative. The dots in each paisley shape are depicted of duality. Each energy has a bit of its opposite within it. I personally believe that most people upon first glance assume that the symbol depicts a division of good versus evil. However, there is an even higher yet underlying understanding in the symbol that transcends duality, which is only evident if you were to look more deeply into the symbolism of the states of energy, by mentally zooming in as if we could see layers of it. Symbolically speaking, that is, you would see it as not just black and white, and not just on and off, or 1 and 0. Through the knowledge gifted from the message from the universe, and of navigating systems, the deeper understanding is that you cannot rightly define black and white, as they are both paradoxical understandings defined through human subjective lenses. Objects actually contain zero color, and instead they reflect the light of different wavelengths that we perceive as color. An example would be that there is nothing that makes grass green. It's actually quite the opposite, as the grass absorbs every wavelength of color except green. Darkness is the absence of light, and so on. Friction from an object or force, whatever the source, whatever the labels, forms paths in the matter it rubs itself up against, which can be seen in everything around us, like we see in the Earth's topography. This might make everyone believe that what we see around us is our objective reality, but it's still firstly a subjective definition, as we all naturally label the forces behind the movement with our own SCENVFECFGI. Example, floodwaters, when properly flowing into rivers and lakes, are a blessing. Floodwater, when filling our streets and washing away our houses and so on, is a curse. Humankind naturally looks at the black and white, the good versus evil, as some sort of scales that can be tipped in either direction, and it is up to humans inhabiting the earth to choose which scales to tip. But there is a third dimension of duality that exists, which does not indicate the total loss of one side, as duality has a fractal karma-like effect. Every action begets an equal opposite reaction. Water recedes from one shore, while other shores are flooded. Likewise, the systematic quelling of the relative truths in one system, culture versus culture, will result in a tsunami-like response in another. Yet in both systems, there is a mixed flow of energy, and so it would seem that the colors of the yin and yang are more like a shadow of our understanding of energy. Zooming in would reveal a multitude of microbial life, we humans crying back out into the void, struggling while we hope to reach the center, unconsciously yearning for a cosmic validation, trying to solve for the greatest X, a theory of everything in order to create a vortex of enlightenment that would draw everyone in, leading to draining the cosmos, triggering a path that would lead us all back to the ultimate baseline. Our existence is but an echo of the original exhaled breath of God, and eventually, despite this seemingly never-ending struggle with time, we will return to God and be whole again. Both forces of the yin-yang can be viewed as water, which is cleansing, yet the weight and force of it are crushing. Place humans in this Greek tragedy personification and you will see armies that claim to be righteous strike down the innocent disproportionately to the guilty, but as long as the message is sent, the victor still celebrates regardless of the overall cost. The yin and the yang are two separate subjective pieces of opposing forces. One cannot exist without the other, and combined they form the whole of our 3D duality, the third piece of a trinity. That's right, the two pieces are separate based on perspective, they exist but are also simultaneously illusionary backdrops, and yes, you guessed it, the backdrop to everything, the true form of the universe is the third piece. Just in case you don't see it, combine them together and count the whole piece and you have a total of 3, duality. Why duality? Because you know the energies to be opposites, yet they are one in the same. In the Tibetan Book of the Dead, the 3 bodies of Buddhahood, which states that there are triadic levels of existence, and as a person you are responsible for yourself on 3 levels. In the Bhagavad Gita, there are 3 folds of nature in regard to the self. You will get the picture in pixels, and then you might have to focus and simultaneously defocus in order for you to see, like the magic eye picture puzzles we used to see in yesterday's malls. Except with this perspective, you might have to have a look with your third eye. You might have to reread the book, and if you do, the last part that you must take seriously is introspection, and if you do, the energies will take shape and everything will fall into place. The universe speaks in all dialects simultaneously. The universal understanding transcends duality, but it does not erase it, therefore it is up to us to navigate appropriately. You could find yourself a staunch defender of a system and with one opposing point, you could then find yourself in extreme opposition. Ignorance precedes knowledge and the visible spectrum changes with relentless query and validation, as everything is of nature. Knowledge can be 1 and 0 simultaneously, as it is a duality, an illusion based on the sliding bar of what we call perspective and choice. It is a common understanding in construction that you must create buildings with the ability to have a relative degree to sway during the possible event of a storm or an earthquake, and in the same way in regard to the elements you too must be flexible, or you might break. Energy equals duality, and energy oscillates. A phase change in this current social climate that walks hand in hand with inflexibility could manifest itself in this manner. One country's terrorist is another country's freedom fighters. The Annals of the American Academy of Political and Social Science, Volume 463, 1890. Page 12. No matter how you spin it, this statement above, whether or not it is viewed as a thought-terminating cliché, is true. Here is where flexibility is essential to survival, and that is because we each subjectively decide who this country belongs to. Just ask the Native Americans who fought the British and Euro-based Anglos off, but overall, it's a failed 200-year transfer of ownership, still contested to this day depending on who you ask. Or ask your local Karen. Sorry to all the Karens out there at the supermarket who feels the need to tell someone who doesn't speak English to get out of my country. No matter who you ask, you'd never find anyone who would admit that they don't belong here or do not have the right to be here. Does non-citizen status mean that the person who offends is not granted innate human rights? Do they not also have the right to seek life, liberty, and to pursue happiness? For those who act like and think that America is the only place the stark reality's lack of civility or invasive terrorism occurs, a reality check would reveal that worldwide throughout history to this day, regardless of the time or setting, is that every original land grab or colonization was first brought about by terrorism of a pre-existing society, and subsequent exploitation of people through labor, post a hostile acquisition. This means all land was fought for at one time or another, as the footprint of the modern human race stretches back for a reported 300,000 years. Not forgetting to mention our earlier ancestors who undoubtedly were as territorial as we are, who had also been forging paths of domination, which of course was justified as a basic survival for millions and millions of years. Humans from all walks of life cover up conflicts. They disguise their actions in duality, where they have stepped way over the lines of innate human rights, and maybe this is due to the justification that comes with subjective reality which translates into self-righteous or patriotic indignation. Either way, all actions are encased in a sort of self-defined philosophical survivalism, SCNVFECFGI, but in cases of colonization it's a team effort. No matter what the label, these events are seething the radiation of cultural appropriation. When you have a very diverse population, the result is more conflict on the definition of which cultural appropriation narrative is considered just at the time. We even spin fairy tales and sing songs of cultural appropriation to help us cope with the egregious actions committed by our forefathers, and they too stood in relative contrast to their fathers, and so on. Remember the classic American progressive metal rock ballad, "This Land Is Your Land"? Imagine if that song was popular back in the days when the British settlers were culturally enriching the lives of the Native Americans. In our current timeline, look at how the cultural appropriation narrative has made a 180-degree flip. Now, in 2021, who is considered a terrorist? For those who didn't know, the label of terrorist was widely popularized in the 1970s due to the radicalization of the people who served under the Gaddafi, Khomeini regimes. The term was last widely used but was phase changed post the 2013 Boston Marathon bombing. For those who had the aligning SC, the definition of terrorist was of course immediately applied. This label has come up again recently but was directed at the January 6th and other events have had a percentage of Americans claiming that the people at these events were America's freedom fighters. Yes, the label of terrorist has drifted, and this was even before the defeat of probably the third biggest terrorist organization that ever existed, ISIS, in 2016. Now, it is more common to hear the term terrorists to describe someone who overly decorates with red, white and blue flags, and of course would also be automatically assumed to be a toxic masculine conservative male. Oh, the sad irony of the ever-dueling energies. Please note that these are projected narratives from a natural divergence of energy, a percentage of the counterculture's key holders, and not necessarily objective facts, therefore subjective. As well as understanding that what is being stated here is simply relayed observations. The definition will shift depending on the perspective, which is my overall point. One fact amongst all of these events is that all NPCs will always fall in place and play their role. Realize America is primarily, before any other definition, an economic mobility conduit. Forget the other definitions of what you think it used to be or what you think it should stand for, as those are all inherited narratives of cultural appropriation and embellishments that are utilized to cope as we drift further away from yesterday's baseline. Environments are made through economic factors. A country's prosperity is defined by its GDP. America is a business, and we are its employees, and Capitol Hill is its human resources department, amongst other things. The representatives are the public relations department and the right and the left are its marketing department. You were mistaken if you thought you would be playing for a team that trades or promotes from within its own organization. You were mistaken if you thought that you were in a country that was dictated by absolutes. Don't like it? Get out of the country? LOL, sorry I had to do it. The irony and the duality are never ending. Please, don't go. I was JK, stay, and let's work together to make this 3D life we live a whole lot better for everyone by working towards manifesting true equality. If we had done this from the beginning, then any claim to property would have never been an issue. Therefore we would have never come to the point to where we have the keyholder's crown of thorns forced upon our heads, and then we would not have our SCNVFECFGI mocked, beaten and spat upon, and then most importantly of all there would never be any need for martyrs. Anyone who has died an unnatural death while living in this false system was not a martyr for their faith, but for this bloodthirsty machine we let take control of us thousands of years ago. It's no wonder we are also fervently searching for ways for God to bless us and save us, and forgive us, for we truly do not realize what we are doing. We are all the immigrants, we are all heroes, and we are all the villains. Look to the message from the universe. The distractions that come with the choice between the two energies of the right and the left is an illusion, the dissonant human ambience. One's aligned with ambiguous indefinite struggles, designed to keep attention on the products of the failed system, and not the underlying problem. Notice historically, the more savagely a team fights, was the reason why the other side felt like it too had to resort to more aggressive tactics, hence the evolution of weapons. Looking back into all of our history, the rise and the fall of any government, and ask this one question. Did they ever fix the underlying issue? What is the weapon they're beating you with now? The sad reality is that the government and its people simply do not have the slightest inkling on how to fully solve for X, but they would be happy buying a t-shirt or try forcing a meme and then calling it a day. We only create methods to cope with the problems that we cannot fix, and since we are so resolute at only moving forward, while we fail at progress, then we make little effort at preemptively preventing obviously fixable problems from occurring. We hope to cope, preemptively agreeing to settle failure before it even occurs, no matter what the cost. Like choosing to be okay with losing the battle against a disease because the government and the keyholders deem equality as not just terminal but DOA, dead on arrival. Make no mistake. The government and its SC consider its citizens' human nature to be in a terminal state, a bipolar state, and work to maintain that status because the energies are easily exploitable for vast amounts of profit. Think about it, are two energies flowing in a cycle really moving? Is it really doing something? The destabilization of two energies plus the human ambience and a strategic tip of the scales is a recipe that has been utilized worldwide in our nation's history and the history of the world, and will not go away without a unanimous redefining of our overall goals and what is considered valid expressions, and ultimately what is considered sacred to us as humans. From now until then, from the top, the government, then down to the bottom, we the products, mitigate chaos and perform damage control. Here is a dose of reality for those who staunchly or even violently defend the status quo, thus hindering change from occurring. This is a statement that ultimately dethrones certain types of actions preemptively ingrained in social conditioning. The term "we the people" is unconstitutional because it is inherently false. We the people presume that all who live within the borders automatically agree with the Constitution as was written, but of course we know that is not true. If it were, then the finality of those rights in the articles would have never been challenged. It is also definitely not true that those elected to make alterations to those articles speak for the people. In this false system, business and its dissonant products will always take precedence over the welfare of the people. After all, things like cotton gin were not made to stop the needs of slaves. It was made because the slaves were not working fast enough, and then guess what? Business boomed because of the cotton gin, and then the plantation owners only bought more slaves. http://URL. I hope this message somehow reaches the eyes and the ears of those who might target us so that they may have their much-needed time for introspection into the relativism of SCENVFECFGI. We are not anyone's enemy, so no need for knee-jerk reactions. Do you think we plan to burn down the establishment? Absolutely not. Are we saying let change occur naturally, and not burn down ourselves and our country in the meantime? We absolutely are. This is not an invitation for a standoff. It is just an observation, presented to you as a thorough one-sided collection of statements. Word to the wise for all parties: do not force your ideals onto others because it would shatter your reality. You only serve to usher in your own demise. Action and reaction. Perhaps you have already forgotten that the two energies do nothing but flow at opposite ends of the spectrum. If your system is aggressively challenged, and you charge in with emotion in response, you will digress further from the baseline in order to reach cognitive ease, and you will drag down those around you who are quasi-aligned with you. Instead, if that happens, then they are not ready, so everyone calm down. The system needs some tweaking, not a full-scale invasion. These false systems we live in, which is currently capitalism in a latter phase, are designed from the top to the bottom to create the illusion that humans are unable to gain or handle fair and equal control of the world's resources. This once upon a time fairy tale narrative portrays that we overall are fighting the good fight. Staying strong as if we are acting in unison, as if we're all endlessly pursuing the American dream, and one day if we continue this path, we will have a hot date with destiny and will go on to live happily ever after. Here comes some more cognitive dissonance. Capitalism is crucially and fundamentally flawed. While it creates wealth for a moderate percentage, it simultaneously is evolving at breakneck speeds, and as it consolidates wealth and power, it acts like a tornado, ripping up its resources and leaving devastation of the old. Then as the old plants that were torn from the ground, people's lives, hopes and dreams, die. New prospective speculative investments emerge after the wake, then the system shifts to adjust to the newest iteration of the old system and the cycle begins again. Capitalism is toxic because as it reaps more quote-unquote success, it creates a higher and higher base requirement for membership. I'm not talking about the red herring of inflation, which is a tool used when the system is manipulated, leading to price gouging and a get-out-of-debt-free card for corporations. I'm also not talking about hyperinflation, which is something that happens to countries that do not have the backing of the current false system narrative in place. The key holders know that their brand is one that is lethally effective, valid in its own right. Nevertheless, we know it to be false. You often hear complaints about the cost of gas or food, and no doubt it causes the most strain on people who are not pissing cash flow. It's not to say that, oh, rich people make it through the hard times because they are rich, nothing quite that obvious. However, look at the bailouts and look at the stimulus packages. Of course, we know the bailout packages are riddled with festering pork. We don't even need to read it to know, and the people who are supposed to read it know. These are professional dodgeball artists we're speaking about, so good luck pegging anything on them. You often hear about how a rich person made X amount of money in the past, and how much it was compared to the modern economy in perspective. Sure, many lose their livelihood and go belly up during an economic crisis. The big companies, however, they're really informed and connected ones, always manage to survive. So, who is it that really suffers when times get tough? We've had several recessions at this point, so would you not call that a systematic problem? Do we even need to analyze the criteria of such a claim? Depending on what team you play for, I am sure you are prepared to refute the facts, but guess what? Billions of people see right through to the core of the issue. During these unforeseen recessions, the cost of living goes up and the folks on the fringe and their subsequent generations who are always statistically prone to fail in those conditions do exactly that. This corrals even more of the population into environments where perpetual sabotage is by the very governments that are supposed to be providing infrastructure that is conducive to their growth. In this reality, however, the sacrifices of the machine casts its victims back to the bottom, the debtor's prison, indentured servitude. That is really why they say, the only assured thing in life is death and taxes. What's a recession to a billionaire, or a multi-millionaire? It's definitely not in proportion to the suffering of those at the bottom. The worst-case scenario for someone at the top is consolidation, and further evasion, and maybe they might have to sell a jet or two. They keep the people at the bottom where they are because they offer a nice cushion for the fall, and then with the products, hoist the key holders back upon their shoulders for another round. All the while they shouting down as us, oh don't forget to have more children. Yeah? We are jaded for sure. Being poor in a country of extreme wealth constitutes a crime in progress. Being poor is like being a terrorist to the rich. If not, then when the poor are being handled, then why are they not set back on a relative baseline? Why is the baseline for the mismanagement of the economy destitution and homelessness? Why must the ones at the bottom bear the crown of thorns? Why must the systematically abused be the ones suffering upon the cross? Understand, if you cannot see past your own perspectives, then you are playing your part so very well, in a true NPC-like fashion. A pawn, a product to be used by the keyholders. We the people, are we the products? Help us escape the duality. Ironically, capitalism naturally creates an illusionary byproduct of uber success, which is how it is able to don the cape of the hero. We cling to its every word and whim as it demands more and more. We cope to measure up so that it will choose us as its faithful sidekick, and if we are chosen, then we are the ones who are then obligated to make even further sacrifices in order for it to continue to bless us with its boon and make itself more prevalent in our environment for potential growth. In places of the world that are extremely impoverished that somehow made a change for the better, one way or another, the capitalist would always proudly claim that it was the hero that came just in time to save the people, the tired, the poor, the huddled masses, who were yearning to breathe free. The very same people it routinely destroys. The very same people the hero leaves behind. They pack up their blood profit machines after they fail to maintain their end of the social contract, and then a vacuum of predators and degeneration fills the system, and then new forms of dissonant human ambience. The products swoop in and disenfranchise smaller industries that try to naturally emerge. Why they do this is because if you don't worship the hero, and follow exactly where it goes, you will be assimilated and destroyed. All the while we, the real products, have and will continue to fight to the death for it to protect its projected validity, otherwise the most worldwide collapse would ensue. Believe me, this is not what you want, it's not the right way. The reset only recondenses energy and reinforces the validity of divergence. In the event where money fails, it will be replaced by minerals, and the same people that control things now will have only shifted back to the previous model. This is why these systems are heavily guarded by hair-trigger reactions of cognitive dissonance. We have inherited the sins of the forefathers, their SCNVFECFGI, and this government and big businesses, and the keyholders of the system do have their fingers on the trigger of collapse and are ready to lay waste upon those who challenge it, because it is the foundation of our fragile society. The ECF of our failed system is the corresponding baseline of our collective emotion and our illusionary spectrum of understanding. So naturally, just like any other stage of economic surplus or recession, the answer to the issues that emerge within them from the capitalist perspective is that diversity through immigration or the outsourcing of labor to foreign countries is, was, and always will be the answer. The capitalist society can operate with impunity by tipping the scale of good versus evil in a target system when markets become stale, to distract from the slower pace of progress, because uncertainty will always make the stock value go down, so they dump and then buy back in at a lower price. All the while a more important underlying issue, inequality, was and will always be ignored. To further smear this fact in our faces as billions of dollars are printed and evaporate, the keyholders can also rely on the media outlets to scramble sorties and smoke screens to create a narrative of misdirection by pointing a finger at an element of dissonant human ambience that is occurring in our society's systems of sociological dysfunction. During economic distress, dissonant events within volatile populations are amplified, and are like flash grenades, and the labels of actions become inflamed. They are stoking the flames with their endless rhetoric, which causes people to have to align themselves to a degree where violence is often a first choice in order to feel validated. These things are happening in plain sight, but understand that you play the fool if you are caught up in what can be labeled as a conspiracy. Yes, we know that they can be sloppy when enacting their carefully made plans. We know they lie with a straight face, and that's because they know that they can get away with it, due to our inability to consolidate our observations on a national stage, which means that we will forever be disenfranchised no matter the event. We make it easy for them. They know they are simultaneously conditioning us to be okay with their abuse, while making us think it's our neighbors who are what is causing the system to collapse yet again. They know what to expect from these cycles, which is why no one bothers to stop them anymore. Now they toy with us just to see how extreme they can make things, because there is no exact formula to extract profit from the dissonant human ambience. They just have to know when to buy in. The deeper the gouge in society's back, the more cracks there are when you zoom in. All systems are the same. The great stress test of these coming decades they have planned for us requires a divided generation, and in regard to dividing a country, they know exactly where to cut with extreme precision. We the products are under economic duress, and we spend too much time getting caught up in the dissonant human ambience. Of course, the voices of a majority cannot be heard because the narrative will always shift before unanimous action can be taken. Immigrants, invaders and settlers in cultural melting pots innately have a very diverse population and will always be unable to voice their opinion as a majority. This is due to the keyholders' control of the narrative and the media outlets, which project the popular opinion, which is to no surprise always unverifiable. These are very dangerous times we live in, because they are trying their hardest to pit everyone against each other. This all used to be a hush-hush operation romanticized in the very same media they produce for us to watch and invest in, but is now overt and extremely brazen and blatantly obvious. This historically repeated scenario provides a guaranteed product that is easily exploitable, which in turn distracts from the underlying issue, which is actually always ironically overtly identifiable as inequality. To capitalize on dissonant human ambience, the keyholders exploit a dualistic narrative from both sides of any issue, from birth to death, during prosperity to collapse. Let us look back to the navigating of systems, with minor modifications, for reaffirmations to define what type of fabric has been placed before society's eyes. As time goes on, as the diversity and freedoms of expression spread through society, each subsequent generation becomes more and more jaded by living in contrast to the old ways. These old beliefs are then labeled as out of touch, or obsolete, and are replaced with newer definitions, and in doing so, cultures are of course rightfully exercising free will. Generations passed, and these stale belief systems and their antique actors are picked apart by questions of their initial motives, speculation of authenticity, and the degradation of the message in current contrasting society. This is often correlated with the contributing factors of the religion, government, or a culture as a whole. All systems are the same, and its role in the societies that they were practiced, which includes the good philanthropic endeavors, the bad egregious acts of individuals against their own congregation. their own citizens, and the ugly, where governments wield religion or cultural appropriation along with the sword. This is why we the people are products of the environment, and therefore must come to realize that the term immigrant is a label that we have all worn at some point in our ethnic history, and these cycles can return if we are not cognizant of the shift in the spectrum of understanding that is our government evolving corporate policy. Therefore never ever again mistake being born into a system as a stake of ownership of it. Everyone, even if we are not cognizant of doing so, we innately are conditioned to be subservient to the system we are born into, as it is our social contract with our surrounding environment. Therefore, it is understandable that people naturally have their relative pride in their SCNVFECFGI, but when pride aligns alongside the mentality of cultural appropriation, tactics that infringe on other humans' ability to simply exist and not be harassed, this is really a perpetually failing strategy at maintaining the efficacy of legitimizing a claim to one's pride in the first place. Simultaneously you are positioning yourself to be utilized by the keyholders forming narrative as they exploit and use your cognitive dissonance to make blanket associations and accusations. And if contrasting behavior is not addressed systematically to show an indefinite change, then it can lead a person or a culture to darker ways of expressing emotions and can lead to a variety of decisions that put a person or a people further away from ever measuring up, and during that time, they view that the person who they are currently, this contrasting energy, was who they were all along. Then, in order to keep dangers away, they too begin to define people and systems around them in a more blanketed method rather than an individual basis. Then they must further bury themselves in their behavior in order to keep themselves safe, and in their minds relatively normal. The universal perspective. While pointing the finger, don't forget to point first at yourself when defining and asking the question of who is good or bad. The answer is both. You were born from a love and or lust, underlyingly variants of the insatiable drive to survive. They are both yin and yang. You make decisions that are wise and unwise as you grow. You make subjectively valid decisions but are in self-interest even in the event where you were purposefully attempting to serve another. All your choices serve to provide survival and cognitive ease, no matter what the outer label or size. It is impossible to refute the negative, as much as the negative wants to refute the positive. Remember that going forward we will look at the world in action, reaction, and although I might label an action sometimes, it is in order to step into the shoes of an individual and add introspection. For example, do not ever forget the natural product and right of one's subjective reality and the defined truths and systems we all create for ourselves, and note that it is different for everyone, and neither viewpoint is invalid. Do not join in the game of NPCs. Instead, we will take our own leave and lead in a way that to where they cannot defile our energy any longer. All viewpoints are valid. All actions are subjectively justifiable. Without personal introspection made from examples we have discussed in this book, the idea of moving forward will always be an illusion. We cannot move forward without proper motivation, and that firstly requires, even if one is not aware of, an unlocked mindset of growth, ready to see and enact change at the root of all problems. We all know the saying, the love of money is the root of all evil. However, it is only gaining in an environment that contrasts one's current status, which in itself is not evil. What is evil, is knowing the reasoning and the cause of why people must lust after wealth, and not wanting to stand unified in contrast against it. Want more? There really is no lack of resources, we just need to redefine what wealth means. Stop yourself from the knee-jerk reaction of envisioning a world without your creature comforts, for they will always be there. An NPC is one that is conditioned to engorge themselves on this type of self-flagellating scare tactic. The oblivious keyholders too fear this possibility, and the machine, their master, wants you to always believe that the world needs inequality, the illusion of humankind's original sin, the battle of good versus evil, to not just to survive but to also thrive. To turn our ships away from this storm, we need a growth mindset, which can be defined in a number of ways. It's a formula that has been poorly re-engineered a multitude of times over the ages. To save time, money, sanity, the spirit, or the frame of mind, one needs to create a mindset of growth, which can be captured by the classic term carpe diem, from the Roman poet Horace, which means to seize the day. However, what is left out, or misrepresented due to modernization of the interpretation is quam minimum credula postero, which translates to, put very little trust into tomorrow. The past must be forged from fire and rebranded into lessons. Life is not just about 24/7 instant gratification. Without the hard-learned lessons and hard-fought battles, the meaning can be lost. The present is all that matters. Therefore, post gaining the universal perspective, aspire to live it to the fullest and be fully satisfied that you lived well by not only having fun, but learning from the lessons, and even more so simultaneously making efforts to better the lives of your fellow humans through striving for true equality. Chapter 8: Success will come for us. We cannot expect to fully understand the message of the universe, without defining its functions through the lens of science. It is in the marrying of the qualitative information and navigation of social systems and the quantitative information that is embedded in the very fabric of our reality. This essential consecration allows us to ascertain the true meaning of the saying seize the day, or live in the moment. Therefore do not dwell in the past, and do not assume that you have a future, thus putting off nurturing relationships that are currently within your grasp. Is there anything more important than today? Let's talk about the symbology of the idiom of climbing the ladder of success. This will help us further prove that all systems are the same. The commercial version of the ladder of success is a concept that is easily grasped. One foot in front of the other. We were never just existing, since we are the hero and the villain of our stories. We are always walking or climbing. We climb because we wish to gain function. If we gain altitude, we seem to be higher than others around us, and this in turn gives us validation to continue. We are all on our relative ladders, so assuming you never quit, let's look at what society expects from you for playing the game. Success can be ascertained with division of the self. You are 100%, and depending on how much of you is focused on your goal, you would possibly be successful in your endeavors. However, if you are dividing yourself, then understand that it also means you are making sacrifices. They say that setting goals and persistence is also pivotal in achieving. I don't make the commercial rules, so I can't tell you if this is the exact formula, because, what if you followed the rules but you failed? Want to really know how to succeed? Just have a look at what the internet experts say. Wouldn't it be nice if the baseline provided adequate sustenance for those who try but fail? Shouldn't they be allowed to get up again? We all individually climb a ladder of success, and of course that ladder is relative to your SCNVFECFGI. When we climb the ladder of life, we look up and look down. As you ascend, the world below you, your past, begins to condense into tiny flat-like shapes. What once were towering buildings and vehicles, the bustling ambience within those cultures you once knew begins to look less complex and almost two-dimensional. Your memories also lose dimension as you age, which is a tool of survival as you grow. The details of events turn into faded emotions, then to overall sentiment. With the ladder of life or success, where are you heading? Up, of course, toward future prospects. After all, that is the human symbology of progress, is it not? Yet consider the scarcity of oxygen in this new air as you make your way up to the higher rungs. Increased needs and responsibility, less time, and now more substantial sacrifices come. The climb is taxing on both your mind and your body, and you bear the scars on your hands from it. What is our ultimate destination? Why is there a separation between earth and the heavens? Why are we here? The final rung emerges just at the edge of space, the end of this life, provided you have prepared properly. the illusionary third dimension exists below, and a whole new level of understanding of duality awaits you when you hopefully gain the only true objective, the universal perspective. All precepts of prior existence, the weight of the earth, and its systems are lifted from your back. Death. What is success in the false system? Look at all this success in this false system. Are we winning yet, son? Ironically, we think we are going somewhere in this false system, but imagine waking up every day and being able to 100% focus on the best version of you that you could muster. Has any success guru ever told you how to get rid of the false overlay that has thus far ruined all of our chances at ever achieving an equal and fair shot for all people? No. They are always focused on you harnessing some secret flavor of hidden energy. So, of course you're going to get pumped if you are looking for someone else to motivate you. No matter the flavor, or ingredients on the label, it is all creative methods of cope which sum up to zero if we do not fix the underlying problem of inequality. Success gurus wish for you to change your perspective. Apologies for taking away your tingles you get when you are in the height of Zen, but I think there is a pressing problem back here on Earth that only people like me and you can address. If you were provided with all the optimal conditions to succeed, would you have ever lacked motivation? If you had all the resources you needed and no distractions, then what could stop you? The key point here would be is that it is only you who could be in control, and that is the overall goal, the true YOLO mentality. Would there be so many paralyzing choices? No way, you would be on the fast track to doing it, whatever that may be, which would be way better than this current reality which we all face. You think you are who you are now because you were unhindered from becoming who you wanted to be? The key holders have built this false system so well, that they can tell us to our faces that in the event of equality, that no one would even want to work. Wrong. It's more like who wants to continue to work in the false system. Together, members of this last religion, we can recreate this world. In this new world, exploration of the self is our ultimate mission, but we can only do so hand in hand. Your only enemy at that point would be time, and with equality this too can be conquered. No more will we feel the days slip through our fingers, wondering what we have been doing all this time as our life flashes before our eyes in this false system. I know you have your to-do list already compiled. Let me tell you now, it's not a matter of if, with the message from the universe, it's a matter of when. Understand where this will take us all if this message is properly manifested. We have the blueprints, philosophy, and business plan. We will redefine the formula of success entirely, because we will shatter the false system's need for failure. A spectrum of understanding of the dimensions. The message from the universe holds information that has yet to be revealed to those who are conditioned to ignore. The correlation of vibrational energy, information, mathematics, geometry and sound are all the languages of the same energy but in different dialects. We learned from the universe through the discovery of mathematics that dimensions exist. Mathematically speaking, the first dimension can be viewed as a straight line or a dot, and the second dimension is a flat plane with zero thickness. The third dimension allows height and is the dimension we humans exist in. There has been plenty of dramatization made in regard to what life could be like in these other dimensions, and that was portrayed in order to give unknowing minds a sort of geometric but also an esoteric or symbolic understanding that those lower dimensions hold. Some embellishments for thought or meditation. We are all mathematical postulations on the cosmic grid that we call God. I am no one, I am nothing, but I also know deep down inside that I am God, but without the ego embellishments that are generally attached with that label. So that places me roughly in the middle. I am human, and since I am separate from God, I am also relative to God, as we all are. We stand in contrast to the norm by saying that we cannot get any closer to God, without manifesting true equality in our world. Without it, there is no point to any of this. At the very least I can hope that I have introduced, or dare I say that there indeed exists a number of novel understandings that will reveal themselves. But if you skip around and assume you know everything about this already, then you will be disappointed when you jump to a different chapter and not know how these topics are tied together. For those of you who assume you have properly labeled this book and are ready to move on, I urge you to consider all the other moments of your life where you willfully and blissfully wasted time. No regrets. YOLO. This cannot hurt you and you have nothing to lose, but the universe to gain. If there are elements you cannot resonate with or things you disagree with, remember the right of subjective choice. This is a major aspect of our proposed philosophy. Unlike most other philosophies which urge you to only stick with their strict observations. We can do great things together, and yes, we can change the world. We just need to know how to properly navigate the systems, and we need to know how every system is tied together. This also includes the understanding of where the new visible spiritual SOU will meet with the current understandings of science and how those great pinnacles of human knowledge complement each other, and not how they contrast. So, we will start small from here on, and I do mean very small. Chapter 9 Everything equals energy. Atoms along with their buddies, protons, neutrons, and electrons and more, are known to be some of the smallest known visible particles in the universe, but you could also view them as 3D projectors of the material plane. When they are condensed into specific programmed arrangements, they create the world around us. There are about 7 octillion atoms in the adult human body, that's a 7 with 27 zeros behind it. Okay, so what does an atom actually look like? Atoms and the quantum world are just now getting to the point where science is able to look at and capture it on camera. For decades, when we wanted to see pictures of those types of things, we relied mostly on the descriptions that mathematics painted for us. Most of us grew up thinking that the protons and electrons of atoms revolve around the nucleus, like the way the planets and the stars revolve around their most dense celestial body, like the Earth does around our Sun. However, the components of the atomic world are only seen when they are measured. On all other occasions, atoms exist in a cloud of probability, still orbiting, but not like the way it is depicted in cartoon-like motion. No, the reality is that they are in all positions at once, which is called superposition. See the Heisenberg uncertainty principle for further understanding. Physicist Max Born gifted us with the mathematical method of finding the electron at any one point in space. His equation describes the behavior and gives us the ideal shape of electrons. Since energy exists like waves, there had to be a way to measure this property as well. The most accepted definition of the wave function is called the Copenhagen interpretation, developed around 1925 to 1927, by Werner Heisenberg and Niels Bohr, who are considered two of the founders of quantum mechanics. For our purposes, we extract from his interpretation that until a measurement is made, an electron is in all the potential positions at once. Furthermore, energy as we know has a dualistic form, as it behaves like waves and/or particles simultaneously. Once this measurement has been made, the wave function collapses, meaning measurement is over because we got too close, and interrupted the process. Science before the 1800s assumed that the atom was the smallest element known to man, and it is reflected in the name, which was derived from the Greek word indivisible. Since the year 1800, around 37 subatomic particles have been discovered by various scientific pioneers. This is a perfect example of a shift of the spectrum of understanding. Subatomic particles are even smaller ingredients that fit into and make up the fabric of our reality, like protons and electrons that go along with atoms. One of the names for these numerous subatomic particles is quark, which are the component particles of what make up protons, neutrons, and leptons, and more. Some scientists believe there might even be smaller particles inside of the quarks named parines. Considering how impossibly small atoms are, and that we mostly rely on mathematics to even visualize these components. Would it really surprise anyone if there were even smaller particles? 2022 update: within the last couple of years there are 66 new particles. Let's pretend we were on the ladder of life like we were earlier, but this time, we are going to use it to measure size. Starting at our relative height level, let's slide down the ladder, but simultaneously shrink down as well to get a good glimpse of the perspective of the small, or size relativity. As we get to the ground, we continually slide down the ladder to smaller and smaller scales. Of course, along the way we see all of the regular everyday items get ridiculously larger. Flowers turn into trees, birds into the size of jumbo jets. Pebbles and refuse on the ground below turn into hills, then mountains. You spot a Leviathan-sized earthworm and any precipitation falling from the sky is now the size of asteroids, and as they land, they leave a devastating wake. While we shrink down, we come ever closer to what can be perceived by the naked eye. We are now swimming in one of these raindrops, which condenses with a nearby puddle. The deluge forces us into a nanozoo teeming with microbes. One of the larger predators of the muddy puddle fancies you as a tasty snack and rushes towards you, tossing a tendril in your direction. Well, we don't have time to get caught up in this misadventure, so instead of becoming lunch, utilizing your newly found power of size relativity, you decide to shrink down yet again, and this time you seemingly vanish outside of the creature's grasp, as it moves on wildly searching, everything around you becoming so gargantuan now that you'd consider them rivals to the mind-shattering Cthulhu creatures from the beyond. Just before you seemingly blipped off the radar for size reference, let us say you were about the same size as a human egg in the embryo, which is about 100 microns in diameter. If you somehow ended up on the tail end of a dog at this point, you would probably be lost forever in a tangled mess. Every single strand of hair would be like trying to wrap your arms around the tree trunks of a giant cedar at the Sequoia National Park in California. Even smaller still, and you could jump inside a skin cell and wait to be exfoliated, or you could hitch a ride on a blood cell. As you continually shrink, you would see a human egg, for instance, turn into the size of Jupiter, second by second. The spectrum of the visible changes. You are now 7 micrometers, and the next step down is X chromosome at 4 micrometers. You are close in comparison to E. coli, which is 1 to 2 micrometers, down to the largest virus, which is 440 nanometers. Just 40 nanometers below this, and you are now as small as the wavelength of the color violet. If you were lucky enough to have some experience with an optical microscope, you would have found out that you cannot see anything smaller than 200 nanometers, because the wavelengths of visible light would pass right through. At this size, we are lucky to see the arch nemesis of humanity, the autonomous bacteriophage. Is it dead? Is it alive? Science can't even decide if it is, but it definitely gets the job done. We passed red waves, radio waves, and infrared waves a while back. HIV is 90 nanometers, and the ultraviolet wavelength is 60 nanometers. Shrinking down even further, we get a pixelated picture of the relative size of the microcosms. Are we small yet? Getting down to 3 nanometers, let us pause and gaze in awe of a single strand of DNA. By the way, we are not even in the realm of the quantum yet. If size relativity hasn't already blown your mind, just wait. Now that we are on the cusp of the realm of the quantum, let us take a look at everything around us. You still might not have the full picture of how small atoms are, so let's look at them in relation to other atoms. Here is a pictorial method to calculate the distance between two atoms, and of course it depends on what the atom is programmed to have constructed. Pick. Atoms never touch, and the closer they get to one another, the more they push back, and since the matter is energy, yeah, you guessed it, they are repulsed by the electrical fields of the other atoms. This phenomenon is similar to trying to mash together two of the same poles on a magnet, except this would be a near impossible feat. So, believe it or not, every solid object in our 3D environment is hovering roughly 10 to the power of -8 centimeters. Also, to pop your top, this electromagnetic force that repels everything is billions upon billions of times stronger than the force of gravity, except that gravity is not really a force as Einstein shows in his general theory of relativity. Gravity is actually a product of the curvature of space-time. Atoms are mostly empty space, and without that space, you would compress into a very tiny volume. The nucleus that makes up the vast bulk of the matter in an atom and is so much smaller than the whole structure, that it's been compared to the size of a grain of sand in a modern professional baseball diamond in a stadium. If you were condensed down removing your atomic space, you would shrink you down into a cube smaller than 5/100th of a centimeter on all sides. Understand the point I am alluding to, which is that since size is relative, then regardless of it the complexity of whatever the topic remains. Therefore in a universal sense it's somewhat irrelevant. Secondly, what we label and view as functions to what we have uncovered about this reality is ironically wholly immaterial according to quantum physics. Therefore what else could we be, other than consciousness projected? There is nothing, yet in the nothing everything exists. http://url. Amazing scale of everything tool. http://url. Scale of the universe. http://url. There is nothing in doubt with life, from man, who is enslaving the elements, to the nimblest creature, in all this world, that does not sway in its turn. Whenever action is born from force, no matter how small it is, the cosmic balance is upset and the universal motion results. Nikola Tesla. I'm not trying to be the next Carl Sagan or Bill Nye, as I can only do me, but need to show you my spectrum of how and why the universe manifested in the manner that you see before you right now. I firmly believe that you will find the answers you are looking for here, first in the contemplation of the word, and second in the action that it will lead you to. I am happy to report that the underlying secrets to life are plain to see, and the knowledge of the universe is actually a one-size-fits-all garment. It is as simple as dirt or majestically spiritual as it is scientifically pragmatic, and that is because the universe speaks in all languages, and in all tongues, and expressions by design. No matter how far you zoom in, there is an infinity waiting to be explored. The secret for being is all in how you exist, how you navigate, and how you pose your query. You might have wondered when or where the universe ends. Let's drop the visualization of the ladder of life, and zoom out of the observable universe, and I mean let's really put the wide lens on. Going the opposite direction that we were before now, scale up to compare sizes of asteroids, moons, planets, stars, nebulas, and black holes, galaxies and such. It is definitely humbling and mind-boggling to look at size comparisons of these heavenly bodies. Understand that our universe could and probably is microscopic, and we would never know it. Consider the last time when you traveled by plane, and you look down below. When you are descending for landing, even at 100 feet up, people below look like they are just dots moving around on a grid. Did you know that there exists a planet dubbed Gelt 11b, that is 40% larger than Jupiter and can fit 1,860 of our Earths in it, and that's just the largest planet that we know of in the universe? Or how about Canis Majoris, the largest star, which can fit roughly 155,000 Earths? Don't forget that we cannot see the whole universe anyways. What we are talking about is only 15 or so billion light-years away from us, so that leaves 31.1 billion light-years of space to charter in all directions. Ha ha. We really are bogies in a dust mite's nose, compared to the size of the universe, but here on Earth, we have the ego which inflates us to new heights and sizes. Size is relative, and so is this exercise. Hopefully, The underlying spectrum of understanding that's been waiting for you your whole life has emerged in your mind as you read. Some people might be eating this up and others want more, and some keep clamoring for the hard facts, irrefutable evidence. Where is this knowledge of the divine you demand? Some may never see it no matter what form it reveals itself as. Reality check, we are simply human. So, we have to struggle to get to that subjectively divine knowledge. Why are we seeking it in the first place though? Well, obviously, it is because of our subjective suffering that we wonder, or on the opposite spectrum perhaps those who have had an objectively good life found themselves curious because it always seemed like a cracking good mystery. We know the body dies, so we wonder if there is the soul eternal? Well, forever or infinity or however you pose the term, even when joking, realize any conception of the infinite knowledge, aka the divine understanding, is simply impossible. Our spectrum of understanding is only a microscopic glimpse of the universal understanding. We cannot know the ultimate or the divine knowledge because we can't even comprehend the mathematical version of infinity from a human perspective. It's not just like when you look at 3.14 aka pi on a calculator, or even when trying to visualize how much the American federal debt looks like in physical US dollars. Even the size of the known universe does not compare to forever ever. Compared to infinity, everything that we know is nothing. But let's be real here when talking about the question of infinity. Since at the core of our being we are driven instinctually to sustaining ourselves, with coping methods that help us continue to relatively survive, then understand that the only time we put some real contemplation to the concept of infinity, is when we are contemplating the origins of life after death. We want to assume that beyond this short ride we have on Earth when we die, that the afterlife, whatever form it takes, will be forever, but even that, given our current knowledge, is a universe-sized maybe, objectively speaking. Understand though that this does not stop us from solving for our pixels now, pictures later. To do that, we need to understand a term that has been around for a little over 40 years, and what is only starting to become recognized, albeit an abstract understanding of its role in the construction of our 3D universe. Make haste. Pray, tell us, you say? Here is another great bit of info for our endeavors. Fractals. We can observe imperfect expressions of fractals both mathematically and physically in the world around us. Fractals can give us a glimpse of the true definition of infinity, which does offer us a base understanding of the big picture. All things in the 3D offer a multiplicity of dialects, and it is up to us to decipher and translate functions within the various phenomenon. I would say at this point, given that we've had most of the pixels phase changed into pictures for us, then it would not be too abstract to state that atoms and their particles are really components of the projectors of the 3D material. If we live in a cloud of probability, then where would the screen of the projection be? I believe that a deeper understanding of fractals would reveal that they are integral to how the information that carries the out of the background information into our reality. Please take note. These are 2D pictures of what can exist in third and fourth and even higher dimensional expressions. Pick. Fractals exist everywhere, all around us, all the time, and there is an innumerable amount inside of us. With the existence of fractals, there is proof that there can be something that we humans can attempt to measure that appears to be equal to infinity. Fractals are omnipresent, mathematically infinite, and since mathematics is information, and information is all around us existing as energy, and since we now know that these perfect fractals exist in, and all around us, then can you assume that the universe is finite? Do you place limitations on your God? Don't utter such blasphemy. LOL. Nope, the universe is indeed infinite. Note that we humans cannot detect or measure anything to the point of what we perceive to be perfection, therefore approximation leaves many no choice but to refute the possibility that everything is fractal. Realize that they just can't see it yet, it is outside of their spectrum of understanding. But what is a fractal anyways? It is always best to see an example, and then, like the way you spot your own car on the road everywhere you look, you start to notice them, and no doubt the RAS system is assisting us in this recognition. In nature, you see what could be called nature's fractals, which are easily identified because they have recursive patterns going from big to small, like the leaves of a Barnsley fern or a pine cone or a prehistoric nautilus shell. Pics. As you can see from the pictures, fractals are self-similar, reoccurring, and geometrical. Hint: everything is geometrical, and they have no limit on the number of forms they can be derived from. To the hippie tie-dye look of the famous Mandelbrot set to the Sierpinski triangle or the Koch snowflake, a fractal can be identified by observing what is referred to as both a fractal hull volume, which is the shape's its interior or its external dimension, meaning the edge of the object. Let's also take note of the multitude of indentions, hash marks, or whatever you want to call it that seem to have repeated or what is referred to as a periodic characteristic. These types of iterations are particularly noticeable on the snowflake, or in what can be seen as cracks on the Mandelbrot set. I want to again, just put out for some cosmic-sized consideration that a flat line is zero, no stimulus, a closed eye. Every point on any line that deviates from zero, indicates value on a mathematical grid or graph, and value is information. In space, realize that there is no indication as to what the direction of up or down is. Fractals do exist in all dimensions. Notice that the drawn manufactured fractals such as the Koch snowflake, and the Sierpinski triangle, do have lines, but they are very smooth, unlike the Mandelbrot set. Now that doesn't break up the functionality of the two drawn sets, it just does not encompass the more complex, and real-life iterations of fractal exponents, expressions. Recall our recent descent or scaling down the ladder of life. Remember that depending on what size you were, the size of the world around you in your mind automatically adjusted to your current size perspective, and so the details of the topography of whatever you are measuring naturally become extremely more detailed. Yet even at that scale, if you were to zoom in, you would find that there would be more cracks down there, infinitely more. Revealing where our spectrum of understanding came from will help us understand where we are going. The term fractal emerged into the public view when it was defined and drawn in 1978 by Robert W. Brooks and Peter Makelski, as part of a study of Clinian groups. Mathematician Benoit Mandelbrot, who worked for IBM, having access to the latest technology, essentially opened up this fundamental aspect of the universe for us all to see, when he posed the famous question or paradox in asking how long the coastline of Britain was, as a sort of brain-teaser abstraction. Then, after knowledge gained, he later gifting us the Mandelbrot set in 1980. Take a moment and ask yourself, how would you go about measuring a coastline? Of course, we know that the further back in time we go in the history of humankind, maps were drawn rather crudely before they were ever drawn to a remotely accurate scale. The mathematics and understanding of celestial cartography evolved, and later technology helped bring us where we are with these current mainstream Google Maps measurements. Mandelbrot revealed a higher understanding of scale through the mathematical postulation of fractals, and that the length of Britain's coastline, which at face value, a crudely drawn surface, was in reality an infinitely complex coastline. Now this is not just a phenomenon local to the edges of a person, place or thing, it is transcendental. For another simplified reference of fractals, think of the old-fashioned vinyl records and how the information was originally recorded with a fine needle. Imagine how long that line would be if we were to stretch out all the musical frequencies. Imagine your perspective shrunk down into the crevasses made at the time of the recording. Notice how there are not only grooves but there are also extremely smaller cracks being paved, as deep and complex as the carving out of the Grand Canyon. One of the messages here, as said earlier, is that things even at a smaller scale, fractals, do not lose their complexity or function. Size and scale is irrelevant to the universe. Now your brain might have blown a few fuses if you went and played around on the internet with the MBSF scaling program or watched a video of how deep this rabbit hole, the universe, really goes. Spoiler alert, it goes on forever. As well as if you were to move to another portion of the picture, you could zoom into that, and you would get an entirely different coastline. You might ask, is this black magic? Haha, close. However, it's way more metal than that, because it's a universal language we of course know as math. The Mandelbrot set can be explained with the equation Zn plus 1 equals Zn2 plus C. In that equation, C and Z are complex numbers and n is 0 or a positive integer, a natural number, but don't let the simple nature of the formula being fed into itself lead you into underappreciating this mathematical phenomenon. Now I really have to refer you to our website to get a good look at this. Reference number website link. Isn't it amazing to know that with just a simple formula, such infinitesimal complexity emerges within the Mandelbrot set? Understand that is cannot be dismissed as a parlor trick or an illusion. Such is the power of the universe, through the knowledge of the logos of mathematics, and you can even look at jaw-dropping 3D versions of it. Now ask yourself, where do we fit in on this scale? You might think that there is no real practical application for fractals to be represented other than what has been shown to us in nature or our medial success at emulating Mother Nature's beautiful arrangements. However, there is more, infinitely more, and humans are getting closer to unlocking the true potential of this knowledge. A very good example of that is through humankind's technological advancements such as online gaming and computer language programming. The shining example here is a game called No Man's Sky, which utilizes fractal programming but refers to it as procedural. The game is set up in cosmic exploration, no doubt a premise where it would naturally excel. See how we emulate the creator in everything we do. In space, the final frontier, where truly no one that we know of has gone before. Well, if you want to get technical about humankind's achievements in space, we could say that the best example we have would be Voyager 1, which is currently 14.6 billion miles away from Earth. Now that is far out to the max bro. But get this. In the No Man's Sky game, the player travels through space, bouncing from planet to planet, scratching that eternal itch we humans have for exploration. The procedural, fractal, programming also allows for an infinite variety of plant and animal life, which simply sounds like fun, but remember we humans have limitations and thus cannot truly understanding anything as infinite, even when you think you do. There are limitations, however. There are only 18 quintillion planets to explore. More precisely, 18 quintillion 446 quadrillion 744 trillion 73 billion 709 million 551,616 or to the power of 64 to be exact, each one having the programming of the universe, offering infinite iterations of creatures, landscape architecture, and flora and fauna. Pause for a moment and consider that if humankind can pull that off in a game, try if you can, to imagine the zero limits of the universe. Realize while humankind advances, we are uncovering and innately emulating the secrets, or the programming language of the objective universe's design. Meaning, there is no going about it a different way or breaking the laws of the universe. By looking at how life progresses and becomes more complex, then it is only a matter of time, a very long time, that is if we don't kill ourselves along the way, that humanity will too end up replicating the technology of the universe, and that is because we are lesser versions of the whole. The processes we execute, no matter how extraordinary, would still be natural. This is why the gaming 3D space can exist. This is why fractal gaming exists. Just like math, we discovered an aspect of our reality, and we are simplifying its function and harnessing it for our use, ergo with time, we would have no limitation. Nothing before us could escape the cycles of the dissonant human ambience that the false system creates. However, consider given the time and the removal of the dissonant human ambience, and the proper and natural socio- and economic equality for all humans, then we would have hit the ground running when we first stepped into the role of conscious beings. Given that scenario, think about where we would be now. An even bigger question is, how does such complexity emerge in real life? The answer again lies within the background information, the programming, and we all tap into this language in our own ways and on scales that we cannot even comprehend. We take for granted our seemingly innate cognitive abilities. Without the ability to draw energy through calculation from emerging background data, we would fall flat on our faces every time we attempted to get out of bed. To put it more accurately, we would never have gotten up in the first place. Every task we undertake on a daily basis, no matter how complex or mundane, requires a plethora of mental mathematics and algorithms to complete in order to maintain the cohesion and stability of our 3D systems. You can see when these mathematical computations fail when we either have accidents or when we see people who attempt to operate while they are impaired, or what is commonly referred to as drunk. We ascertain or learn this background mathematical information through passive and direct stimulus and repetition through practice. However, please do not confuse the human brain with a calculator or a computer. It is not the same, or so they say. Chapter 10, untitled at the moment. This world came to be in very truth a living creature with soul and reason. A single visible living creature containing within itself all living things whose nature is of the same order. Plato, the Timaeus. Plato, the allegory of the cave. We are all defined by our SCNVFECFGI in life, and this is true for anyone at any stage, no matter how wise we become. In the story, fable, parable of the cave authored by Plato, he poses a scenario to tantalize the thirst for knowledge that a person might have built up while attempting to satisfy the insatiable ego. Recognizing that we all have barriers of understanding that require introspection to overcome. I cannot presume the level of comprehension a reader might have thought back in the days that this story was written, but with my spectrum of understanding, I would have to state that this story was crafted by Plato to inform the world of the understanding of the true nature of this 3D reality, and the wisdom that comes from the ascension, and the willful descent into the duality of light and darkness. This is also a story that questions the motives of keyholders of the narrative and how they navigate systems, and it alludes to how true leaders emerge from the background. In this story there exists a set of prisoners, a symbolic depiction of the whole of society, who are kept in a cave and chained to a wall, our SCNVFECFGI. Behind them from above, a never-ending fire burning bright, the keyholder's projected narrative, or the background information. There is a walkway where every day a slave master or a group of what we all assume are some nasty people who cannot resist toying with the minds of the slaves, who use the large fire from above as a light source to cast shadows on the wall by holding objects in front of the fire. Since this is all the prisoners ever saw in their lives, I think they were probably enamored with it, but from an outside perspective, it would probably be like watching dry public broadcasting reruns of cooking shows and infomercials. Next thought about these prisoners' predicament was that they must have done something horrible to deserve this torturous existence. We the products were just born into this, and there are plenty of keyholders out there who think that this public broadcasting of dissonance is the way life should be, because it is they who have never known anything beyond that wall of cognitive dissonance. It is they who need the dissonant products in order to validate and survive. A keyholder is someone who has dominated the food and supply chain, is a leader or a manager that acts as an intermediary throttle to the resources we are all entitled to. In this scenario, they have become so apt at what they do that they are able to physically hold someone in place their whole lives. Let's apply the Darwinian evolutionary theory of the survival of the fittest. Since the captives do not know anything other than what they have seen, they no doubt believe they are dominant through their subjective lens. Who then is casting the shadows for the captors? Do the captors know that their reality too is essentially shadow games on the wall? Born into a system means born into someone's chains. The captives in this story never witnessed any other stimulus other than those daily shadows, so they were not aware that the world around them is only a stage for a play, every object in motion the ambience of existence. One prisoner is set free, or Shawshanked his way out of captivity. Symbolically, this could be any time you feel you have become enlightened, and he ventures out of the cave and is awestruck at the world around him. You would think that a person with this SCENVFECFGI would not able to verbally or mentally articulate what he had seen in the outside world, having never laid eyes on it beforehand. Thus his relative understanding would be severely lacking. Yes, the story has quite a bit of plot holes, but let's press on. The released man becomes overwhelmed with emotion when he sees how far out and technical the world outside of the cave is. He decides to go back to the cave to tell the other captives that there exists a world on the outside of this cave, a new reality, and lo, it's so far out. It's all like 3D man. Oddly, the others get rather upset at him and refuse to listen to his rambling absurdities, but come to think of it, would they even be able to comprehend a lot of what he was saying? All they knew was their SCENVFECFGI, and so they too would absolutely be defending their own valid way of existing. Thus, refusing to see outside of their spectrum of understanding, and would even double down, becoming overtly hostile, resolute at killing anyone who would further attempt to interrupt the order that had been established. We are 3D authors of this reality and willfully descended from the whole, to live out the allegory of Plato's cave. We are fed pixelated pictures in order to gain relative comprehension as we navigate. If you understand duality, then you understand that our very existence is shadows, condensed clouds of probability. Yet, how do we contend with the knowledge that within the cloud of probability, within the shadows, that something absolute and solid might not ever be found? Pondering this question, you would find yourself in time understanding the need for embellishment in regard to human experience. We humans cannot experience and appreciate pleasure without truly understanding and experiencing pain. If we had one emotion, then that would be the baseline. Therefore, there must be a spectrum of emotions in order for the ambience of life to manifest. This would be the same for even a god, and I know I might be jumping around here, but if we consider that the universe is thought to be recycling itself and each iteration is an eon, to use the terminology that mathematical physicist Sir Roger Penrose proposed, then it would make sense and corroborate the message of the universe, by way of explaining an aspect of our overall purpose of existence. What exactly are we, if not consciousness projected? Every vibration is a song of the universe. There is nothing yet in the nothing, everything exists. You are an expression, a variable of endless possible outcomes. My first breath was my last, and from it, the cosmos emerged. What you perceive as the whole of your time is only a single grain of sand that falls in the hourglass, and each grain is but a galaxy. As the universe expands and contracts, your universe came about as a child of countless others. Tell me why you are so special, the voices who called back to me from the void. You who are me, separated among the infinite. Born of the stars into a universe of chaos. You emerged struggling as you were naked to the elements, yet endured because a fire exists within your soul. Your struggle is your ego temporarily separated and encased in infancy. Stand and walk, the universe moves around you. Every perspective of existence is an infinite multidimensional fractal on a multidimensional stage. Your every thought creates a kaleidoscopic mirror laden with vines, on each vine adorned with a rose, on every rose a multitude of seeds. Your unique existence and experiences are the elements that divide the infinite. Once returned to the source, you will share with me a new light within the darkness. Show me your colors painted upon new horizons. Feed me the divine ambrosia of your life, for they are the true sacraments. You will know a family beyond your previous comprehension, and you will continue to be the expressions that define our existence. The universe is alive. Consciousness, everything is energy. Energy is vibration. All is information, all information humming a song. The song passes through the darkness and escapes any sympathetic instrument. Like the universe, the great instrument plays your song, the waves ripple across and permeate all fields of space. The resonance meets every ear, it penetrates every heart, it plays in the memory of every soul. Your song is heard. Let me show you just how special you are, and that you are not alone. You are not a piece of an unsolvable puzzle. You are the key that unlocks the door, the perfect fit, the brightest star in the heavens. You have yearned for meaning. At every moment, the meaning was reflected all around you. As nature plays a song, you were beckoned to play your own. Yours began with a single note, a cry to the heavens as you get your first glimpse into a new life. Your song over time took form and provided contrast in all systems. Each one of you, the ability to derive meaning subjectively, an infallible truth. As the author, you decide the content and the tone. Many of you have chosen to combine your song, although it is never as uniform as you wish or think it could be. The players of the song are resonating in the only way they know, not knowing their true nature as they are all shrouded with human ambience. The human ambience provides a melodic reverberation that can either cause or cancel out clarity, a dissonance among the harmony. The beauty of the song emerges not just in some ways, but in all ways. The composer provides the focus, the listener the sympathetic instrument. Look beyond. All songs are connected, all notes are elements that emerged from a single stream of energy. While you dance in the energy you pave your own path, ever calling out for others to hear. Look beyond. If you truly wish to see the source, you simply remove all vibrations, and after all is silent, you will know how truly precious you are. Hold on though. I know among all this talk of projected consciousness, some readers will become gut-wrenched at the thought of everything around us as possibly being pointless if this is all air quotes here, not real. Stop right there and know this. The material is real, for all intents and purposes. We do exist. It is just that we are made up of what is seemingly non-existent. Do not get caught up in the dissonant romance of nihilism because you think life is meaningless. I am here to tell you, if you think that, you are absolutely incorrect. Read on. And if you still feel that way, after you have read the book from cover to cover, start again. We need you. Phase change your spectrum of understanding. Challenge the systems that hold you to the ground. When you understand that you are truly at the helm of your destiny or fate or whatever you want to call it, you will understand that existing in the negative will never yield a positive for yourself. Do not waste your time on this earth fighting the things that will always be there when the false system is at the helm of the narrative. Understand that what we will build together will make those shadows become solid and true forms because we manifest with unshrouded eyes. Concentrate firstly on the consolidation of our potential energy as a whole, and you will see true manifestation. We will do this together. In turn, it will make the key holders understand that they too are shackled to their own SCENVFECFGI and that a much better way of navigation for all of us exists. Understand that the above statement does not dismiss the current of our reality. It just helps to find a path for the cognitive dissonance to flow right on through us, and not for us to channel and project onto another unwitting system. Understand that this 3D universe, or for that matter any universe that would seem to be in a similar state of programming, must have constants, and these constants are also the shadows, or artistic rendition, a motif of an artist. We created this together. We in our current forms continue to emulate our best version of what we consider our higher selves and serve to orchestrate an external tune of resonance in our actions. From the baseline, a chord is struck, and the data on the graph blasts off into the cosmos, and along the way other systems interact with it. Everyone is an artist. Most of what science describes in quantum physics and astrophysics are firstly displayed and deciphered on paper through mathematics before they are produced through the medium of art as an overlay known as an artist rendition. These pictures of the heavens are created from folks who hold the title of visualization scientists. These highly talented and trained individuals take data provided from a source like NASA, and then create their best interpretation of what is happening out there in space. Just have a look at the bottom of any photograph online that displays a vibrant or inspiring scene, and you will see the reference to the artist. If it's not there, then the artist was not referenced properly. These renditions are then of course available to be transferred to textbooks and computer screens for further utilization. Data is really all around us, and it takes shape and structure based on the system that it must exist in. At this point, I am not really sure we need help to back up the notion of energy equals information, but for the skeptics, if they still exist, then how could they possibly continue to not see the endless correlation? In quick reflection of our earlier conversation of fractals, is that you might have come to see the potential and infinite capacity, or the scale-free nature of fractals as evidence akin to the possible discovery of the missing link in human evolution. Indeed, if there were more efforts to bring about a better understanding of them, in a scientific commercial aspect, I believe it would have an extreme impact on shifting the paradigm of our existence, as we would then better comprehend how matter is manifested in the third dimension. Truth be told, we never really left the cave, but for humanity, we can at least try, or keep doing it, whatever that may be. The purpose as of yet is undefined until we can as a whole identify the nature of the game. If we never break free of the false system, we will never realize our true potential. The only way to break free of the false system is to break past the barrier of inequality. All systems are the same. Therefore, even in abstractions we find that there is universal understanding and connection to the other side of this reality that is evident when cross-referencing Plato's allegory of the cave, with the lens of science. We are all authors of this great reality. Great minds such as Einstein solved for X very effectively using mathematics. Plato did as well, but in a different dialect of energy. All actions are attempts at solving for X. Plato's spectrum of understanding in the allegory of the cave does indeed describe the human condition, even a universal condition showing that all systems struggle in their own way, but overall, in the same way. We are the makers, we lay dreams upon dreams. To what do we owe these universal themes? Muse or abuse, to all energies we do infuse. You could perceive the 3D experience as a story. You can embellish the experience and belief systems as mundane, glorious, or insidious. Subjectively defining the story is after all what we humans do best. Either way, it is obvious that we cannot dismiss the possibility that our reality is a product of fractal emergence. Realize too that since we are describing consciousness, could we not also describe this entire phenomenon as just another aspect of God? Of us? Since all systems are the same, understand how these correlations validate all expressions on all levels. Let's look further into variations of energy. The multiplicity of the states of matter. Everything is energy, first, and objective science has shown us that all elements can exist in mostly 3 states, solid, liquid, and gas. Matter or elements as they manifest can often go through what is called phase changes, such as when you see ice fall from the sky in crystalline form aka snow, and then melt into a liquid. Yup, rain, then it eventually evaporates into a gas. Newer studies show in laboratories that during the time when the matter or element changes over, that fractals are detected in the electrons as the phase change occurs. As we are always seeking to understand the true nature of reality, we view and live our subjective relative current comprehension of it. The same can be said for scientists in their attempt to solve for X. In 1700 Newton concluded that light travels as particles, which he derived from his own observations of the 3D, with the backdrop of his understanding of Descartes' 1637 corpuscular theory of light. The debate was on hold for a while until another scientist, by the name of Hooke, conducted tests that showed that light traveled in waves because particles would not explain how light can interfere and diffract. As time went on, more scientists contemplated and conducted research and found that both particles and waves seemed to be present, but to the scientific community, this was just not acceptable as the best hypothesis. It wasn't until 1905 that Einstein shed some much-needed light on the issue and came up with formulas that explained the dualistic properties of light, which he dubbed the photoelectric effect. Professor Einstein again comes to the rescue with his quantum theory in 1916. Einstein was focused on the belief that light's energy vibrated or oscillated and had a corresponding frequency, in which he agreed with Planck's constant, and further explained that photon energy was the height of oscillation frequency, and the intensity of light was the number of photons. With this postulation, which is proven, we now understand that light exists as both waves and particles. Furthermore, we can also correlate and reverse engineer this discovery through a different lens of perspective in the esoteric understanding that everything is vibrational energy or a frequency, and what that infers for us, the conduits. The universe is alive, or our connections to the earth and the frequency of love and all that hippie rock jazz fusion. Some of you might also be finding yourself saying, yeah, so what? Well, like art, the beauty of it is within the eye of the beholder, so have a grand old time resonating with anyone past the baseline with the frequency of yeah, so what? For the rest of us we know, and for the remaining who are skeptical, you will see. Friends, these findings are monumental for our affirmations and helps us to further fill in the gaps to some understanding about the emergence of our reality as well, and there is more to be discussed on this string. Within this spectrum of visibility, we can gain a higher comprehension from the message of the universe, the validation of existence, and its endless expressions within, and where we can stand in that understanding objectively. Even science has to shift the spectrum of understanding, after older models fail one too many times, and its relative understandings of physics are to an artist's rendition. Ascension from the cave, a primary example, is when repeated failure is one of the most well-known original fails in the field of medicine, the 3,000-ish-year-old medical practice of using parasitic leeches to draw the blood out of a sick person's body. Yes, the blood reveals many answers, but to remove it when it's really needed, simultaneously allowing the possibility of diseases to enter the body via the leeches and poor sanitation, is baffling in hindsight. Yes, even more baffling is that some, hopefully very few people in pocket cultures, still think it's effective and are still practicing it. Another example would be the debut of the first polio vaccine in 1955, which led to the paralysis of over 200 individuals, which were mostly children. Keep in mind that 30,000 children per year were being afflicted with polio and as a side effect became paralyzed from the disease, so even though we can mourn the loss of those people, we can be thankful that the risk was even taken. Or, how about when it was common practice in the US to use the dangerous pesticide DDT to control malaria and typhus outbreaks by killing or repelling mosquitoes? It was also used as a treatment for body lice, and in areas where there was a higher risk of people contracting the bubonic plague. Each time a disaster occurs, we have to reevaluate how we treat and cope with the symptoms of problems. In those times when we struggle so, it is like we are descending back into the cave until the time that we can again reapproach the problem. Past equals ignorance, present equals relative understanding, future equals ignorance. Humans endure and carry on because we have important things to do. The duality is that we believe that the forms we see outside of the cave would reveal the truth for all to see, thus setting us free from our bondage of ignorance. However, since we are always in the present state of our relative understanding, We are always chained to the wall of the cave. Which is why 99% of the things we think we know in life are in faith and hope that others agree with us. This is not including classical physics and the like. While we navigate these shadow systems, no matter how well we think we see, in the false dichotomy, we are most definitely not going to see the light anytime soon. Countless misconceptions in the field of science are awaiting to be rectified, hopefully sooner rather than later, for all our sake. However, humans have relatively come a long way, and we can thank all of our formers for offering up their lives as guinea pigs in this great test tube we call life. In 1169, the alchemist and scientist Hennig Brandt was at it again. He had reason to believe that the elements needed to transmogrify or change regular metal, such as lead, into the very valuable element of gold, was derived from human urine. Hennig was truly an entrepreneur at heart, yes. Full of confidence and properly hydrated, Hennig drained the lizard, my own embellishment, and then proceeded to boil down piss into a paste, and from that, phase change, heat emerged, and wouldn't you know, the piss began to glow. Imagine being Hennig. You might have thought you had won the lottery, but it was not gold that he discovered, but phosphorus. Imagine the smell. Was Hennig in the cave or out of it? Or in both places at the same time? Utilizing our lens of perspective, we can understand that no one really ever leaves the cave in the false system, but for all intents and purposes we have made relative human progress, so let's thank Hennig and his PP. Since 1879, after the discovery of the plasma as the fourth state of matter, scientists have discovered to this date a possible 25 iterations of matter. The fifth in 1992, and sixth in 2002, have been created and observed by scientists in laboratory environments. How's that for a shift in the spectrum for you? Sure, maybe you knew of plasma, the fourth state of matter, but the rest are relatively off the radar of the mainstream and are hypothetical to the present understanding. Imagine the gas state of water, particles condensing in the atmosphere, due to the impurities that are light enough to flow within the sea of the sky. These impurities condense into clouds, and the clouds then get too heavy to hold their form, and then rain is produced. There are 1.5 sextillion atoms in a single drop of water. Within each atom of water there consist of 10 electrons, and as the water cycle programming progresses, there will be countless fractals when phase changes occur. So, with this shift in the spectrum, we can fully dispel any notion that fractals are rare, or isolated to the realms of mathematical postulation. Science has yet to fully define fractals, therefore are not able to fully refute postulations regarding their purpose or function. Since the universe is operating on a set of universal rules, we can rightfully assume that fractals exist in places that scientists have yet to look, and that is because they did not know to look for them before. This oversight can also be attributed to the extremely short periods of time fractals emerge, like UFO blips on a radar, which one cannot see unless they are measuring or tuned to the proper frequency. Chapter 11. Fractals are everywhere. The idea of fractals occurring in phase changes is a newer affirmation for most people. You can see a validation of this claim here via Purdue President's Colloquia, Erica Carlson, Department of Physics and Astronomy, Purdue University. 2019, http URL. Of course, we humans learned these cool manifestations from emulating nature, but understand that there isn't anything we do that does not emulate nature. Fractals seem to be a perfect way for the universe to store and transfer data, and as another example, has been utilized to a degree in computer file storing formats since the 1990s, referred to as FIF. Fractals are even used in cell phone antenna technology, and we can thank a radio astronomer, Dr. Nathan Cohen, that much-needed advancement. Dr. Cohen reportedly got his musing from attending Mandelbrot's lectures, studying Tesla's experiments, Marconi's inventions and Maxwell's equations. Science continues to derive useful information from fractals. Considering how fast technology moves nowadays, we are more than likely due for explosive growth in the next 30 years, provided we can get a handle on the human ambience and pandemics and the division we are currently experiencing worldwide. Pictures. Fractals also even exist in the quantum realm. There is an infinite amount of information to learn no matter what scale we are traveling and observing. As an example, and to probably no surprise, a DNA strand, which is a long electrically charged molecule, has fractal properties such as the self-symmetry from the above, pic A, and DNA functions as a fractal antenna, pic B, which can absorb electromagnetic radiation at multiple frequency ranges. DNA not only stores information fractally but also has a fractal shoreline. In this case, the edge of the DNA, or what you might call its appendages, has fractal properties that allow it to fold into a masterful origami-like fashion and is condensed down to sizes that seem to defy all reasoning. Zooming into DNA, you would of course find that it too is composed of atoms and electrons. Electrons, as we saw earlier, also have fractals that assist in phase changes, as we recently discussed, on top of the information that is already stored in the DNA structure. There are 100 trillion atoms in an average human cell. There are roughly 37.2 trillion cells in the body. There are 46 DNA molecules, of which are 23 male and 23 female chromosomes. Each chromosome, when uncoiled, stretches out to 1.7 to 8.5 centimeters, and about 5 centimeters on average, which translates to 2 times 10 to the power of 14 meters. Or, 124,274,238,447 miles of DNA inside your body. Here is where the fractal nature of the DNA really translates from staggering proportions to mind-shattering, which is, if you were to untangle and stretch all the strands of DNA in your body, that's only 3 microns per strand, which exists as a fractal globule or what kind of resembles a ball of yarn, then it would stretch to Pluto and back 17 times. Simply put, the physical ability of fractalization allows it to fold itself to impossible levels like in origami, to take advantage of the area, volume of space. Scientists such as Julius Robert Meyer in 1842 stated that matter is neither created nor destroyed, and thus emerged the law of conservation. Einstein had to wait 100 years to have his general theory of relativity proven correct. I am definitely no Einstein. Heck, even some functions on my calculator still baffle me. However, I am the author of this book, inviting you to share and manifest this philosophy into reality, and I don't mind waiting for the world to catch up with our SCNVFECFGI. However, we cannot wait numerous lifetimes for the message of the universe to impact the present with this new spectrum of understanding. Unshackle yourself and let us all walk out of the cave together, and let us bask in the light of further understanding. A new spectrum of consciousness. So, look around you. Does anything here exist that does not follow the laws of the universe? Instead of further allowing our ego to contradict the laws by ignoring the endless evidence and signs that the universe sends us, let us instead become more like the universe, our true nature. Let us solve for X through adopting the understanding of duality and the validation of the power that can be derived from phase changes. Doing so allows us to readdress the definition of what we classify as life, which will change our definition of what we classify as conscious, which will ultimately redefine how we see our universe, how we see ourselves, and what will then cause our understanding of reality to be reassembled from the very foundations. Consciousness and thought are subject to the same universal laws. Science has always considered consciousness to be the main question in our existence, yet they cannot fully connect the dots, and this is because they cannot for good reason look at the full spectrum of the universe that allows inference of the spiritual. What they ignore, we revere and celebrate. In time, they will come to the same answers, but in a different dialect. Nikola Tesla stated that if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. From the background information via the consciousness of God that permeates all of the seen and unseen in this universe, at its base is energy. Here is where I conceptualize and tie our existence to the objective scientific understanding of our universe, and hopefully too with your own research, you would also come to find that the 3D emerges fractally. Now bear in mind that many scientists who tout theories and hypotheses might have been the first to articulate these words in a medium that resonated the farthest, but most likely not necessarily the first, and yes, we always do want to attribute discoveries of ideas and sayings to the proper author. Hopefully I too have come to some conclusions that relay novel systems of thought, as they were certainly highly profound affirmations to me at one point, which is what drove me to stay on the course and further explore an aspect of my life's purpose. Yes, we must never forget that knowledge always has a base understanding that must be formed, and we build up from it. At the base of this knowledge are countless individuals who SCNVFECFGI, which allowed them the ability to contribute these thoughts and discoveries. With the spectrum of understanding moving over time, you can guarantee that before these thoughts resonated on any platform, they first existed in the minds of who knows how many people. I have no doubt if it were not for the complications this false system and because of it the lack of equality through monetary mobility, then we would have seen profound articulations announced long before the time of the people we commercially identify as geniuses. It has been said that Einstein did not actually say that energy is vibration, but Einstein did gift us with almost the same exact statement, which is E equals mc2 and his theory of relativity. We also cannot forget that Pythagoras 570 to 495 BC, inventor of the loved mathematical Pythagorean theorem, A2 plus B2 equals C2, was a pioneered systems of thought regarding frequency and vibrations. I believe it's safe to say that since the Greeks partook of psychedelics, that we cannot dismiss the high probability that he felt that energy was also vibration. Perhaps psychedelics, or the overuse of them, was how Pythagoras came to have pareidolia visuals that led him to believe that beings were also reincarnated humans in fetal form, which was why he became a vegetarian. Don't forget folks, moderation is key. Perhaps Pythagoras would have probably fared better if he put his mental prowess into crafting a philosophy like the spectrum of understanding, and the Hoba. Pythagoras was indeed a rebel in his time, and we saw this same local cultural incompatibility with the Greek philosopher Socrates, who described Plato to have had a serious issue with the way the citizens were voting. Reason being was that Plato likened voting as a skill of intellect, even ancient hindsight is 20/20, and that the education level and the wisdom of the voters in general, due to the throttle on education by the keyholders, was extremely lacking, which would indicate that a more intelligent person would be able to choose the right leader with a higher level of character and skill rather than picking someone based on their level of popularity. You would think that this would be an argument to make sure that every Athenian received a proper education, but alas, with great minds, sometimes the delivery of systems of thought can be a troublesome task. Instead, for his efforts, Socrates was used as a scapegoat for the failures of the recent Peloponnesian War effort. Subsequently, he was later accused by the government as guilty of attempting to influence the youth. This scenario was very similar to that of a particular holy protagonist we spoke of earlier. Socrates was indeed corrupting the status quo by attempting to teach the mainstreamers to think for themselves. He attempted to ignite a fire for knowledge in their heart, mind and souls, so that they may be more adept at deciphering the underlying deception of the fairy tales of the false systems they were enslaved to. Socrates was sentenced to death, forced to consume a poison mixture referred to as hemlock. His SCENVFECFGI contrasted the systems he navigated too extremely. It would seem logical to assume that this may be why Plato, Socrates' student, went on to write the allegory of the cave. A very key comparative point was just made in the previous paragraph regarding the state of our current world economy. Notice that Socrates was put to death for trying to get people to apply critical thinking skills. Now compare that to our current state of affairs and look to the points of conversation that are untouchable. See past the dissonant human ambience that is our political theater. What is the one thing that would relatively fix all problems and would, if forced, simultaneously have us all condemned? True equality. For true equality will always have an image mishandler that will be called upon to speak on behalf by media outlets who label them as proponents of socialist movements, which of course causes the programmed mainstream to have a synchronistic meltdown. An interview by someone who has been propped up by a media outlet is an over-embellished gatekeeper. Another point of disenfranchisement is that the faux version of equality they fight for cannot be a bipartisan goal. This is why the left and the right are ubiquitous ideologies no matter what cultures or country we look at. The positions held by both parties are predetermined by design. So, what a media outlet consumer experiences, is not just the news, but more so it is actually a training simulation on how to deal with the counterculture of their SCENVFECFGI whatever the topic. You can see how polarized each media outlet is. Therefore, you can imagine how streamlined a believer who watches that outlet daily. If you watch one of these mainstream outlets that lean towards a particular direction, then you are being trained as a pawn by the keyholders in a war against another culture. It's that simple. This is especially true if you have ever found yourself ignoring the facts or dismissing dissonant patterns of behaviors by your chosen side's keyholders. This is why they can say, "Why can you get mad if you didn't vote?" Yes, you must choose a side. I would bet there are billions of people out there who have never come close to seeing this topic from this spectrum of understanding. How can I say that? Just take a look at how many people do vote. 66.8% of those above the age of 18 in America alone have a certain type of blindness when it comes to the game of shadows. Or perhaps I am being a bit unfair. So let's say that maybe a percentage of those people know, but their only choice they have is to pick the lesser of two evils. Or perhaps they just feel powerless to enact real change. Therefore they are just exercising their right to choose because, how else are we gonna fix the world's problems? Yeah? You better vote, because watch what happens when you don't. Back in the ye olde days, thousands of people from all walks of life around the Mediterranean held Socrates in high esteem. Cicero even was quoted saying that Socrates had brought down philosophy from the skies. However, let's again bring some attention as to how not to advertising oneself improperly, as it will always attract the contrasting spectrums SCENVFECFGI keyholders who will always have devout pawns, who will always be willing to fight the good fight, and thus will gladly thin out the population, removing their idea of dissidents for the right price. Understand that it is not those who get caught up on the dissonant ambience that are looked at as targets. It is those who can see the game for what it is. The game has evolved, and we are in the latest iteration. This is an aspect of that blind spot I have been referring to, as even historically we can see that relaying dissonant systems of thought that counters the status quo was and still is extremely dangerous. In a false system, public discourse in the attempt to improve society as a whole is not a game of checkers nor even chess, but perhaps it could be likened to a game of Go. This is because you cannot disenfranchise the keyholders, for they do not work for the people. We the products work for them, which is completely opposite to what is objectively advertised in the social contract. This is why the saying nothing ever happens is true. This is why you hear the phrase go back to sleep. In a false system you will never truly see the light of day. This is why we must think very far ahead before we act to avoid the stifling of our philosophy due to the threat that it causes to the CD walls of a contrasting SCENVFECFGI, and thus the status quo. We cannot afford to be disenfranchised when we make our moves. Understand that neither side of any of the past or the current popular political teams could ever prop themselves up on a platform such as true equality. They say they can and do, but history proves their claims to be false. When we think they do, it is a game of shadows. They will always choose a couple of reliable demographics that they know will cause the most civic unrest when they hoist them up as the victim. I say this not to defend that culture or the counterculture. I am stating it because it's a fact that it is a natural action and reaction and a statistical guarantee that this will happen every time. While we supposedly a much-needed separation of church and state, there is a huge blind spot when it comes to identity politics, because if we reverse engineer and highlight the paths of energy here, we will find that those who vote must automatically have a side that they identify with. Otherwise there would be no point to having multiple sides or candidates. An ideology is just another word for philosophy, religion, business, or at least they all walk very close together hand in hand. You cannot participate without having an identity, which is SCNVFECFGI, and since we all naturally form cultures and migrate towards an ideology we identify with, you therefore find the inherent problem and contradictions and duality of a fair or just election. Therefore, you must know that the keyholders know all too well that this blind spot exists, and why they must exploit and mine the dissonance from your ego, because there is no other way to win votes other than to promote the interests of those people in the keyholders' choice of demographics. None of which would even exist if true equality were already established. Furthermore, the keyholders' brand of implementation, or how they go about manifesting the rights of the disenfranchised by design, will always be poorly timed and only prove to exacerbate their constituents' problems in the face of society. Why? Well, for one, they are playing the long con game by knowing that long down the road, after they put one demographic through the ringer while failing to include or acknowledge others, then they know that their party can just choose to pick up that sad misrepresented orphan child and give it a platform to stand once more. The other reason is because they cannot even comprehend a fix to the immediate problem, much less make proper legislation that would translate into a bipartisan outcome. That's because true equality requires no keyholders. This is opposite of the status quo, therefore, it is ideal for their version of the fight for equality. Then you have those who have profited off the exploitation of the energies spawn non-profits and philanthropic ventures, and then it is they who get to brand themselves as the conduit that profits from the dissonance first. Yet they are revered as the hero that came just in time, but in reality, they are just another gatekeeper of another aspect in the game of shadows, just another throttle on mobility. Yet, you owe your life to the hero, right? They swooped in from the sky and protected you from reality. They are the middleman in the economy, and what should we always do to the middleman? How to bypass the establishment's keyholders' permission. So where does this leave the rest of us who hold no titles? That is what we are doing with our effort here. We will build an ideology that must have true equality and has no gatekeeper who can squander the resources. As individuals we are the anonymous authors. We are the unsung heroes. There are a multitude of brilliant people in every system, people whom society unfairly recognizes as nobodies but can and often do articulate profound paradigm-shattering systems of thought. We must circle back to the systems that were advertised and demonized to never work, and that is because we know that the keyholder never wanted them to work. The only way we will ever see the light of day is if we walk out of the cave together. This new perspective lens is the philosophy, is the religion, is the community's business. The most beautiful aspect of our endeavors is that we will operate in their perimeters, break no laws, cause no harm, and we will still be holding their hand as they crown us the victor, for the old system is what got us to this point. We can at least acknowledge that without them highlighting the proper path for us we'd still be stuck in the illusion of it all. We will take our proper place and will transcend and transform all systems. It is my hope that these thoughts you have before you now, would initiate a fire within your soul, so that you too can find your voice and resonate with us. This is why we like to say that we all are the authors of this reality, of our existence, and it is because of the universe, the original author, that we are able to make these introspections. Looking back at the insight of navigating systems, and the message from the universe, in comparison to the added perspective of this chapter, we again prove that all systems are the same. Chapter 12 Universe equals consciousness. Merriam-Webster defines consciousness as the condition of being conscious, the normal state of being awake and able to understand what is happening around you. Well, this definition seems rather like an ontological generalization, so let us continue looking for methods to achieve a deeper understanding of it. Being authors, we have the freedom to express our version of aspects of consciousness. However, before we do, understand that beyond the message from the universe, and the navigating of systems, the chemistry of the self, the spectrum of understanding and the Hoba, is that we are on a pioneering journey of exploration. These systems stand on their own legs, without further embellishment. More will emerge, but the rest are affirmations with a mixture of science at the base, and an esoteric overlay or what you could call a loose quantitative and qualitative analysis. An aspect affirmation we can have about consciousness is that in further contemplation regarding our previously established definitions, is that anything we could classify as living is able to one way or another have a level of consciousness, therefore functions within its environment accordingly. Everything executes its programming perfectly regardless of our labels. However, if consciousness is ubiquitous, then is it special? This might encapsulate a number of existing philosophies that attempt to remove the qualitative emphasis to human consciousness, inferring that our experience falls onto a scale that isn't worth considering beyond our need to survive. Whoever would think along the lines that life is meaningless, will just like any system of thought will create electrochemical paths and systems in the brain which if coupled with the wrong philosophies can lead to romanticizing negative nuances, like thinking that God is dead. Brooding in the basement, not able to recognize that you are responsible for defining your life, thinking that everything means nothing. Well, nothing is still something. Therefore continuing on that path just means that you are embellishing and projecting into other systems your current definition of life meaning. We also understand that at some point we had to relent and recognize that we would never know anything for sure. It takes real strength to stand on the precipice of the void and walk away from it, especially since the song that the false system has been playing resonates so loudly. Thankfully, members of the last religion do not have or need this perspective. Beyond the point of survival, our SC regardless of our ENVFECF or GI, we all have an innate fire within our souls, and we have found life meaning, which is further solidified now because we are here together, gazing upon this new horizon. Our spectrum of consciousness comes from countless individuals who wish to earnestly solve for X. And even better if it is by utilizing the dialect of science. Nearly 100 years ago, scientists Albert Einstein and Schrödinger theorized quantum entanglement. Keep that in mind as you read on. What is now a very hot topic with a solid foundation, from a scientific dynamic duo, Professor and Doctor of Anesthesiology Stuart Hameroff, backed by world-renowned physicist and mathematician Sir Roger Penrose, of whom has combined various aspects of their own research and have come together to formulate a new theory of consciousness, called the Orchestrated Objective Reduction, or ORCH. Stuart Hameroff or Roger Penrose often presents their findings via a symposium or video conference. From our lens, the information provided is primary evidence, but from contextually secondary level affirmations, see Hoba scale. If they were to show the endless data they had amassed, then the message would likely be lost, as well as the attention spans of a majority of their listeners. More or less, what I am trying to relay to you is that they are giving us the dumbed-down version of it. The experts in the matter of neuroscience, classical and quantum physics, and other relatable fields, would be by default always referring to their published paper for a thorough explanation. Why start this explanation with a sort of disclaimer? Well, for the same reason we know that it might take 100 years for their theory to be proven. Note that a disclaimer does not denote doubt in our minds, it is instead needed in order to disarm those who would have knee-jerk reactions when hearing something of this level of importance clash up against their potentially non-aligned SCNVFECFGI. For those same folks, please also be aware that we as a whole already, on a regular basis, take the word of scientists and doctors as plausible and valid, and most likely the closest thing to factual, due to the hard-earned merit of their professions. Be realistic and understand that most people would never attempt to even validate their work. Likewise, there would be even fewer people out there who are able. Consider your current beliefs, step outside of your own perspectives, and look at some of the affirmation constants you might have, and where they were derived from. 99.9% of the time, the formula of leadership is the only thing needed to establish a narrative that the majority of the masses would blindly follow. The reality is that if definition of faith means that we are putting a percentage label based on something that we personally cannot verify, then realize that 99.9% of your life consists of some extreme amounts of faith. Theories sit on the shelf for a long time, and you might say, well, there are some great things out there that have yet to be proven, because it's a matter of poor advertising. In this string of reasoning, consider the phenomenon we have seen in the last 20 years with the rise of internet stardom through media platforms, and how and why things go viral. When viewing it from this perspective, you can see that ideas that are of extreme profundity should not have missed their chance to resonate just because of bad marketing. More importantly, it is because they are lacking monetary mobility and the proper target audience, if it does not translate well to the masses. If these conditions are not there, then the idea has low potential energy. If and when it becomes kinetic, it won't go as far as it should. Conditions must be primed, but can we afford to wait 100 years in the case of this paradigm-changing discovery? The ORCHR does not seem to be taking its rightful place as top theory in its respective category, no doubt due to the uncrossable chasm that divides science from the spirit. Does a flap of a butterfly wing create a hurricane in a remote land? When it comes to the internet, yes, it happens all the time when things go viral. Yet the point of this string is to not talk about cute cat videos, but to call upon all of us to refocus our interests on things that will carry all of us out of the cave rather than wasting our time on things that only make us forget that our chains have long since chafed our neck to the point that we no longer even bother attempting to turn our heads away from this current dystopian objective reality that is projected before us by the keyholders. I press this issue because I ask for the reader who does not know of them already to understand that these individuals are pioneers like the way people thought of Einstein and Schrödinger. We must respect newly founded theories. All information is firstly abstract, therefore are firstly considered controversial or dissonant. You might look at their claim with speculation but understand that they have already looked at it through the lens of the scientific method. They have already exercised due diligence and examined all perceivable relative perspectives to exhaustion. If not, they would not have been brought to the level of peer discourse. Remember that 20 years ago it was widely known that scientists, despite all the achievements of the knowledge of anatomy and the functions of the brain, still viewed it as a shallow understanding of how the brain really worked and how consciousness emerges. Therefore, in 20 to 100 years, this same statement will still be appropriate. This spectrum of understanding will never stop evolving. Science will continue to zoom into the shoreline, as the discovery of layers of infinity and complexity will never cease, which is why we should not dismiss this pearl of understanding as commonplace. We should never hinder someone's potential energy, and as a collective, we should work tirelessly towards equality in order to educate the world that ideas should not be solely based on whether it's marketable or profitable, which is a calling card for the false system which is always gatekeeping ingenuity. There is no doubt that these combined fields of study are still in an early state, but thanks to the persistence of scientists like Hameroff, and the breakneck speed of emerging technology that allowed him to peer into the functions of the brain, he pioneered further questions, and that will help feed the hunger for discovery, and as a byproduct, we will see too that spiritualism will benefit immensely. You cannot ask for the message from the universe to be there for you if you are not at least interested in the science that connects the dots, and let me say that this is the most pivotal point in the puzzle. Don't be the close-minded hermit peering out of your subjective keyhole awaiting the next bite of confirmation bias in regard to the old system's beliefs. More of the same is the status quo, and the universe and these world-renowned scientists are begging you to look at the big picture, not the pixels. Zoom out. Their work is an accumulation of 40-plus years, plus their base knowledge in their fields, but sadly due to time constraints, they usually try to cram the explanation into a 90-minute presentation. I will try to condense it down to the bare minimum, but I also do this in order to have the reader want to follow up and look into their findings, as an exercise of self-discipline, as well as I want the perception to be clear if by chance, I relay some information in an improper context. Also, remember the complexity of the world when you zoom in. Imagine the inverse. How foreign the world would be if there was no underlying information to recall to understand a foreign environment. Luckily, the universe and the background information has laid a proper foundation to allow this theory to resonate, but more accurately, it is by no chance that they have come together to bring us our new spectrum of understanding of consciousness. In Hameroff's pre-theory research of the brain and consciousness, he discovered that the microtubules in the brain function quantum mechanically. Hameroff also showed that the lattice structure of the microtubule, MT, has the ability to perform extremely complex and astronomically high quantities of computations, and argues that at these locations, is when and where the wave function collapses, and is most likely where consciousness is taking place. Note that these pistons never cease to fire. Thus consciousness would not cease, as long as the person was alive. Furthermore, Penrose confirms that the lattice structure of the microtubules does in fact show intriguing fractal-like symmetry, synonymous to what is referred to as sacred geometry, and that the spiraling nodes in the mount are indicative of the Fibonacci sequence. Previously, microtubules were thought to house only liquids, but are actually integral components working hand in hand with the synapse of the brain. Studies conducted measured electrical currents or the brain functions in both animals and humans in order to see the variation of consciousness via scans of patients. Hameroff also explains the structure of the microtubules, which are cylindrical polymer, a substance, material composed of large molecules, and macromolecules, further consisting with repeating tubulins. The mount are peanut-shaped proteins that each have dipolar nodes, a positive and negative pole, and the proteins also have a physical mobility of two states. Depicted below, see how the individual portions relax and contract. Pictures. All systems are the same regardless of scale, which can also be noticed when Hameroff likens the functionality of this system microbial life, through a very unique computer simulation called Conway's Game of Life. It looks rather hypnotically simple, but as we've seen in fractal recursion, when zoomed in things get complicated. Have a look at it on YouTube. You won't be disappointed. The human body took millions of years to develop into what it is today. As we know, it was not fully functional right out off the shelf and out of the package. We know that all microscopic life emerges with an array of relative functions, and then it looks to create more complex systems in order to gain function in the system it resides in. We are all three-dimensional puzzle pieces. we look for the best way we can continue our predecessors' endeavor to proliferate their genetic expression. Billions of years later, we have creatures of all manner existing in all types of environments. The universe naturally builds off the most simplistic of structures, regardless of how complex or elusive they are to human understanding, and they evolve and function utilizing the at the lowest energy level possible but ever striving to attain maximum efficiency and real estate. Hameroff states that the hexagonal shape and the nature of the microtubules allow for an extremely greater computational power than previously understood. The current spectrum of understanding in this field of science can show us approximations of the computational power of the brain, which provides us with an idea of the possible calculations per second, but of course, science cannot say that this is 100% accurate, nor can they exactly state how or where the phenomenon of consciousness is being performed. Like me, you might find it surprising that Hameroff has been met with opposition, but opposition shows two things. One being that the idea is validated, and two, which is not new but reiterated for good reason, is that for something to be made factual in science, then it must be rigorously peer-reviewed, and much more. The opposition however seems to be arguing semantics by stating that the brain isn't a computer, while simultaneously saying that the human brain is too humid or not cold enough like the way a quantum computer functions and maintained, which are really just two-dimensional arguments. Question: are we not already clear that we are just comparing the likeness of the brain to a computer? This should be an unsaid preconditioned understanding to those who work in this field or related ones, because that is the closest machine that has been created that emulates brain-like activity. They also state that the wave function would collapse well before transmission, which is a perfect example of the cognitive dissonance systems and the control of the narrative. The definitions describing this phenomenon are not exactly the same, nor should they be compared exactly because of the lack of the full understanding of quantum physics and how it plays into animal consciousness. Hameroff presentation slide. The ability for the brain or any system to be able to function quantumly is called quantum coherence, essentially meaning the level of resonate stability between two wave sources. Just to make it clear, we need to understand that quantum reality permeates all levels of our reality. Physicist Klaus Schulten in the 70s found that birds use a type of geomagnetically sensitive biochemical abilities to navigate. Today we recognize that many birds and other animals and bugs are using quantum-like abilities in regard to navigation. This is also found to be true as well in plants with the photosynthetic process, and is becoming a more common understanding, gaining rapid momentum due to the accessibility and the lightning-fast exchange of information the Internet provides. We seem to cherish the mystery and the struggle of finding new ways to cope with our reality. Likewise, we also have a need to be entangled with our SCNVFECFGI, which innately and subconsciously can keep us locked out of a growth mindset. This translates into an even bigger failure as a society on a more routine basis, causing us to blatantly disregard evidence or inventions which could lead to advancements in scientific understanding which could as a result redefine the base of our esoteric understandings of how the universe came to be. Consciousness being tethered or delivered via transmission should not at this point be labeled as pseudoscience. Do not misconstrue this statement above as a warrant to embellish beyond what I have stated. Toxic capitalism has a tendency to ostracize and abandon free thinkers of the medical and scientific community, such as the widely noted case of Nikola Tesla. There is so much more to this, and many more inventors that got puffed before their inventions were fully developed, but we can let the internet armchair sleuths guide you on that topic. Remember that for others to accept this as fact, then it must be a relatively common understanding. Realize though at this point we do not need to add any form of conspiracy theories to our philosophy, as it would just be ammo by the counterculture to deconstruct the validity of the statements herein. Furthermore, it is highly ironic that we see the language of the universe in everything and yet many still do not see it. Science doesn't even want to grasp the question of why we exist, leaving that to the realms of the spiritual, and are hyper-obsessed with the how. Yet it is imperative that we move forward as a whole. Not just because we want to embellish the significance of our existence, but because the endeavors are one and the same. We definitely all agree that it is important to know where exactly consciousness derives from, whether it's in the brain or outside of it, or even both. You have to wonder why this theory is not page 1 news, to remain up until it is ultimately dethroned, because this is the Rosetta Stone, the needed key to crossing science into spiritualism. Quantum entanglement has been proven. Microtubules in the brain do function quantum mechanically. The brain utilizes a quantum-like process and is unlike any advanced technology we can comprehend. Yet it's not just understanding what consciousness is or how it emerges. We then must look at the why, which I think is a much more important question, which for the moment we will label as Q. Actually, skipping to the why Q would get us the answer to the how Q faster. The answer to the why Q is the message from the universe, in that we are all validated in our existence, therefore the meaning of life is only derived from harmonious and true equality, because anything less is just a shadow on a cave wall. Is this a blind spot, or does mainstream society say so what? Is it that we are so careful to avoid opening the door as if it was a Pandora's box? Are we so afraid of enlightenment because we are scared of what it could mean? When I say we, I mean the key holders who are in the know. Everyone else is just an actor within the system. What they are scared of beyond the loss of their ill-gotten fortune is the perception that they would be irrelevant or normal, which is the ego. It is a common understanding that bad news sells, and that good news is passé. Humans by nature, due to the false system, thrive off of conflict, as it seems to be what is driving change. Things happen so fast that we have to cast aside problems before they are even over. We shrug off achievements of ourselves and of our loved ones, who need that positive reinforcement. Instead, we're too busy to really invest ourselves in viewing life beyond our SCNVFECFGI, because we have to savagely defend our status in the false system, where everyone is brandishing their egos like a nuclear shotgun begging to be tested. Is it because of this romanticism with the dissonant ambience of the human condition, that we dare not utter the message from the universe? Knowing the power of the phrase "I love you but..." Statements like "we're all connected" or "everything is one" could never resonate far enough in a false system such as the one we live in now. However, billions out there feel and know these statements are true, and it is literally a matter of life and death that we phase change the SCENVFECFGI of everyone so we can return to the baseline and replace it with the real one before it's too late. We can't seem to help but get lost in the distractions and illusions, all the while leaving the only real and most precious material, the message from the universe, to be the background information. Whether we are on track to better scientific understanding the 3D world, or even if we delve further into the quantum world and find it is even more divisible as our technology grows, we must in the most humanistic approach still not forget to make leaps of spiritual affirmations, as much as leaps of science. Descartes said, "I think, therefore I am," which can lead us to "I am, therefore I think." And I think that since I know that I am a part of the whole, then I know that on some level that we all want to move forward in marrying certain aspects or phenomena of science and spiritualism together. I believe we can take these affirmations of science, as well as the message of the universe, as solid groundwork for answering the question of the soul. More specifically, the quantumly entangled soul. In order for us to know, we only have to change the SCNVFECF of those who are in relative alignment, which many already are. We just have to unify using the message of the universe as the backdrop of understanding and create a franchised momentum. So let us continue collecting the proof we need from the base knowledge and the background information for this, the most important narrative of all. With the help of Einstein's formula, E equals mc2, Physicist Louis de Broglie posed in his 1924 PhD thesis that the properties of light had dualistic behavior, existing as both waves and particles. In 1926, physicist Erwin Schrödinger conjured a formula and likened the dualistic properties of light as waves and particles, which prompted this descriptive quote: "It looked like a rippling sea of smeared-out particles." Physicist Max Born observed that light behaved more like a wave of probability. In his own repeated tests derived from the earlier double-slit experiment, manifested by physicist Thomas Young in 1801. The experiments showed the phenomenon of wave-particle duality, and what used to be highly controversial, the collapse of the wave function. This controversy stemmed from whether the change of behavior of the single electrons was brought about by the belief that the observation from the conductor of the experiment was what had triggered the change of behavior of the electrons. Of course, the implications of this would see all of reality as a malleable state that is sustainable but only through the power of thought, as if we humans had the ability to manifest change just by using our minds. Well, kind of, yes. For sure we know there is an X amount of action and reaction and a very long series of phase changes needed to manifest on the material plane. However, if such a thing were possible to the degree that some people imply, then we probably wouldn't even be here now, would we? Like we would be in some alternate reality, having been able to conjure up things we wanted, which would allow us to have left this planet long ago. So, until we, and I do mean we, can conduct some highly advanced thought experiments, then we have to stop ourselves short to even placing this affirmation anywhere near the primary level. Yeah, let's put it down, and move on. Why do people believe we can change reality with our minds in the first place? The Heisenberg uncertainty principle has historically been confused with a related effect in physics called the observer effect. This effect states that the measurements of certain systems cannot be made without affecting the system. The main example is physics' double-slit experiment. Thankfully, many observers have come forward to demystify or clarify the misunderstandings people are having about it. So first off, note that the measurement itself comes from the manipulation of the particle. Secondly, the observer was never meant to infer that the tool for the measurement would be the actual eye of the conscious observer, the scientist, but rather a mechanical sensor that was designed to detect a change. But either way, the evidence could never really tell the entire story anyways due to its limitations. So, this persistent conundrum is actually a misconception as to who or what was defined as the observer, and as much as it pains me not to just take a bite of that confirmation bias, that misinformation that has been propagated since the mid-50s. Having digested this understanding, we can note that it probably has little to do with us wielding our consciousness like a Jedi. There is, however, a progressive step towards pulling back the curtain of reality was the 1935 Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen paradox. This was the backbone behind the idea that particles were strangely connected, and that one particle given a position in space could have telling information about another particle even if it were galaxies away. This phenomenon was dubbed entanglement by Schrödinger, then later referred to as spin, referenced by physicists George Uhlenbeck and Samuel Goudsmit. Spin infers that the probability of the particles in question would without fail tell the position of their counterpart. As time went on, more quantum properties were discovered, and our current understanding of quantumly entangled particles is that they spin up, and spin down, etc. Note that in theoretical space, there is no real up or down. This is just to give us an orientation to be able to state an opposing position, and can also be numerically represented as 1 and 0. It is noted that Niels Bohr vehemently disagreed with Einstein about the nature of particles, and whether or not they were random, which you may have heard at one time or another of Einstein's quote, that God does not play dice with the universe. Einstein stated that quantum entanglement was spooky action at a distance, and that there was no way the two particles could communicate faster than the speed of light. Nevertheless, Einstein theorized with physicist Nathan Rosen, that there was a possibility of a passage where space-time could effectively take a shortcut, or a wormhole in order for the quantum entanglement phenomenon to occur. In 1950, reportedly unannounced to female physicists Chien-Hsiung Wu and Irving Shaknoff, they made the first real-world observation of quantum entanglement in a laboratory setting. Time went on, and with the spectrum of understanding shifted, physicists gained ground and went on to prove that entanglement existed in even further distances.